Pokémon. The trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, The King of Lip Service, an unprepared battle to conquer. Sane Gardevoir, who looked like an enlarged version of Ralts, sighed slightly. It seemed that there was something wrong with the cognition of his silly child. That human didn't seem very smart. Was it because he was too strict with it? He should let it go out and learn more about the world. At this time, Gardevoir had already thought about his ability to educate his offspring. He didn't object to his child's idea of finding a human trainer. After all, psychic Pokémon are also famous for their longevity. Although there is still a certain gap compared with turtle Pokémon, ghost Pokémon, and dragon Pokémon, it is different when compared with humans. When the trainer is gone, isn't it natural to come back? Even for the most powerful trainers, only a few of their Pokémon will choose to protect the next generation of the trainer for various reasons. For example, the lifespan is not long. For example, they don't want to move. For example, they grew up with the trainer's offspring since childhood. All of these are possible. Moreover, Gardevoir knows more clearly that an outstanding human trainer will greatly increase the growth rate of his children. This is something that is difficult for wild Pokémon to do, no matter how smart they are. In the Pokémon world, humans and Pokémon are always complementary to each other, rather than simply one relying on the other. Now Gardevoir looked at the figure of Tetsuya in the distance. Speaking of which, apart from the brain, this human trainer seems to be a very good choice. The humans that the god of the forest values should not be too bad. Gardevoir blinked its big red eyes. As for IQ, it said that its own clan has never been afraid of too many Pokémon in this regard. It's just that the group of old men next door are not very Pokémon-like. So its own children can make up for the shortcomings in this regard. But it didn't draw a conclusion so quickly. As a parent, it still has to check its child's future trainer carefully. The two Pokémon, one big and one small, quickly disappeared from the spot. But this time, a bee's butterfree can forget about discovering them. Gardevoir's use and mastery of superpowers is not comparable to that of the first stage Ralts. We are here. On the other side, Zaya and Abby, who were advancing in the forest, finally arrived at the designated location. Zaya glanced around. This place is indeed suitable for testing. He was full of praise. The ecology of this area numbered 30 and the oak forest is simply perfect. In addition to the many intricate branches and trunks crisscrossing, you can even see traces of sand and streams here. This is like a smaller version of the oak forest. Yeah, I told you. Abby raised his head proudly. It was him, and ordinary people would not go deep into this place. Well, let's get started. The two smiled at each other in tacit understanding. In the next half an hour, the weak bug-type Pokémon that originally lived in Area 30 were completely in trouble today. Their brains full of protein found it difficult to understand why two demons suddenly came to this extremely remote place where no one had been seen for a long time. They like to cover themselves with something like a net and then lock themselves in a small dark room. But this is not the end yet. Just shut it up. Why do you want to release it and shut it up again, or even twice, 3 times, 5 or 6 times? This is simply a humiliation to the bug Pokémon. I don't know how many bug warriors attacked the two demons. Unfortunately, they were still too weak. Not to mention that the two demons had accomplices who helped them do evil. One was pink, and the other was actually their own bug Pokémon. The alliance of the Hornworms and the Thorntails to fight against the green caterpillars was officially established today. Many years later, researchers still have not found a suitable reason to explain why there is an area in the oak forest where there are no traces of green caterpillars. This is almost impossible. And the origin of all this is just a field experiment that two bored young people suddenly came up with one day. Otherwise, how can we say that bug Pokémon have no Pokémon rights? Almost. Looking at Abby, who raised the insect net and wanted to try again, ZHE also hurriedly stopped him. I saw that the Thorntail in front of him had lost his yearning for life in his eyes. Maybe it was because it was caught and released 9 times. Alright. Still unsatisfied, AB put the insect net on his shoulder and stopped torturing the stingtail. Sure, the stingtail, which was originally lying on the ground and letting the operation, burst out with extraordinary strength. It ran 3 body lengths away in an instant. The stingtail swore that it would be isolated from humans in this life. These creatures are all devils. Even the most vicious predator would not treat elves like this. It ran away. Looking at the slowly moving stingtail, AB looked quite regretful. ZHE also looked at him in horror. Is this guy really a fan of bug-type Pokémon? In the past half hour, he didn't see any of it at all. This thing I designed is really useful. AB waved the insect net and sighed. It's really good. ZHE also switched back to normal mode in an instant. When it comes to different terrains, since the net inside is materialized on the outside, it can change its shape more easily, which has an extraordinary ability to capture some Pokémon hiding in the corners. At the same time, considering that most bug-type Pokémon can actually be captured with food, this insect net can also serve as a certain container. At least when you put food in it, you don't have to worry about the Pokémon chewing your hands. Then, the design of the pole also guarantees stability and safety to a considerable extent. He analyzed endlessly. This is not an exaggeration, but the fact. Although the experiment just now was only for bug-type Pokémon, the applicability of the insect net designed by AB is far better than he imagined. Or in other words, Mr. Steele played a great role in it. Although it was only the first time, the old man improved the insect net in all aspects, based on his own experience. It looks like a simple instrument, but it actually contains many small details. Apart from anything else, just materializing energy on the grid is enough to stump many modern Pokeball manufacturers. But this also brings a new problem. ZHE also frowned. What? AB asked hurriedly. In terms of business, he thought it was better not to interfere. He forgot one more thing. Considering ZHE's age and birth, in fact, the other party is probably just a big mouth. It's just that under the influence of the information in the previous life, ZHE is still better than him as a rookie. If the manufacturing method is too difficult, then the cost will rise sharply, which is not conducive to profit or promotion. ZHE expressed his concerns. It's okay. AB breathed a sigh of relief. The old man said that this thing is very simple. Just slightly modify the current equipment for making Pokeballs. Does Mr. Steele also study the manufacturing of modern Pokeballs? ZHE felt like a fool the next moment after asking this question. It's true that Mr. Steele doesn't like modern mass-produced Pokeballs, but for someone like him, is it possible that the simpler modern technology is more difficult to master than handmade Pokeballs? If not, it is estimated that he would have a hard time teaching his son to become Silph's chief Pokeball manufacturing researcher. So, are we going to cooperate with the Silph group next? AB saw Zay's embarrassment and was very considerate not to answer, but to find another topic. Of course not. Zay shook his head decisively. If he went to Silph, how could he make a lot of money? For a large company like this, no matter how good the relationship is, no matter how outstanding his potential is, no matter how strong AB is, as long as they cooperate, their share will definitely be the smaller one. If we don't go to a large company like Silph, we don't have any sales channels and delivery methods, let alone large-scale production. AB was very confused. He didn't understand business well, but he still had a little basic knowledge. 2 people, even if one of them is a gym owner, it would be extremely difficult to start from scratch and promote this thing to all parts of the world. The Pokémon world does have copyright, but, well, it's okay, we can do this first, and then that. Zay began to describe his ideas to AB. In simple terms, it is to change the partner to the Bobo store. The pop shop, which has business in all cities in the world, is simply the best sales point, not to mention the transportation problem that is solved. As for manufacturing, this is even easier to solve. The abilities that the Pokémon can exert at this time are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. With the support of 2 gyms at the same time, it is quite easy to make a bugnet. Kikyo gym? It was AB who hesitated at this time. As the owner of a bug-type gym, his compatibility with a flying-type gym is quite different. The 2 gyms are not completely connected, but they are not on good terms either. Situations like Nabi and Hulan are rare. If it weren't for the good relationship between Xiaogang's grandfather and Xiaoxu's grandfather, the relationship between the two gyms with conflicting attributes would not be as close as it is now. Of course, maybe it's also because Wu Neng is afraid of his wife. Don't worry, leave it to me. Zaya patted his chest and said confidently, you just need to do a little bit of work. This has to mention another reason why he found the pop shop to cooperate. Think about it, selling insect nets in a bird Pokémon store. If this is not professional, then what is it? And when the spokesperson for this insect net is also a leader in the eyes of bug trainers, what will happen? After Zay told Abby his thoughts, Abby was also a little confused. For such a long time, there has really been no such thing as a spokesperson in the Pokémon world. I don't know if it's because the king and the champion give people too much distance. People always think they are from two different worlds. Although this is indeed the case, making money is not shabby. Zay changed his statement to one that Abby could understand. You know Mr. Do's cape, it's almost the same as what his fans are crazy about. Abby suddenly realized. This is actually just the limitation of thinking. In Zay's previous life, if someone hadn't set a precedent, no one would have thought that using celebrities to endorse and promote products could become a systematic thing. The horse that Bull values is not a 1,000-mile horse, but at least a good horse. Speaking of this, Zay thinks that the most regrettable thing is Devon Manufacturing. When Dago's Fuki became the champion, Devon Company took the opportunity to develop a lot. However, due to the lack of precedent, the conversion rate is quite low. If the eldest son Dago endorses some Pokémon equipment, wouldn't Devon Company's profits soar directly? Although the stone digging enthusiast rarely appears in front of the public, his popularity is no less than that of Watari. Fans of the Pokémon world are all trainers, and their financial resources are superior to most ordinary people. Okay. Abby thought about it, and couldn't help but agree to the big cake that Tetsuya painted for him. Of course, Tetsuya was smiling. Even if he didn't contribute much, and the profit share he occupied was pitifully small, he was just one person. As long as the money came in, his Pokémon breeding would not be a problem at all. Both of them began to fantasize. Nagadev sensed the mood of the two humans not far away, and felt that they had some problems. However, after observing for a while, it thought that Tetsuya was still good. This can be seen from the way he gets along with the pink and tender Pokémon next to him. Not to mention that Gardevoir can sense directly from the psychological level. Butterfree, floating above the bee's head, suddenly took a fighting stance. Dragonite was a little slow to notice something was wrong, and stood in front of Tetsuya with a serious face. Don't be nervous, Gardevoir's voice sounded in their hearts. Butterfree and Dragonite's bodies became even more tense. Tetsuya and Abby in their imagination were also startled by the sudden appearance of Ralts and Gardevoir in front of them. The next moment, Tetsuya's eyes flashed. Ralts. Gardevoir. Alive. Hello. Abby greeted Gardevoir. As the first human to discover the Ralts tribe and the Cassie tribe in the Oak Forest, he still has some connection with these two elf tribes. However, the size of these two tribes is not small, and because of his personality, he has never seen the Gardevoir in front of him. That's why his Butterfree was so nervous. Hello. A voice that could not be distinguished as male or female sounded in the hearts of the two people. Telepathy is a trait that only a few Pokémon have. As a Pokémon that uses telepathy as a hidden trait, Gardevoir is particularly outstanding in this regard. My child hopes that you can become its trainer. I wonder if you can have a battle with it to capture it, and let me see your ability. As a Pokémon, Gardevoir got straight to the point right away. Me. ZHE was stunned by this sudden surprise. Which Pokémon can spray sweat mixed with toxins, but cannot learn poison attribute moves? Mooney V. When it gets angry, it will spray sweat mixed with toxins from the pores all over its body, to attack the opponent's eyes. Note, this is based on the 8th generation update. The poison skill, which was originally a poison skill, can be learned by almost all Pokémon. Which Pokémon in the Alola region cannot curl up its body, but can learn to roll? Sandshrew. The Alola region Sandshrew has a skin as hard as steel, covered with an ice shell. Although it has excellent defense, it lacks flexibility, and cannot curl up into a ball like ordinary Sandshrews. Chapter 352 got it. Abby was puzzled. He was the first to discover it, and he was related to it, so why didn't Ralts come to him to ask to capture it? If Ralts didn't work, then Cassie would be fine. Although he specializes in bug-type Pokémon, it's unlikely that Abby doesn't envy psychic Pokémon. Putting aside their performance in battle, psychic Pokémon that can bring great help at any time are simply a breath of fresh air in the trainer's team. From small things like housekeeping to big things like surviving death, psychic Pokémon can meet all the requirements and imaginations of trainers. They are really comprehensive. On the other side, Gardevoir quietly looked at Tetsuya and waited for his reply. With pleasure, Tetsuya came to his senses and quickly agreed. For the time being, don't worry about why, and don't worry about the potential of this Ralts. Anyway, he likes it. That's enough. Then, please give me more advice. The little Ralts stepped forward and left Gardevoir's side and greeted Tetsuya politely. The red horn on its head was trembling imperceptibly. Tetsuya's pupils shrank. Don't say it, he liked it even more. Then, Blaziken, it's decided to be you. A black and gold luxurious ball enlarged at the waist. With a flash of red light and a full-hearted shout, Blaziken appeared majestically in the forest. Down then it turned its head to its own trainer. No, the opponent Blaziken lowered its head desperately. Is it a little too short? To be honest, considering that Ralts is less than half a meter tall, and Blaziken is nearly 2 meters tall with long legs. The scene in front of him is exactly like a JPG picture of jumping up and hitting the knee. Tetsuya's face did not change. A lion must use all its strength to fight a rabbit, and there can't be any mistakes. What's wrong with a Quasi-King Peak fighting a normal level Pokémon? Putting aside the facts, does Ralts have no chance of winning at all? Besides, the other person's parents didn't say anything beside him. Then, let's begin the battle. Gardevoir's eyes lit up red. Its entire Pokémon was suspended in the air, consciously taking on the role of referee. Abby, this position is good. Go up a little bit. The first to attack was naturally Ralts. It was shameless to bully the weak, and Zaya would not even give it the right to attack first. Not to mention that the essence of the battle to conquer lies in the mutual assessment of Pokémon and trainers, rather than a simple victory. He also wanted to see what this Ralts was capable of. La la la, Ralts sang an unknown tune. Sound wave type hypnosis, isn't it? A good alternative way to use it. In response to Ralts' first wave of attacks, Zaya calmly took out earplugs and plugged his ears. Flame Chicken was not affected at all. On the one hand, there was a gap in strength, and on the other hand, as a fighting Pokémon, it had excellent willpower. Hypnosis that used the method of inducing sleepiness was unlikely to work on it. We need to make some corrections in this regard. Using sound waves to hypnotize is still suitable for Pokémon like Jigglypuff. It is best for the Ralts to rely on powerful superpowers. ZHE also secretly planned the future training plan for Ralts. That's right. Although it has not been officially conquered, in his eyes at this moment, Ralts is already his partner. Next at this moment, Flame Chicken cried out softly. It received inexplicable damage. ZHE was stunned, and then a light of surprise appeared in his eyes. Good guy. It turns out that the charm sound and hypnosis are combined together. No wonder it chooses to release it in a way that is not suitable for itself. Next, Flame Chicken cried out again to remind its trainer. No, I'm being beaten. Can you give me some instructions? No hurry, let's see. ZHE smiled and comforted his old friend. Flame Chicken sighed helplessly. It knew that it would be no good to send it at this time. By the way, can't we let that big rock guy go? It is much better than itself in taking a beating. Tetsuya said that, if it was a giant rock monster, the damage caused by Ralts might not be felt by it at all. In this case, the battle to conquer it would be meaningless. However, after thinking for a while, Tetsuya still commanded Blaziken to attack. Blazer, use sparks. He had seen how Ralts attacked, and the next step was to see how the opponent would respond to the attack. Next, although it was speechless, Blaziken still obediently spit out a few small flames. Since evolving into Strongbringer, Blaziken has not used sparks many times, but due to its strength and proficiency in energy, the speed and intensity of the flames still exceed the limits of ordinary Pokémon. Sure, the fluctuation of space flashed by. Even before Blaziken used the skill, the suddenly appearing Ralts keenly sensed Tetsuya's thoughts. so it launched an attack first. Chamo Blaziken tilted its head slightly and raised its hand. It grabbed Ralts, who appeared behind it at some point. Lalu! Ralts shouted in panic. Its fighting ability is good, but it is still just a child who has not evolved. Faced with the unexpected process, it is obviously not prepared for the next step. ZHE also nodded silently. This is already very good. The release speed and accuracy of the teleportation are perfect. Perhaps its parents played a big role in this. Even for Pokémon, family education is also a very important part. However, ZHE always felt that the fighting style of this Ralts was a bit strange. Let it go, Flame Chicken, he commanded while thinking. Flame Chicken waved his hand, and the Ralts trapped in its claws flew out. Gardevoir watched this scene calmly. It also wanted to tell its own children that this was barely a regular battle, not the usual house-like fights it played with its friends. Since you choose to find a human trainer to grow up, you must bear the consequences of this choice. Ralts supported its slender arms on the ground and stood up in pain. It was still young and didn't quite understand why the teleportation that worked so well when it was playing with its friends would lose its effects so easily. However, it felt that its decision and choice were correct. Lalula summoned up its spirit and called out again. This time, a magical light like a phantom shot out from its body towards the Flame Chicken. Good willpower. ZHE also praised. He felt that this Lalulus was very good. Potential is certainly important for Pokémon, but mentality is also a very important part. If the Pokémon itself does not have much desire to become stronger, then even if the potential is high and the training is good, the achievements it can achieve in the end are still limited. At the beginning, ZHE also admitted that the reason why he agreed to this battle to conquer was largely because of his desire for psychic Pokémon. But after just a few minutes and a few moves, he really wanted to conquer the Lalulus in front of him. This is also the meaning of the battle to conquer. It not only allows the Pokémon to see the strength of the trainer, but also allows the trainer to understand the decisive factors such as the character of the Pokémon. Blazing Chicken, Flaming Fist, pay attention to the strength. After thinking it through, Tetsuya stopped delaying and directly let Blaziken end this battle with a huge gap in strength. Next, Blaziken nodded. It kicked the ground with its feet, and its whole body passed by the side of the illusion light emitted by Ralts. The scorching flames enveloped its right claw. Bang! With a little force, Ralts was knocked out, and its white body was charred. Go, Pokeball. Looking at Ralts with circles in his eyes, Tetsuya threw out an idle Pokeball. Ding, ding! After 2 simple rings, a red light flashed. This meant that Ralts inside had been captured by Tetsuya. Then, I'll ask you to take care of this child in the future. Gardevoir slowly fell to the ground and nodded to Tetsuya. I will definitely do it. Tetsuya responded solemnly. Gardevoir was even more satisfied. It can sense the psychological fluctuations of humans and clearly felt the sincerity of the human in front of it. His child has indeed found a good trainer. But before that, let's release this child first. Gardevoir smiled. Without saying a word, Tetsuya released the injured and unconscious Ralts from the luxury ball. Gardevoir raised its green arm. The blue mist full of life breath enveloped the body of little Ralts. The charred marks and scars gradually disappeared. Tetsuya watched this scene with interest. Life drops, a recovery skill that only a few Pokémon can master. This is the first time he has seen it. However, as Ralts grows up, I believe he will see it more and more often in the future. This is one of their family's specialties. Pull under Gardevoir's treatment, Ralts quickly regained consciousness. While feeling the energy from its own parents, it also looked at Tetsuya. In the future, please give me more advice. Ralts greeted its future owner very politely. Please give me more advice. They smiled and touched its head. It was very smooth and comfortable. On the side, Abby, who had been ignored for a long time, had red eyes. Crunch, crunch! His teeth collided up and down, making an excited sound. They suddenly felt a chill on his back. But when he turned around, Abby still had a smiling face. Is it an illusion? Zay felt a little strange. Abby waved the insect net in his hand indignantly. He decided, afternoon. This afternoon, he must have a gym battle with this guy, and it must be the kind of semi-guidance type. Otherwise, it would be difficult to dispel the depression in his heart. You bastard. Zay stuffed rice into his mouth while looking at Abby opposite him fiercely. Abby whistled and seemed very happy. I never thought that you, a handsome guy, would have all the bad intentions. Zay just felt that he was too naive. Time went back to noon after taming Ralts. Since Gardevoir needed to tell Ralts about some final matters, and Ralts also wanted to say goodbye to his friends, ZHE generously let it stay in the oak forest for the time being, and pick it up tomorrow. After that, Abby suggested to Zaya that they should return. After all, our purpose was to test the insect net, and I think it's almost done now. That's what Abby said at the time. Zaya of course raised his hands and feet to express his agreement. Today's harvest in this forest is already very big, and he feels that his luck needs to slow down. Then after returning to Hinoki Town, the free Abby took the opportunity to propose the idea of having a gym battle with Zaya in advance. Zaya thought, this is not bad, at least he doesn't have to make another trip tomorrow. So, the young and ignorant him agreed excitedly. Who knew that this Abby, he has no martial ethics. As a gym owner, he actually sent his second team of Pokémon to fight Zaya in the gym battle. Needless to say, Zaya lost miserably. Although it was only the second team, it was still the second team of a top trainer. Under the 3v3 rule, considering that Pidgeot, who was in the process of breaking through, was not suitable for too intense a battle, the Linoop that Tetsuya sent out was Flame Chicken, Gulliver, and Togekiss. This was a Linoop with quite an advantage in attributes. But the theory was beautiful, and the reality was cruel. After a hearty battle, the best result of Tetsuya and his partners was just replacing one of the Pokémons on the opposite side. Abby. Come on. After stopping whistling, Abby rolled his eyes. He still thinks it's outrageous. Can you believe that Tetsuya's 3 quasi-top Pokémons actually forcibly replaced his 1 Pokémon of the top level? Although the strength of that Ariados was also ranked at the bottom among his second team Pokémons, and he was not young, it was still outrageous enough. It can only be said that this guy's Pokémons are indeed terrifyingly strong in the same level. Abby has more confidence in cooperating with Tetsuya. The stronger the ability of one's partner, the greater the possibility of making a lot of money, doesn't it? ZHE also played with the insect badge that looked like a 7-spot ladybug, but had only 3 black dots. He thought that, if the gym battles were always like this, it would be a good thing. He also learned a lot from the battle with Abby just now. That's right, even if he lost, ZHE also got the badge from Abby. As I said before, the distribution of official gym badges in the league is never based on the victory or failure of the battle, but on the abilities and characteristics that various trainers must possess in the battle. In this regard, ZHE has never been weak. Besides, if Abby doesn't give it to him, he will report it back. Do you really think that the gym owner can just send Pokémon to fight the challenger casually? This is impossible, otherwise it will be a mess. So, today, I got Ralts and the insect badge. ZHE thought happily. By the way, have you heard? Abby suddenly asked him. Chapter 353 Good Citizen Boss Sakaki. ZHE was a little confused. You are so nonsensical. Who knows what you are talking about? It's the update of the Pokémon Go. Abby gave him a displeased look. As a direct trainer of the Alliance, how could he not pay attention to such things? Oh. ZHE nodded in sudden realization. He thought it was something else. Didn't they say that, because of the region, the updated Pokémon Go system can only be used in Kanto and Johto for the time being, and the rest of the places will remain the same? ZHE said lazily. Speaking of this update, he had heard about it a long time ago. It was not from Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi. As early as last year, he heard from Professor Akihabara that Masuki, who was still a researcher, was developing related technologies. It was when the mantle rock communication evolved into a giant rock monster. That's right, this so-called system update is to combine the teleportation system with the setting of teleporting home after catching a monster that ZHE saw in the animation in the previous life. I have to say that Zyos's giant crab is really small and really awesome. Before this, once the number of Pokémon carried by a trainer reached the upper limit, the Pokéballs containing the newly captured Pokémon would be automatically locked and could only be transferred to the Poké Center. In simple terms, this allows trainers to capture Pokémon more easily and more safely in the wild. Zaya suddenly became distracted. It seemed that he did have a problem to consider. Although he had obtained permission to carry 8 Pokémon with him due to a special application submitted to the league, the number of Pokémon he carried with him had reached the upper limit, including the unborn Ice Vulpix. So, where could he provide his Pokémon with a place to rest? After all, Zaya was not like other direct trainers, who had a large family background, or at least had parents in the upper middle class of the league. He was now a poor man who didn't even have a house. It was not enough to have a place, but there had to be someone who could trust him/her to take care of the Pokémon. The first thing that came to mind was of course the Oak Research Institute. This was too impressive for Zaya. Zayazi had teleported countless Pokémon there, and according to Tetsua's exploration in this life, the back garden of Oak Research Institute is really big. Hundreds of elves go in, not to say there is no fluctuation, but it can only be regarded as a fish into the sea. Coupled with the advantages in other aspects, this is undoubtedly the best choice. At most, sometimes your own elves need to cooperate to do some data research, which is not a big problem. After all, with Professor Oak's personality and reputation, the institute is unlikely to do anything that makes the elves uncomfortable. However, Tetsuya is still a little hesitant, because his relationship with Professor Oak and Oak Research Institute is mostly based on Professor Yamanashi. From the recent communication, it is not difficult for Tetsuya to see that Professor Yamanashi has already moved his mind to return to the Sinnoh region to be a regional elf doctor. This is a bit embarrassing. Although the two doctors will not mind, he always feels awkward. There are other options. For example, Nibijim, such as Zayatsu's breeding house, and for example, Senior Brother Caesarjim. But compared with the Oak Research Institute, these options are somewhat insufficient. Forget it, let's wait until we capture the next Pokémon. ZHE also shook his head and threw the question out of his mind. Anyway, it's not a big deal. According to the current progress, he won't be able to breed new Pokémon for a while, probably. Abi looked at ZHE, who was frowning and shaking his head, and was a little curious. What are you doing? His voice pulled ZHE out of his own world. Nothing. Thinking about something. ZHE also simply said his thoughts. Well, if it doesn't work, just let me take care of you. I will definitely take good care of you. Abi patted his chest, looking very confident. Forget it. ZHE was a little speechless. According to my idea, if a Pokémon really needs to rest, it should be Pidgeot. Are you sure it won't tear you down? Abi's hand paused. His expression was a little stiff. This has to mention the internal structure of the Cypress Gym. The interior of the Cypress Gym is like a forest, with trees and grass everywhere. The gym's insect-type Pokémon can live freely in the gym. That is to say, if Pidgeot is here, the weak bug-type Pokémon in it will be food or dessert in its eyes. Despite the restrictions, it is undoubtedly a torture for both predators and prey to live together. Don't worry, I have someone. Zay hurriedly comforted Abi, whose forehead was already sweating. This guy really can't stand being scared. Okay, that's good. Abi let out a long sigh, not minding expressing his inner resistance at all. By the way, what about the charcoal upgrade you promised to give me for flame chicken? Continuing to eat, Zay suddenly remembered what he had forgotten in the morning. The two of them clearly had a goal, so why was Abi brought back? This, Abi said vaguely while eating. If you are assured, just give me the charcoal, and I will send it to you later. The main thing is that this thing cannot be completed in a day or two, at least half a month. Okay. Zay nodded. He was mentally prepared for the time. If you say that this kind of Pokémon prop is easy to make, Django won't believe it. Otherwise, the price and rarity of the official item would not be like this. Abi, what is the original effect of your charcoal? 10%, the lowest line. ZHE also scratched his head. HMM. Abi raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the effect of the item carried by Flame Chicken to be so ordinary. Doesn't that mean that the Flame Chicken just now is not the strongest form? He cursed in his heart. Okay, then it can probably be increased to 14% to 16% amplification effect. Cursing aside, Abi pondered for a while and gave an estimate based on his own experience. As for where he got the experience from when he didn't know how to make charcoal, Abby said that as the owner of the Hinoki gym, it's okay to ask the old man for help occasionally. If not for this, he still has several Pokémon that he can't capture. Can't you just change it for me? ZHE also had a new idea. What are you thinking about? Abby rolled his eyes. Every batch of charcoal is reserved by someone, and there is no more. ZHE also thought about it. Yes, it should be said that this is the most normal. If this case hadn't involved the well of Slowpoke, and if the Magna team hadn't suddenly appeared, the charcoal shop wouldn't have been willing to make it for you, Abby said. In this respect, Tetsuya's luck was quite good. For the charcoal shop, the extinct volcano in the back mountain is an indispensable part of the production process. Once the Magna team makes the extinct volcano more active, it will not be good news for them. So, they really have to thank Tetsuya. As for the well of Slowpoke, it involves the opinions of the managers of Hinoki Town. After all, Abby can't decide Tetsuya's reward with one word, and still needs to ask for their opinions. The managers who have an unusual affection for Slowpoke and the well of Slowpoke will naturally be full of gratitude to Tetsuya for bringing the information. Otherwise, who knows what kind of miserable treatment the Slowpokes who fell into the hands of Team Rocket would suffer. The combination of the two led to Tetsuya's unusually perfect reward this time. You know, for official props, every percentage point difference in effect will cause a huge price fluctuation. Of course, Tetsuya also felt that he deserved such a reward for confronting a three-headed flame head-on. Oh, by the way, is there any progress on the Magma team? Tetsuya asked curiously. He just saw Abby answer a phone call before dinner, and he was very happy. You know what, there is. Hearing Tetsuya asking about the Magna team, Abby suddenly became very excited. The president of a large group called the police station in person, and he provided evidence of the crimes committed by the Magna team in Johto. Fortunately, these guys are so stubborn, I really thought they just arrived in Johto. Who is it? Tetsuya asked casually, after taking a sip of water. Boss Sakaki of Rocket Group. Coughed. Tetsuya took a napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth and closed in embarrassment. He was choked by Abby's answer. No, Boss Sakaki is a 5-star good citizen. No. Tetsuya quickly came to his senses. This should be the Rocket team's counterattack. He took a breath. Good guy, this is too fast. What's wrong? Abby was a little strange. There was no need to be so excited. Then he suddenly remembered something. Oh, you are from Tokiwa City. Gym Master Sakaki must be quite great in your heart. How is it? How does it feel to barely complete a mission with an idol? Abby thought he understood the reason for Tetsuya's excitement, and winked and joked. So happy. Tetsuya's mouth twitched. If Sakaki knew that the Rocket team in the well of Slowpoke was discovered because of him, what would happen to him? In a familiar dark room, these two people make them disappear. Reading the report handed over by his secretary Mana, Sakaki's face showed no fluctuations. However, the expression of the cat boss who wanted to scream but didn't dare to scream fully showed its accusation against the owner of the big hands on him. Yes, Mana replied. What about the trainer who reported it? She asked. Tetsuya Tamaki. Sakaki's finger passed over the text. Then he heavily tapped on the identity information column. Let the person in charge of poaching contact them and recruit them as the first goal. Team Rocket needs such talents. Understood. Mana walked out of the room in a swift and decisive manner. In fact, for Team Rocket, this is a series of problems caused by two stupid teammates. If it weren't for the two fat and thin players who took the initiative, the members of Team Rocket who received the mission in the well of Slowpoke would not have been discovered. However, it is also good news for Team Rocket to know at the first time that Team Magna has reached the Johto region and has begun to act. Rather than saying that Tetsuya destroyed the operation, it is better to say that he helped Team Rocket find the enemy. So Mana didn't think there was anything wrong with his boss's order. Or, how could such a great boss Sakaki give a wrong order? Tetsuya sneezed unnaturally. Ever since he thought of boss Sakaki just now, he always felt that his heart was not at peace. Sure enough, the more you know, the more afraid you are. Tetsuya was a little helpless. If he didn't know that Sakaki was the boss of Team Rocket, he wouldn't think much about it at this moment. At worst, it would be okay if I didn't know about Sakaki's exaggerated strength. Tetsuya was afraid that Sakaki would be so upset that he would ask Muto to talk with him. In short, although the guys from Team Magma refused to admit that they did it, the evidence is irrefutable. According to the league's regulations, they cannot escape punishment. Abby made a happy summary. It was in sharp contrast to Tetsuya, who was in a low mood. Abby patted Tetsuya's shoulder strangely. Could it be that he was sad about not meeting his idol? Why not ask this guy for an autograph at the next regional gym gathering? Abby, who knew nothing, seemed particularly distressed. It's okay, I'm thinking about my funding problem. Tetsuya casually found a suitable reason. Abby was very touched. Look at this partner, he is constantly thinking about their business at this time. This is simply great. Tetsuya calmly shook off Abby's suddenly clenched hands. Although you are good looking, you are a man. Oh, by the way, there is actually a problem with the messenger Bobo. After lunch, the two began to further improve the various details of the insect net. At noon the next day, Tetsuya came out of Mr. Steele's backyard and said hello to the cute little Chahu, and then left Inoki Town along the road. At this time, there were already a few fruit balls that were completely different from ordinary Pokeballs in his space backpack. In addition, there was also a simple cooperation agreement signed with Abby. In short, it was a great harvest. Arriving at the meeting place agreed with Ralts yesterday, Tetsuya released the Dragonite to protect it, and he continued to complete the daily tasks of the trainer. That is, to improve the short-term training plan of the partners. Needless to say, it is mainly aimed at Ralts. Flashing Dragonite. In a corner of the dark forest, Kyanmian looked at the one person and one Pokémon displayed on the monitor, and greedy gleams appeared in his eyes. Then he frowned. This guy looks a little familiar. Kyanmian muttered to himself. He flipped out the small notebook he carried with him. Tetsuya Tamaki, a trainer from Kanto, one of the top 16 in the last Quartz conference. Kyanmian quickly found the information he needed. Hiss, this is a bit tricky. He was a little reluctant to give up. But for him, who was not good at frontal combat, Tetsuya's strength was a little beyond his ability to deal with. By the way, what is this guy waiting for? Which two Pokémon are not good at flying, but can both learn to fly? Answer, Tootsie and its evolution. Tootsie, these are two normal plus flying Pokémon that are good at running, but not good at flying, but can learn flying skills. Note, the design prototype of Farfetch'd is a wild duck, which is a type that is good at flying, which Pokémon has a thick layer of fat under its skin, but does not have thick fat in its characteristics. Answer, as a quasi-god, Slimy Dragon has a thick layer of fat under its slimy skin, which can remove enemy attacks. This is its special ability. Its first, second and hidden characteristics are herbivorous, wet body and slimy. Their functions are to absorb grass attacks and strengthen themselves, recover abnormal states on rainy days, and reduce the speed of attacks reaching their opponents. Chapter 354, Lelulus's Panel and Exchange Conference. Lara crisp cry sounded. Tetsuya, who was thinking, lowered his head slightly and smiled at the Ralts that suddenly appeared in front of him. Have you said goodbye to your friends? He asked. La Ralts nodded. Then, let me introduce you to Tetsuya Tamaki, your new partner who is worth entrusting with your future. Tetsuya stretched out his hand. Lalu Ralts used its superpowers to float in the air, stretched out its little hand, and held Tetsuya's palm. Next, you stay on my shoulder. Tetsuya couldn't wait to speak. He had long wanted his own Pokémon to learn from Pikachu. However, the initial forms of Ralts' predecessors were somewhat inappropriate. Won't it cause trouble? A childish voice sounded in Tetsuya's heart. The smart Ralts was still very clear about its value in the eyes of some humans. Its parents had emphasized this issue to it many times. Tetsuya felt relieved. Look, what does it mean to be sensible? He thinks that seniors have to learn from the juniors. Don't worry, it'll be fine. He picked up Ralts, put it directly on his shoulder, and comforted it. Ralts pulled Tetsuya's clothes somewhat unnaturally. Although it has superpowers and doesn't have to worry about falling, this kind of novel experience is the first time. The electric dragon next to it blinked its small black bean-like eyes. At this time, it just reacted. Once Ralts joins the team, won't it get rid of the youngest ranking? Its chest straightened up all of a sudden. Boo, the electric dragon called. Ralts turned around and looked at this senior who seemed a little silly in his perception. Boo, the electric dragon tried its best to put on a serious expression on its cute face. Ralts nodded obediently. The electric dragon's tail swung involuntarily, and a dazzling yellow arc flashed. Is this what it feels like to be a senior? So cool. Don't bully Ralts. ZHE stretched out his hand and patted the head of Dragonite in annoyance. Dragonite? It didn't understand. However, as Ralts' superpowers fluctuated, Dragonite's mood suddenly became better. I don't know what Ralts said to it. ZHE also glanced at it and ignored the communication between the two Pokémons. Anyway, it's a good thing. Presumably, with the help of Dragonite, Ralts should be able to integrate into the team soon. The blue light screen gradually appeared as his vision turned. Lilula's category, mood Pokémon attributes, psychic, plus FAIRY, height 0.42 meters, average is 0.4 meters, weight 6.8 kilograms, average is 6.6 kilograms, gender, features, copy, when appearing, copy the opponent's characteristics and change them to the same characteristics. Hidden features, telepathy, you deserve it. Skills, charming voice, call, shadow clone, telekinesis, hypnosis, absorbing kiss, instant movement, phantom ray, electromagnetic wave, light wall, mysterious guardian, seal, wonderful space, trick space, magic space, misty venue, meditation, immobilization, inherited, level 16, normal, potential, king cultivation plan, recipe Fulu fruit, psychic, plus Luomi fruit, fairy, mixed with type second energy cube, meditation method, based on meditation skills, it can concentrate and purify spiritual power with the sunlight absorbed by the giant rock monster. Note, it was found that this elf has a high talent in spiritual power manipulation, and the cultivation direction has changed. Among the many pieces of information, Zay took a fancy to the strange content at first sight. No, what does it mean? Why do other elves never show their gender specifically? It's different for Ralts. He said he was very unconvinced. Goldfinger, is there something wrong and needs repair? Ralts, who felt that the trainer he had just captured was in a bad mood, paused the conversation with the electric dragon and raised his head. It's okay, you continue to chat. Zay calmed down and touched it. But, then again, the skill list of this Ralts is a bit too gorgeous. He looked at the long list of dense characters and felt a little dizzy. His own Pidgeot, who is about to break through the king, may not have as many skills as Ralts. This is just the first form. Zay sighed. But thinking about the other part is king level Gardevoir, who is not sure whether it is the father or the mother. Ralts' skill list seems to have become normal again. After all, this little guy has been following his parents to grow up until now. It may be hard to say about combat experience, but the family education aspect is definitely well controlled. In particular, none of these skills are useless. The mastery of various field skills also reflects the strength of Ralts' talent from the side. In comparison, it seems a bit embarrassing to have only one immobilization method as a genetic skill. But this is also within Tetsua's expectations. After all, there are really not many elves in the Gardevoir family who are in the amorphous egg group currently that can become their partners and give birth to offspring. Who makes the Pokémon of this egg group mostly based on mollusks, spirits, and soft-bodied creatures on non-living things. Except for a few elves, most of the amorphous egg group elves have ghost attributes. Let the psychic elves and the ghost elves fall in love, get married and have children. It is better to hope that a meteorite will fall on their heads from the sky. It's not impossible, but this group of eggs that are completely incompatible with the habits of the elves is outrageous in Tetsua's opinion. Arceus must have made some mistakes when making the rules. Under the premise that Gardevoir can run out to have fun with its own strength, it is normal for Ralts to have only one inherited skill. However, the type of this inherited skill was beyond Tetsua's expectations. The skill of immobilization, Gardevoir itself can't inherit it, right? He thought uncertainly. Moreover, Gardevoir itself is not a type of elf that is good at this skill. Could it be with the Alakazam clan? Tetsuya stroked his chin and began to think academically. As a half-researcher, he still has a very keen intuition about these strange phenomena. The immobilization of the Alakazam clan is well known in the entire elf world. Because the effect of this skill can not only make the elves suspend their actions, but also seal the use of skills. This requires the user to have a clear understanding of the principles of various skills, otherwise the effect may not be as good as the elves want. Alakazam, with an IQ of 3000, has a considerable advantage in this regard. However, the egg group of the Alakazam clan is a single humanoid group. If Ralph's parents are Alakazam and Gardevoir, then the classification of the egg group of the Gardevoir clan will be further expanded. Can I take this opportunity to write another paper? This is the first thought in Tetsuya's mind. Many skills are better than nothing. No one will dislike having one more honor, especially under the premise that it does not affect their own duties. If he can become the world's #1 trainer and a Pokémon doctor at the same time, Tetsuya is still very happy to do it. The fame brought by these two titles is 1 plus 12. Tetsuya, who did what he said, quickly confirmed the correctness of his conjecture from Ralph's mouth. It seems that I have to contact Professor Saoki when I have time. Find professionals for professional matters. Although he may be nagged by Professor Saoki for a whole afternoon, Tetsuya thinks it is still necessary. He can't prove this result just by his own words and Ralph's Pokémon. By the way, Tetsuya also learned a piece of news from Ralph's. That is their origin. This they is not only the Gardevoir clan, but also the Alakazam clan. In short, they followed Celebi's footsteps. This reason seems unexpected, but also seems reasonable. Otherwise, how could this oak forest have two extremely rare and powerful psychic Pokémon at the same time? Only the legendary beasts have such a great influence. It is also because of this that the talents of the two types of Pokémons, Alakazam and Gardevoir, are good. It is not an exaggeration to say that legendary beasts can improve the environment imperceptibly. Even Suicune, whose strength is not outstanding among legendary beasts, can have a purifying effect on lakes, let alone Celebi. According to Ralts, its potential can only be regarded as above average in the clan. Its mother is not the strongest in the clan. Potential and future strength are never completely equal. I promise that you will be the strongest in your clan. Tetsuya's mouth outlined a confident smile. This is his pride as a trainer. Reaching the limit, and then helping your own Pokémon break through the limit. This is the real meaning of the existence of a trainer. As for fighting, that's just an accessory. Innate champion potential does bring great advantages, such as Flame Chicken. But acquired efforts can never be ignored, such as Pidgeot. Paul Ralts, who felt Tetsuya's confidence, also responded excitedly. Its red eyes hidden under the pot-covered head emitted a different light. In Tetsuya's view, this Ralts is perfect in all aspects, except that its ordinary characteristic is copying instead of synchronization, transmitting its own poisoning, paralysis or burning status to the opponent. It is quite strange. According to data, among the Ralts family, the proportion of ordinary characteristics of the first characteristic synchronization has reached an astonishing 90%, and only a small part is the second characteristic replication. Even because of this number ratio, Pokémon research scholars once believed that telepathy is the special ability of the Ralts family, rather than a hidden characteristic, and replication is their hidden characteristic. However, as the number of samples increased, this view naturally became the dust of history. But there is no perfect thing in the world. Zay quickly put this regret behind his mind. Copy it, and for him who has 0, this feature is not necessarily worse than synchronization. Okay guys, we are ready to go. He clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the elves. On the other side, Kyanmian also packed his luggage. When Leloulas appeared, all the things about his lack of strength and danger were thrown behind his mind. Once there is a proper prophet, people like Kyanmian who wander in the dark become bold. There is a saying that goes, with a 20% profit, they will be extremely active. With a 50% profit, they will take risks. With a 100% profit, they will dare to trample on all alliance laws. With a 300% profit, they will dare to commit any crime, even fearless of death. However, Kyanmian was not stupid enough to go straight in. His battle-hardened body restrained the impulse of his brain. Before taking action, Kyanmian decided to follow Zay for a while to figure out his strength and habits. In this way, he can defeat the strong with the weak. Wait, my little cutie. The strangely dressed Kyanmian laughed. In the cave, the cold atmosphere gradually became strange. More than an hour later, after trudging through the oak forest, ZHE finally arrived at a new town, Leaf Town. Will the most courageous person be you? A large banner was hung at the entrance of Leaf Town. ZHE, who came here for this, didn't even look at it, and walked in directly. Wow, that's Ralts. So cute Garnado, my god ever. He soon, ZHE, with a Ralts on his shoulder, became the focus of everyone in the town. The whispers that entered his and Ralts' ears seemed to be mixed with some strange things. Ralts twisted its body a little unnaturally. It had never been stared at by so many people. This is also a part of training, ZHE said to comfort him. If there is a formal battle in the future, there will be more people watching, not less. Ralts nodded his little head firmly to show that he understood. ZHE had emphasized these things to him when he was on the way here. But when he faced it, Ralts, who had lived away from humans since childhood, still felt uncomfortable. Especially when the emotions of the crowd seemed not so kind to him. ZHE also touched his little head. The keen perception of psychic elves is sometimes not all good. I want this Ralts, you name a price. A middle-aged man dressed as a gentleman blocked ZHE's way with a proud look. ZHE walked straight past him. I'm a Pokémon collector. I said, you name a price. Even if it is a quasi-god, I will find it for you. The middle-aged gentleman shouted at him with full energy. ZHE also gave middle finger without looking back. Ralts followed suit and stretched out his little hand. Although there was no middle finger, the expression was shown. What do you mean? The middle-aged gentleman was a little confused for a moment. But Tetsua's attitude was not good. He felt insulted. 1 room, 2 days, thank you. Tetsua and Leloulas entered the elf center and continued to go to the service desk under everyone's gaze. Tetsua showed his ID to Miss Joy. Okay, I'll do it for you right away. Miss Joy glanced at Leloulas curiously and then started her work. Although you may already know it, I still need to remind you that the annual exchange meeting in Leaf Town will be held tomorrow. Please don't miss it. Happy New Year in the new year. Work hard. Chapter 355. Proof of Courage. Kintaro Chase Club. Tetsuya smiled and thanked Miss Joy for her reminder. Then he took his room key and walked deeper into the Pokémon Center. He completely ignored the whispers of the people behind him. As early as the moment he left Ralts outside, he was fully prepared. There will be an event later. Who of you wants to go with me? In the room, Tetsuya looked at his friends and raised the poster in his hand to ask. Beep Pidgeot, who was lying on the ground lazily enjoying the sunlight projected in from the window, was the first to refuse Tetsuya's invitation. Immediately afterwards, Blaziken, Gorgon, Serpent, Togekiss and Dragonite all said that they didn't really want to go. Huh. Tetsuya made a puzzled sound. One by one, they are all floating, right? Don't you want to spend a happy day with your dear trainer? Faced with Tetsuya's shameless statement, the Pokémons all looked disgusted. Every time you say that, it's not good. Blaziken silently used the wave to speak to Tetsuya's heart. Tetsuya's smile suddenly became awkward on his face. Ralts sighed and patted the trainer's head. Little guy, you must want to go with me, right? Okay, then it's decided that it's you. You will love this event. Tetsuya made the decision for Ralts very quickly, without even a moment to react or refuse. Ralts' hand, which was about to be put down, stopped in the air. It wanted to refuse. But looking at Tetsuya's expectant eyes, Ralts, who had been well educated since childhood, really couldn't bear it. It lowered its head helplessly. Woohoo! Tetsuya made an excited cry. He finally didn't have to go out alone like a lonely trainer. Flame Chicken calmly took the poster from Tetsuya's hand and opened it. What caught its eyes was a bunch of images of Kintaro. These Kintaro were obviously running wildly in the city. At the same time, there were many human figures shuttling among them. There were dense human words written in the lower right corner of the poster. Although it couldn't understand it, Flame Chicken's intuition told it that this event must be very strange. This is the special program unique to Leaf Town, the Kintaro Chase. Anyone who can touch the horn of a Quintero will be praised as a courageous person. This is a compliment that only a super powerful person who has fought out of thousands of Quintero running can get. Tetsuya described this event in an exaggerated tone. Not only that, after the chase, a one-on-one duel between Quintero and Quintero, the Quintero War will be held at the battle venue here, and there will be many people attending. Flame Chicken threw the poster back to the trainer. Sure enough, as it expected, it was very boring. Flame Chicken felt that any normal human would probably not want to face the impact of a Quintero head-on. A mad cow and a madman, a perfect match. The whole Pokémon roots on Tetsuya's shoulder was dumbfounded. No, there is still a chance not to go now. It was afraid that it could not escape so fast with teleportation. Thousands of them. Just thinking about it, Ralts almost fainted. Don't you want to show your courage, Flame? Zay continued to try to persuade Flame. Flame made a motion of grabbing and throwing an object in the air. It's not bragging, it can kill most Pokémon like Quintero in one go. It's definitely not because of the number of Pokémon that it doesn't want to go, it just wants to take a break today. Don't you see how hard the training is? Okay. Zay sighed with regret. Then his eyes swept over the other partners. Vegeta silently covered his head with his wings. Pangolier turned into a blue rock and squatted in the corner. Munich began to whisper with Togekiss. Dragonite turned sideways and played with its tail. It seems that you are going to miss this event unfortunately. Facing a slightly regretful tone, all the Pokémon nodded frantically. That's right, it's a pity. Lalalulus made a weak cry. But under the laughter of the Pokémons, its voice was undoubtedly covered. Well, wait for me to come back. Bang with the dull sound of the door closing. Vegeta and other Pokémons all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they left. Pangyanga, you say, isn't this a bit too cruel to the new kid? Serpent, what does the trainer say? The one who takes the most poisonous blows will make the fastest progress. The little guy will soon adapt. The other 4 Pokémons who were busy eating quickly nodded in agreement. On the side, the Ice Vulpix egg on the bedside table trembled slightly. On the other side, Tetsuya, who walked out of the Pokémon Center, was holding Ralts in his arms. I don't know what happened to this little guy. He just slipped off his shoulder. Maybe it's because he's not used to being watched. Although the Quintero chase has not started yet, there are already quite a lot of people gathered in Leaf Town. As a town by the sea, Leaf Town does not look like a small town, but more like a developed city. This is also due to the economic benefits generated by the Quintero chase and battle held every year. In addition, the Pokémon Exchange Conference after the event is also one of the important reasons. Pokémon Exchange is a way of making friends that is highly praised by many people in the elf world. That is, by exchanging elves with others, the friendship between the two sides is sublimated, and at the same time, the elves can find suitable human partners. Although it sounds very lofty, in the eyes of Zaya and other people who do not support this activity, this is an alternative elf transaction. For elves with their own emotions and thoughts, exchange is undoubtedly a cruel thing. Once a certain elf is exchanged many times, it will have all kinds of negative emotions. At the same time, the exchanged elves will appear to be slightly weaker in terms of intimacy. Although the Pokémon Protection Association calls for a boycott of this event, Pokémon exchange is still enduring in the elf world. Who makes those noble gentlemen like to do this? Moreover, not everyone in the elf world regards elves as very important. Some people regard elves as tools. If it were not for the elves' strengthening and the tacit understanding and emotional connection with human trainers, this phenomenon would only become more serious. The Pokémon Exchange Conference held every year in Leaf Town is the product of mutual compromise. Compared with uncensored and unsupervised private exchanges, this kind of open exchange is still more formal. It can also prevent some people from trading or abandoning Pokémon in the name of exchange. After all, for most trainers, it is normal to capture dozens of Pokémon in a region, and hundreds are not impossible. Not everyone is like Zaya, who can capture Pokémon that are always their main force. As time goes by, the increasingly famous Leaf Town Pokémon Exchange Conference has gradually added the exchange of Pokémon props, the trading of related materials, etc. from the single Pokémon exchange at the beginning. The tax revenue generated in just 1 or 2 days every year is an astronomical figure. The middle-aged gentleman had just made a bold statement. To exchange Zaya's Ralts for a quasi-god is undoubtedly here for this event. Anyway, Zaya doesn't believe that kind of guy will go to Kintero's chase meeting. But Zaya touched the head of Ralts in his arms. He would not agree to the other party's request. Zaya still cherishes his partner. Ralts squinted comfortably. This time, Zay came to Leaf Town, and one of the reasons was indeed for the exchange meeting. He wanted to sell some precious items that he couldn't use. For example, the 7-colored branch that Sukyun gave him. Although he sold one last time in Xianmu Town, he still had several in his hand. This scale of exchange meeting is undoubtedly the most suitable for selling. Collectors, artists, business people, etc. are all good suckers. However, you still have to be careful. Once the number is large, the things will not be so valuable. It's coming. Zay was thinking about it, and he saw people on the road shouting nervously. The originally bustling road was cleared in an instant, leaving only people on both sides. I must touch Kintaro. This time, the title of the first warrior must be mine. Many young men who were about the same age as Zay blushed and made a vow. Zay smiled politely. This was a bit beyond his imagination. He always thought that the exchange meeting was the highlight. Unexpectedly, it seemed that in the eyes of these people, the Kintaro chase was the more important one. Following the crowd to the side, ZHE looked into the distance. He saw smoke and dust rolling from the end of the road. Buzz Ralts in ZHE's arms could not help but use his superpowers. Don't worry, relax. ZHE hurried to comfort the little guy. The momentum of thousands of elves attacking together was too strong. These are all captured Kintaro. ZHE quickly observed various details. Yes, if they were wild, who knows what kind of trouble would happen. The Alliance would not let such a thing happen. The endless group of Kintaro ran past people along the predetermined route. Charge. From time to time, from the crowd around, there would be a few young men roaring and rushing towards the charging Kintaro tribe head-on. The crowd cheered for them. As for the result, that's not very important. At most, they would be knocked out and fall to the ground with foam at the mouth, or be stepped on with footprints all over their bodies. In terms of the physical fitness and medical means of the people in the Pokémon world, these are all small things. Leaf Town TV, Leaf Town TV. Now we are broadcasting the ongoing Kintaro chase for you in real time. Our young trainers are passionately challenging the title of the most courageous person in the air. The official female host of the league was explaining on the airship. As the photographer's lens switched, various dark scenes occurred one after another. But it seems that these two are veterans and are particularly comfortable with this scene. Hey, what does this handsome guy holding Ralt in his arms want to do? Is he going to attack the horns of Kintaro with his Pokémon? The voice of the female host sounded. The photographer locked onto the handsome guy she was talking about in tacit understanding. There was no way. His temperament was really outstanding. Then, let's go. In this environment, ZHE couldn't help but get excited. He lowered his head and smiled at Ralt. Then, he rushed out holding Ralt. Lelouch subconsciously used his superpowers to fix himself on Tetsuya. He didn't realize that he had even become a little excited from the initial resistance. This feeling doesn't seem bad. Lelouch thought so. The next moment, the world was spinning. Damn it. Tetsuya cursed inwardly as he reached out to touch the horns of the Kintaro. How could these Kintaro be so powerful? It's a good thing he had chosen a smaller one on purpose. Feeling the huge impact on his hands, Tetsuya's eyes condensed, and he retreated instead of advancing. He took advantage of the Kintaro's running momentum, and drew a semicircle in the air with his hands as the axis. Wow, what a beautiful arc, but how will this handsome boy deal with the impact of the Kintaro group following him? The female host couldn't help but exclaimed as she watched Tetsuya's actions. Tetsuya, who was in midair, also saw the next Kintaro rushing towards him. If nothing unexpected happens, when he lands on the ground, this Kintaro will hit his body. Although he won't die, he will definitely be in pain for a while. Ralt. Zaya exclaimed softly. Ralt in his arms, opened its tightly closed eyes. A red light flashed slightly. Then, in the stunned eyes of everyone, Zaya walked a few steps in the air. Tappy slowly landed on the roof of the building next to him. Well done. Ralu at this time, the crowd below just cheered wildly. Zaya and Rolt's smooth cooperation, in one word, show. A small fairy-like Pokémon with 2 grey tails and a red gem at the end of each tail chirped softly in a place where no one could see. Its head is a strange inverted triangle, blue. Hazy beside it, there are 2 elves similar to it making unexplained calls. One head is like a yellow helmet, and the other is purple-red with 4 long appendages, like the tentacles of an octopus. In their eyes, the images of Tetsuya and Roltz are reflected. How is it? Is it exciting? Tetsuya asked with a smile, unaware that he was being watched. Roltz shouted excitedly. The experience just now was something it had never experienced before. So, don't be afraid, just rush forward bravely, and it's over, Tetsuya said. Which legendary Pokémon was in the form of a worm before the 6th generation, and changed to a snake after the 6th generation? Answer, Dream God, Cresselia, the incarnation of the new moon. Which 2 Pokémon have both axial symmetry and central symmetry on the front? Answer, Unknown Totem and Bronze Mirror Monster. Note, Unknown Totem has a total of 28 different forms, and this is a part of the forms. Note, the front of Bronze Mirror Monster is axially symmetrical and centrally symmetrical, but its back is only axially symmetrical. Chapter 356 Daily Troubles. In an unknown space, 3 elves were watching Tetsuya and whispering. At this moment, a sound like glass breaking sounded. They all took a defensive posture. However, when they saw the elves coming in clearly, they quickly returned to normal. They even greeted each other happily. Yellow, red, and blue, the 3 primary colors of color gathered in this space. The gods of the lake, Yakshi, Imrito, and Akonome. The Phoenix Guards, Raigong, Entry, and Sukyun. Although they are the beasts of 2 regions, the 6 legendary Pokémon seem to get along very well. From time to time, a dazzling light flashed on the blue Akonome. If someone compares carefully, every time the light flashed, someone in the town of Leaves must rush towards the Quintero group. As the god of will, whether it is the meaning of courage or the thought of protection, this is the source of Akonome's power. While bringing these to humans, people's actions will also affect the use of its power. Invisible waves continue to emerge around the 6 elves. But apart from them, and the owner of this space, no one or elves would know what they were communicating. The sun's light gradually became weaker. Under the setting sun, Zaya walked out of a huge circular building in Leaf Town with Roltz on his shoulder. There was still excitement on the faces of the man and the elf. Although the one-on-one Quintero battle sounds a bit monotonous, the visual impact brought by this powerful physical collision is extremely powerful. It's like the Pokémon Judo competition and the P1 fighting competition. Only when you visit the scene will you know how attractive this kind of battle is. At this moment, Zaya is already thinking about whether to capture a good Quintero. Not for anything else, just to be able to participate in such special competitions sometimes. Shaking his head, he quickly gave up the idea after calming down. It's not necessary. If it doesn't work, wait a few years, and after Zaya's sets off, there will be Quintero that can be temporarily lent to him to experience this kind of battle. The silly thing has captured an entire tribe. If the food expenses of Oak Research Institute's Pokémons were not all reimbursed by the Alliance, Professor Oak would probably not be able to withstand the speed of Zayas' capture of Pokémons. The eyes of Lalulus on his shoulder were shining. Let's go, little guy, let's go back to eat. Tetsuya stretched his body in the afterglow of the sunset and patted the cute little guy. Lalulus touched his belly and nodded vigorously. The shadows on the ground gradually lengthened, then merged into one, and then disappeared in the chaotic crowd. I'm back. Pushing open the door of the Pokémon Center, Tetsuya and Lalulus greeted each other energetically. The room was quiet. What's going on? Tetsuya muttered, while closing the door and walking in. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he was startled. What are you doing? Tetsuya looked at the messy bedroom with a dark face. He had good reason to suspect that this place was attacked by Team Rocket and Team Magma. Down Flame Chicken called out weakly. It's none of its business, it just couldn't help but run a little. Beep shake shake bu then. The rest of the elves started to throw the pots around like crazy. Zay pinched his temples with a headache. He felt a throbbing sensation there. Fortunately, looking at the giant rock monster that seemed to be curled up in the corner of the room without any change, He secretly comforted himself. At least there was one person who was reassuring. Sensing Zay's sight, the blue rock that the giant rock monster turned into shook slightly uneasily. By the way, it also changed its angle to cover the dust under it. Zay was unaware of it. It seems that each of you is very energetic. Turning his head, a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the training intensity I arranged is not enough. All 5 elves froze. Leloulas watched this scene with a smile. It can sense emotions and clearly knows that Zay is not angry, and also knows that the seniors are not panicking. As for why they behaved like this, it was probably because of the unique tacit understanding between them. Little guy, you are also very happy, so how about a little training tonight? A sharp voice reached Leloulas's ears. The next moment, Leloulas, who was originally on Tetsua's shoulder, instantly appeared on the back of Pockis. It put one hand on its waist and pointed at Tetsua with the other hand, looking quite imposing. However, if it showed its body from behind Pockis' crown, Tetsuya felt that it would be more imposing. The originally quiet room became chaotic in the blink of an eye. Disturbing others? That's impossible. Don't ask, it's just black technology sound insulation. Besides, the rooms in the Pockis Center are basically like this. If the logistics support is not done well, the Pockis who are recovering from the injury would have been disturbed by the noise. Half an hour later, Tetsuya sent away Miss Joy who came to clean. Sorry to trouble you. He stood outside the door and waved his hand respectfully. It's okay, but be careful next time. Miss Joy smiled sweetly. She packed the cart skillfully. It seemed that she had been used to it for a long time. Of course. ZHE also nodded repeatedly. He would definitely pay attention. This time it was several thousand alliance coins. Although it was a small amount, he couldn't keep playing like this. Who let him consider the nature of the elves? This kind of room destruction needs to be fully compensated. Bang! Looking at Miss Joyce gradually disappearing back, he immediately closed the door and rushed in. At this time, the room had returned to its original state. ZHE also glanced around. The elves were all sitting or lying on the sofa, the floor, or even the bed. Bang bang! Flame Chicken picked up the spoon in his hand and knocked on his rice bowl. The quarrel is over. Can we eat now? I don't know when Flame Chicken started to like eating elf food with a spoon. Obviously, for elves, it is reasonable to eat with hands. I'll be there soon. Wait. Zaya, who had turned his back and put on an apron, heard the noise and replied unhappily. It's not easy to be a trainer these days. The aroma of food gradually drifted into the room. The elves shrugged their noses at the same time. Laraltz opened his eyes wide. It smelled so good. It had never smelled such delicious food. This is yours. Zaya held up a tray and put Ralt's special energy cube into its big bowl. The energy cube, made of purple filler and red romaine fruit, was light pink and tasted sweet and sour. Raltz curiously stretched out his hand and pointed at this food he had never seen before. Boo-hoo! The electric dragon next to him held up the bright yellow energy cube in his hand and signaled Raltz to eat quickly. He threw the energy cube into his mouth, and his eyes, which were not big to begin with, narrowed into a line in an instant. Raltz followed suit. However, its mouth was still a little small compared to the energy cube. Its cheeks were propped up by the energy cube. Fortunately, the special nature of the energy cube made it melt in the mouth. In the blink of an eye, the energy cube turned into liquid and entered Ralt's stomach. Ralt subconsciously sucked a mouthful of saliva. Then it buried its face directly in the rice bowl. Eat slowly, don't choke. ZHE also reminded casually. I don't know about other things, but this eating posture. Ralt quickly learned the essence from its predecessors. The Pokémon egg next to the bedside table was also flickering. Why, you want to eat it too? ZHE also joked. Then wait until it is born. The Pokémon egg flickered more violently. If ZHE was not wrong, it would take about 3 or 4 days for Ice Vulpix to be born. At that time, he should be in Manjin City. As the largest economic center of Johto, there are many things suitable for Pokémon in their infancy. By then, it will be another huge expense. Zay sighed helplessly after stuffing a mouthful of synthetic meat into his mouth. After calculating, the fruits of the other elves need to be replenished. Ralts has some special materials to prepare. The special rock stock of Pangyan is about to run out. The weight of flame chicken needs to be updated. And the simple training equipment after Pidgeot's breakthrough needs to be purchased. No, I can't think about it anymore. He hurriedly finished the last bite of food. I'm going out for a while. You guys stay in the room obediently and don't make trouble again. Zay picked up his backpack and walked out. La Ralts appeared on Zay's shoulder with a few energy cubes in a hurry. Why, you want to go with me too? Zay asked, feeling the sudden weight. Ralts nodded happily while stuffing food. Okay. Zay thought about it and agreed. He was mainly worried that the environment later would cause trouble with Ralts. Flame, you come along too. Just in case. Zay chose to bring his right-hand man with him. Exit Flame nodded and stood up. One person and two elves came to the outside of the elf center. With the arrival of night, the town of Leaf has changed its appearance. The whole city is decorated with lights and all kinds of stalls are set up on the roadside. This is my Swamp King. The mucus on its body surface can keep it shiny at all times, and it feels great. On the side, a middle-aged man with a square face is introducing his partner to a young girl. It was these words that Zay always felt a little strange. What kind of mucus can feel great? But it seems that the young girl is still very interested in Swamp King. After all, this kind of elf looks quite naive. So, what elf do I need to exchange with you? I'm working hard on writing. There will be more. There should be about 2 chapters. Don't stay up late. Go to bed early and get up early for good health. Chapter 357 Various Trainers. That's right, this is the top priority of the Leaf Town event. After the Quintero Chase and Quintero Battle, the Pokémon Exchange Conference will be held from 8 o'clock tonight to 12 o'clock tomorrow morning. On the wide streets, in addition to the middle-aged man and young girl next to Tetsuya, there are many trainers. Without exception, they all hung some Pokéballs in the most conspicuous places. Or they walked around looking for suitable objects and favorite Pokémons, or found a place to stop and shout loudly. The atmosphere of the entire Leaf Town was unusually warm. Although it was midnight, it was as bright as day. However, in fact, most of these trainers were not professional. For example, the group of guys wearing various Pokémon-like clothes not far away. They were Pokémon enthusiasts called Monster Maniacs. The Pokémons they used were basically some common Pokémons with monster groups as egg groups, such as Karakara, Big Tongue, Iron Rhino, Nidoran, etc. The name Monster Maniac came from this. Another example is the anglers who carry fishing rods and fishing gear. Most of the Pokémon they use are aquatic. There are also jugglers who cultivate thunderbolts, thunderballs, sailors in sailor suits, gamblers who like to command Pokémon to use probability-based skills, electricians who use electric Pokémon with helmets, tool belts and toolboxes, and so on. Not to mention the most common insect catchers and mountain climbers. Rather than being trainers, in Tetsuya's opinion, they are at most Pokémon enthusiasts. Let's use data to make the simplest explanation. According to the latest list of trainers released by the Alliance in the new year, including the official trainers who have passed away, the number of people who can be recognized as trainers has exceeded 150 million so far. What is this concept? Roughly speaking, the permanent population of the entire Kanto region is about 80 million. The rest of the known regions are more or less the same. That is to say, although there is no specific statistics, including various regions, such as the Orange Islands, Alala, Gala, Thera region, Almir region, Oblivia region, etc., the population of the entire Pokémon world is roughly about 600 to 700 million. It is bold to assume that there are still 100 million registered trainers alive. The actual number is definitely less than that. Basically, 1 out of every 6 or 7 people is a trainer. Under this ratio, the gold content of the so-called trainers is actually not as high as imagined. According to the information that Tetsuya read in Cape White last year, 95% of the trainers are not at the elite level. That is, the group of trainers in front of him. Most of them have no chance to participate in the regional conference. Even let alone the regional conference, it is very worthwhile for them to occasionally get some weak official gym badges. Of course, compared with the remaining 5 or 6 people out of every 6 or 7 people. Even if that trainer is amateur in Tetsuo's eyes, his ability is quite good. Under this premise, the activity of exchanging Pokémons can be said to be in full swing. It's just a fight between noobs. However, Zaya was somewhat out of place in the crowd. Ralts eating energy cubes on his shoulders and the unusually developed Blaziken standing next to him. Wherever he went, no matter how stupid the trainer was, he did not ask for an exchange. Exchange is based on the condition of equal conditions between the two parties. Using Caterpillar to exchange Ralts is not called exchange, nor is it called robbery, it is called dreaming. Apart from the exchange link, Zaya saw that the shops selling Pokémon related items along the way were not satisfactory. Fortunately, he had another choice. Ralts raised his head and cried in surprise at the familiar building. What, is there a game to watch in the evening? The place where Zaya came now was the venue for the afternoon Quintero vs. True Male battle. In addition to serving as a battle venue, it also bears the responsibility of being the exchange venue for a few elite trainers. The guard guarding the door was very tactful and opened the door and let Zaya in directly. Needless to say, it was still Ralts and Blaziken who played the role. Walking into the venue, the atmosphere here is not as lively as outside. After all, everyone is a well-known figure. Take a look at the metal film, a must-have item for bug-type trainers. Don't miss it. If you pass by as anyone interested in Eevee's 3-state fire spirit, this is a master of attribute War Magikarp has evolved into Gyarados. The only way to become stronger, of course, you must have the ability to subdue it first. Although it is better, all kinds of shouting still exist. Good wine is afraid of being hidden in the alley. If you don't shout, you won't get anything. There are exceptions. For example, there is a small stall surrounded by a circle over there. ZHE also curiously went up to take a look. It was a Pokémon egg. If ZHE was not mistaken, it should be Ghastly's. Ralts frowned and pulled ZHE's collar slightly. Although it was just an egg, the incompatibility between psychic and ghost types could already be seen. From another perspective, it can also be said that this ghastly egg is the offspring of wild Pokémon, rather than the offspring of Pokémon cultivated by human trainers. Because ghastly eggs cultivated by trainers will never cause such great discomfort to psychic Pokémon in the egg. The main reason is that the source of food and energy intake is different. Zaya glanced at Zero's panel, then turned and left. It's just an elite level, it's useless. Seeing his decisive action, the stall owner who just saw Ralts want to say something to him had to give up his idea. Yes, there is a psychic type. Why do you need a ghost type, let alone an exchange? What Pokémon do you want to exchange with your ghastly egg? Among the crowd of onlookers, some people gradually began to ask. As for why Pokémon eggs can also enter the exchange meeting, it is entirely due to the special nature of Pokémon eggs. Who makes Pokémons have consciousness and can react when they are in Pokémon eggs. Therefore, generally speaking, people still think that Pokémon eggs are also Pokémons, and naturally they are among the objects of exchange. I don't like this. After walking a distance, Ralts' voice rang in Zaya's heart. Tetsuya was silent for a moment. Perhaps, for some Pokémon, this is not a good thing. He said so. Ralts nodded, not quite understanding. It could feel the sincerity of the trainer. When you grow up, you may try to find the answer yourself, and you will understand why this is the case. Tetsuya touched its little head. There is no perfect solution in this world, especially for creatures like humans. The Alliance's rule, that Pokémon cannot be bought and sold is already protecting the rights and interests of Pokémon to a large extent. It is difficult to prohibit the exchange of such behaviors. Flame Chicken was silent on the side. It didn't want to think so much. It only knew that Tetsuya and them would always be together. That was enough. Let's go. Looking at the standing Flame Chicken, Tetsuya patted its arm, thinking that it was thinking about the same problem as Ralts. Next Flame Chicken nodded. Looking at Tetsuya who was obsessed with bargaining with some stall owners, it consciously used its eyes to drive away the guy who wanted to come up and asked Tetsuya if he wanted to exchange Pokémon. There is no way. Ralts is too conspicuous in such a place. This is also the reason why ZHE did not think of bringing the Pokémon out at the beginning. But since Ralts wants to come, we can't let the little guy down, right? It's not a big deal anyway. Before ZHE finished walking around half of the place, almost everyone knew that there was a trainer with ropes here, and he was not willing to exchange. "Hey, you," a very disdainful voice came. The people around couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. "Who is so annoying?" "And here. I'm talking about you, the kid with ropes." "Well," ZHE sighed silently. "You don't even need to look. Just listen to the voice and you will know that this is the second generation of idiot Pokémon Navorish. Reality is more magical than novels. There is no shortage of self-righteous guys everywhere. But people are just pointing at his nose and shouting at him. As a trainer who thinks he has a good upbringing, ZHE can only respond. Go home and play Magikarp. The costs around are endless." The trainers nearby didn't expect that this handsome guy would speak so directly. In the crowd, some people also recognized Zaya's identity. There's something interesting to watch. They looked like a spectator who didn't mind making trouble. Although the fact was indeed so. The man dressed as a rich young master blushed all of a sudden. But he still remembered why he came. "You. No, don't accept it." Zaya directly blocked his mouth. "You. Do you know who I am?" The rich young master said you for a long time, but he could only ask a ridiculous question. Zaya said that he didn't want to reply and sent a look to Blaziken. This kind of immature guy can only survive in the Pokémon world. If the people in this fantasy world have a slightly worse personality, such people will never live to adulthood. Blaziken walked in front of the other party without saying a word. A fierce flame ignited on its wrist. The rich young master felt the scorching heat, looked up at the height of Flame Chicken, which was nearly 2 heads taller than him, and swallowed hard. "We are trainers, and we should solve problems in the way of trainers." He was a little lacking in confidence. The trainers around him consciously made way for a space. The so-called trainer's way is very simple. In a battle, the winner has the right to speak. Of course, it does not mean that the loser must meet all the demands of the winner. But at least, if Tetsuya fails, he can't ignore the opponent, like he is now. But, is it possible? Flame Chicken stretched out its claws and hooked at him, indicating that it was time to start. The rich kid looked at Tetsuya, who was still with his back to him, and gritted his teeth. "Okay, you look down on me, right? It's just a top 16 player in the Quartz Conference. I can do it. Go, Tyranitar." He sneered and sent out his Pokémon. As expected, it was the 3 water-type Pokémons in Johto. "Tyranitar, use Water Gun." The rich young master waved his hand and launched an attack directly. At such a close distance, he didn't believe that the opponent could still react. This is a natural advantage of the water system over the fire system. Boom! Intense flames instantly spread from the wrist of the Flame Chicken and wrapped around the entire claw. Step forward, strike out. The simple action contains extremely powerful power. Even though the water gun of the powerful crocodile has a suppressive effect on the flame, under the gap in strength, with the emergence of steam, the claws of the Flame Chicken keep approaching the big mouth of the powerful crocodile. A lot of sweat appeared on the head of the rich boy. Now he feels like he is in a sauna, and it is a super close range and super powerful one. The most important thing is that his heart is as anxious as his appearance. He doesn't understand why the flame can suppress the water in turn. This is unreasonable. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the Flame Chicken. That's it. It's far inferior to the last one. As for the water drops splashing on the body, it's nothing at all. Bang! Its feet kicked out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The powerful crocodile let out a dull scream. Unstoppable water flowed out from the gap between its tightly closed mouth. It was actually Flamel who kicked it directly on the jaw, forcing it to close its mouth. And Crocs didn't even have time to stop using the water gun. If its mouth wasn't so big that there were a lot of gaps, it could have easily become a water-type Pokémon that was choked by water and passed out. If this really happened, it would probably be useless. Psychological blows are often more painful than physical pain. But Flamel didn't hesitate at all. He took small steps forward, raised his knees, and a white light flashed. A fierce whip kick left an after image in the air. The huge roar even covered the voices of the people around. Down Flamel moved his neck as a matter of course, then turned and walked towards Tetsuya. Crocs had already passed out in its suave guide. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the rich kid's face turned green and red as he took back Crocs and left the scene. This behavior made Tetsuya think that this guy was okay. At least he didn't blame the Pokémon for the mistake at the first time. He felt that this was the most reasonable rule in the Pokémon world. The loser is out. As long as you have the strength, all problems are not problems. The trainers gradually dispersed after seeing the lack of excitement. They thought they couldn't convince Tetsuya to exchange for alts, so there was no need to gather around. Time is precious. Why does this thing look so familiar? Tetsuya was still staring at a silver grey stone on the stall and thinking about it. Yes, it's that thing. He quickly remembered. Isn't this silver grey stone in front of him very different from the one found in the ruins on the way to Lavender Town last year? Except that the spots distributed on it are red. I want this thing. Asterisk 2. The data source is roughly the official novel Pokémon the animation at Tsuyoshi Shudo, and then adjusted according to a certain ratio. For example, the animation said that when Tsuyoshi set out, the number of registered trainers had exceeded 1 billion. This conclusion was drawn based on the modern world background, that is, the population of 5.8 billion in 1997, when it was published. As mentioned above, this chapter has 4100 plus words, and the extra description is 100 words. I won't charge extra money. It's mainly because the author can't see the pirated version. There will be another update later, don't worry about the number of people and combat power collapsing. I have calculated them specially. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Daigo's Fuki. Two voices sounded almost at the same time. ZHE was stunned. Is there anyone who wants to snatch this thing from him? Even though he already has a similar item, he is not very clear about the function of this stone. It's just that the ruins were related to Deoxys and a more powerful unknown elf at that time, and this stone was specially protected. Chapter 118, that's why he thought it might be worth a lot of money. But for other people, this stone just looks special. ZHE had done a test before, and the elves could not sense the difference between this stone and ordinary rocks, and the instruments could not detect it. Big. The stall owner began to stutter. Mr. Daigo? ZHE couldn't help but turn his head when he heard the name. Silver blue short hair, the confident aura radiating from the inside out, matched with a slim blue outfit and a white bow tie. Without a doubt, this is the contemporary champion of Hone, the eldest son of President Sfuchi of Devon, the future heir of Devon, a crazy stone lover and collector, a close friend of Mikali, and the only known owner of shiny Metagross, Sfuchi Daigo. To be honest, isn't this series of titles more impressive than the single dragon messenger of Do? Hush. Daigo motioned the stall owner to keep his voice down. He didn't want to be surrounded and unable to move. Even though this was only Johto, the stall owner's eyes were emitting a different light, nodding frantically. As a trainer, meeting the champion is a dream come true. Are you also interested in this stone? Daigo looked at Tetsuya, who was interested in competing with him for the right to buy the stone. Somewhat interested. Tetsuya nodded calmly. Daigo's eyes showed a curious look. He didn't think that everyone would exclaim when they saw him. But Tetsuya's performance was a bit too calm. The normal reaction was like that of the stall owner. I seem to remember you. Staring at Tetsuya's face for several seconds, Daigo finally found some faint information about Tetsuya from his memory. After all, he is the eldest son of the Devon group, and it is impossible that Tetsuya's information would not be delivered to his desk. Tetsuya Tamaki from Kanto, right? He said with a smile. Nice to meet you. Daigo stretched out his hand. Just as the rumor said, Daigo's behavior in dealing with people is simply impeccable. That smile like spring breeze also makes people feel very comfortable in their hearts. Yes. Tetsuya hurriedly stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. I didn't expect to see you here, Mr. Daigo. Hahaha, I come here every year to take a look. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Daigo pointed to the unknown silver grey rock and said, isn't this it? Tetsuya smiled helplessly. Forget about asking him to compete with Daigo in financial strength. He is the champion, and his last name is Zifuchi. It is no exaggeration to say that Daigo can even easily buy all the elves and items in this venue. This is the power of money. He indicated that he had given up the purchase and let Daigo do it. Daigo walked up to the stall owner without hesitation and started to communicate with the stall owner. The result came out soon. Daigo successfully exchanged the silver grey rock from the stall owner with materials with a total value of about 2 million alliance coins. Although he is rich, it is obvious that he is not a real sucker. Moreover, the stall owner's face full of joy also shows that he is satisfied with the price. He also notes that it is not impossible to raise the price further because the other party is Daigo. However, on the one hand, he does not have the courage. On the other hand, he is also worried that if the price is too high, Daigo will simply not want it. This kind of useless but rare stone, only Daigo may be interested. The young man over there does not look very rich. I don't know that Zay, who was labeled as a poor ghost by the stall owner, was jealous when he saw Daigo put the stone into his pocket. But there is no way. The money is not as good as the people. I still remember Daigo's words that have been circulating in the trainer's internal forum for a long time. Which one do you think is more suitable for cooling off, the ice stone or the cold rock? ZHE didn't know which one was more suitable for cooling off. He only knew that the functions of these two things were not supposed to be used for this purpose. It's not that he can't afford 2 million, but it's really not necessary. For him, it's better to spend the money on cultivating Pokémon than to spend it on stones that he doesn't know what they are used for. What's more, he didn't think that Daigo would raise the price after he joined the bidding. This guy's a ruthless person who gave up his championship position to collect stones 2 million. I guess adding 2 zeros would make the other party barely interested. Would you like to go shopping together? After the purchase, Daigo invited Zaya. Zaya was stunned again and then nodded repeatedly. Of course, it's Milner. So, in the jealous eyes of the stall owner, Zaya and Daigo walked to other stalls together. Speaking of which, Mr. Daigo, do you know what the stone just now is used for? The two talked for a while, and Zaya still couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. I know. Daigo nodded casually, then found something wrong. Don't you know the function of this stone? He thought Tetsu knew it, so he wanted to buy it like him. Could he also be a stone lover? Daigo suddenly became interested. I don't know. Tetsu shook his head honestly. I just got a similar stone when I was exploring the ruins once, and it seemed very precious. Daigo nodded suddenly. Then he looked at the surrounding environment. This is not a good place to talk about this. How about this? Let's exchange communication methods, and I'll talk to you when I'm free. Tetsu was naturally willing. Soon, another name appeared in the address book of his watch. Well, it's behind Shiba, Kona, Watari and Sharona. The collection progress of the communication methods of the regional king and champion +1. Counting Professor Oak, Professor Yamanashi and various gym leaders, Tetsu's address book is luxurious. To be honest, just this list and contact information, there are trainers willing to buy it at a price of 100 million on the internet. Of course, Tetsu would never do such a thing, but it's still okay to show off. He took a screenshot and coded it, then sent the list to his friend group. After that, no matter how the watch vibrated, Zaya didn't even look at it. How much is this stone? On the other side, Daigo was living up to his title and buying all kinds of stones crazily. No matter if it has any effect or not, as long as it is rare and special, Daigo is willing to spend money to buy it. As for counterfeiting, if there is anyone in the world who knows stones better than Daigo, it is probably his father, President Zifuchi, who is now the helmsman of Devon Company. The people here don't have the ability to deceive Daigo's eyes. Moreover, like the stall owner just now, they don't have the courage to deceive Daigo. However, looking at the more and more people around, feeling that their eyes are all focused on this area, Zaya suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Why do these people look like they want to eat people? And Daigo seems to have become accustomed to this kind of scene. He talked to Zaya casually with a faint smile on his face. From time to time, he waved to the people around him, causing bursts of screams. Fortunately, the quality of the trainers here is still good. If this were placed on the street outside, Tetsuya felt that it would be difficult for Daigo to walk out wearing clothes. At the same time, Tetsuya was not idle. Since the concept of intimacy and intimacy evolution has been officially announced, the price of the soothing bells in his hand has increased several times. Although some of them were given away and some were exchanged for other items, he still has 3 left. In addition to the need to reserve one for the unborn Ice Vulpix, 2 soothing bells can still be exchanged for a lot of things here. As for Alts, it has telepathy and does not need this thing. He first used a soothing bell to exchange a considerable amount of transparent gummy candy, ice powder and sauce op from a trainer who specializes in ice-type elves, all materials that ice-type elves like and need to cultivate. Then he used another soothing bell to exchange for a complete set of power props from a trainer who specializes in selling exercise equipment. That is, 6 types of power weights, power wristbands, power belts, power mirrors, power belts and power ankle guards. They correspond to training to improve physical strength, physical attack, physical defense, energy attack, energy defense and speed. ZHE couldn't help but sigh that the things here are really complete. You know, even in shopping malls in big cities like Jinhuang City and Manjin City, it is difficult to see a complete set of power props. Who can keep these things forever and make them with scarce raw materials and difficult craftsmanship? The weights used by Flame Chicken and Pidgeot before were simplified versions of this set of power props. In other words, the introduction of intimacy has caused the value of the soothing bell to soar straight up. Otherwise 3 soothing bells can't be exchanged for this set. Of course, ZHE is also very clear that the value of the soothing bell is actually somewhat inflated now. After a long time, it will definitely slowly drop to a reasonable range. But the transaction is mutually agreed, so it can't be said that who is at a disadvantage and who is at a disadvantage. Next, it is the focus of ZHE's exchange meeting. That is, there are still 7 colorful branches left. How can this benefit be maximized? ZHE touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Then he saw Daigo's back. Wait. His eyes lit up. Isn't there a ready-made customer? Although the sun coral is called coral, it is very different from ordinary corals in the sea. As a water plus rock Pokémon, its shed horns are real rocks. And even for Daigo, the 7 colored branch is not such a common treasure. ZHE, who was just regretting that he didn't get to pick up the unknown stone, suddenly became excited. What is this called? This is a village with bright lights after a dark period. Which Pokémon is born different and can't be found in nature? Answer, Drifter. Note, the spots on each Drifter are almost different. Theoretically, there are 232, or 4,294,967,296 combinations of spots on Drifter. Note, no need to count, there are about 4 billion. Note, Drifter has a total of 4 spots, 2 on the face, and 1 on each ear. Each byte of the personality value represents the position of a spot, where the first 4 bits represent the X coordinate of the spot and the last 4 bits represent the Y coordinate. The coordinates of each spot are calculated according to the position of the upper left corner of the spot. If the spot is not on Drifter's face, then the spot is gone. So although there are theoretically 232 equals 4,294,967,296 combinations, the actual situation is far less than this value. Which Pokémon is the Pokémon that Meowth pretends to be most often in the animation? Answer, Sunflower Monster. Note, Sunflower Monster is the Pokémon that Meowth pretends to be most often, and he pretends to be a total of 7 times. It is definitely a little known fact. Chapter 359, Transaction and Information about the Silver Greystone. Colorful branches. Daigo's eyes lit up when he heard Tetsuya's words. This is a very rare stone. Come on, let's go back and talk. He couldn't wait to pull Tetsuya out of the venue. There was no way. Although there were many stalls selling stones here, there were not many that caught his eye. After more than 2 hours, Daigo only saw and bought a few stones. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to go back and find a suitable place to appreciate the colorful branches. At this moment, the eyes of the trainers around became even more terrifying. Tetsuya couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, no one really came up to trouble him. At this time, when Sharona and Macaulay had not yet taken the championship throne, the fans of Daigo and Watari were still not so crazy. Considering Daigo's identity, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Tetsuya deliberately took back Ralts and Blaziken into the Pokeball before leaving the venue. These two little guys were too conspicuous and could be easily seen. Even so, he and Daigo still walked for quite a while for a short distance. "Come in." Daigo opened the door and greeted Tetsuya. Tetsuya smiled politely, but he was screaming madly in his heart. Is this the life of rich people? It's fine if they don't live in the Pokémon Center, but they live in a house instead of a hotel? Because of the exchange meeting, I bought a house here. It's a little small, please don't mind. Daigo looked apologetic. But if this manor-style mansion in the center of Leaf Town is considered small, then what is Tetsuya's place? After changing shoes and walking in, the decoration inside is not too luxurious. However, the various stones that appear in Tetsuya's field of vision from time to time are also valuable. Perhaps only stone collectors like Daigo would regard these things as decorations. It's so beautiful. After the two sat down, Tetsuya immediately took out the colorful branches from his backpack. Daigo looked at the coral horns that emitted 7 colors under the light with fascination. This is really rare. After admiring it for several minutes, Daigo retracted his reluctant eyes. He looked at Tetsuya and sighed. I had someone at the company cultivate the colorful branches before. Unfortunately, the conditions for the sun coral to shed its colorful branches are too uncertain. In addition to water quality, temperature, and seasonal time, there are even certain requirements for the potential strength and age of the sun coral itself. Not to mention the problems caused by individual differences. Tetsuya was also secretly shocked when he heard this. He knew that the colorful branches were rare before, but he never thought that it would be so difficult to grow. However, he couldn't help but sigh at the strength of Devon Company to find so many related conditions. It's simply great. Daigo praised the colorful branches and played with them. The only flaw is that there is only one. But, he sighed casually. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Tetsuya. He was waiting for this sentence. It's okay, I have more. Tetsuya took out his backpack. In Daigo's stunned eyes, the colorful branches in front of him were lined up on the table. The dazzling colors made the whole room unusually atmospheric. Daigo was silent. No, this thing, can it be wholesaled? He picked up a colorful branch and checked it in disbelief. With Daigo's knowledge of stones and Pokémon, this is actually true. He pressed his forehead with a headache. Could it be that those guys in his company are just eating for free? They can't even make one of the things that any trainer can take out in piles. If possible, can you tell me where you found these colorful branches? Daigo asked. He was very curious. It's not that I found them, but mainly because I met Sukune last time and communicated with it and asked for some colorful branches by the way. Tetsuya said so. Sukune. Daigo was relieved. No wonder. That's not right. He looked at Tetsuya with a strange and weird look. What kind of trainer would think of not taming or fighting Sukune when seeing Sukune, but asking for things? Or this kind of thing that only suits human preferences and is useless to Pokémon. Tetsuya was not panicked at all. Can he say that he just suddenly responded to Sukune's words because his brain was abrupt at that time? No. Okay. Daigo sighed helplessly. I can take all of them, but the price. Price is not a problem. I can give you a 30% discount. ZHE was also very decisive. He didn't expect Daigo to agree so quickly. He had thought of a lot of ways to convince Daigo. For example, he could use 7 colorful branches to display 7 different colors by the angle of illumination. He is indeed the son of a big company. He is generous. 30% discount. Daigo pondered for a while and felt that it was still appropriate. Then he wanted to agree. Also, I don't know if it can be exchanged for the cultivation materials needed by the elves of equal value. ZHE also rubbed his hands at this time and made another request. Even if the value is slightly lower, it's okay, he added. There was no way. So many colorful branches were too difficult to sell. Even if he stretched the time, the value would inevitably drop a lot. On the whole, Considering the practicality, selling them to Daigo at a 30% discount was actually a profit for him. Sure, no problem. This time Daigo agreed very readily. It didn't make much difference to him anyway. As for the price difference, it was not necessary. It was also a necessary expense to make friends with a new star trainer. Send me the list of materials you need, and I'll have someone prepare it, and send it to you. If there is anything special you need, just mark it. I'll do my best. Daigo put away several colorful branches, leaving only one outside, and then said to Tetsuya, Okay. Tetsuya nodded repeatedly. If there is nothing wrong, this transaction will be enough to sustain him for more than half a year. He was stunned. Then he recalculated in disbelief. Yes, it's still more than half a year. To be precise, it's less than 8 months. The problem lies with Ralts and Vulpix. Note that this conclusion is drawn without considering the high quality ice stone required for Vulpix's evolution. Tetsuya originally planned to buy this thing with his existing funds. However, with 2 more Pokémon, one of which is a psychic type, for him, the cost of training a team suddenly increased by nearly 1/3. The main reason is that the progress of the Pokémon is so fast that the cost of breeding is also rising very fast. This is probably the trouble of happiness. Zaya feels that compared to himself at this time last year, although he has become stronger, there is no change in his economy. He still lives one day at a time. No. He thought to himself. He must quickly close the deal with Abby so that he doesn't have to worry too much about money. Oh, by the way, Mr. Daigo, do you have high quality ice stones? Just thinking of the Ice Vulpix and its evolution, and there is another stone collector in front of him, Zaya will certainly not miss this good opportunity. Evolution stones are also stones, and Daigo must have collected a lot of high quality evolution stones. I just don't know if there are any ice stones. Ice stone from Alola. Daigo, who was observing the coral branch, immediately raised his head after hearing Tetsuya's question. It's a pity I haven't been to Alola yet, so I don't have this kind of evolution stone. You reminded me that, if I have the opportunity in the future, I must go to new areas to dig some stones. Tetsuya sighed regretfully. There is no way. Who knows why the production location of ice stone has only been found in the Alola region. If it weren't for the fact that Ice Vulpix could not evolve without using ice stone, he would have to prepare an unchanging stone for Ice Vulpix to carry. He didn't want Ice Vulpix to miss the opportunity to improve its potential. However, if you know someone, I suggest you ask Kona. Daigo gave a different suggestion. Kona the king? Tetsuya raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, she may have the ice stone. Daigo's words were a little vague. As the regional champion, he also knew something about the relationship between Kona and the legendary beast Articuno. However, this information cannot be directly presented to the public. Without knowing whether Tetsuya knew it or not, he couldn't have said it directly. Tetsuya's reaction was also very fast. After all, he had fought side by side with Kona. Although he didn't even see a shadow in that battle. But he felt the momentum of Articuno. With the example of Sukyun, he could roughly imagine why Kona had the ice stone. To put it bluntly, the formation of evolution stones is because the attribute energy concentration of the surrounding environment is too high and the quality is too high. And in this world, how many places are more in line with this condition than the place where the mythical beast lives for a long time? Okay, thank you very much for your reminder. Tetsuya thanked Daigo excitedly. This helped him solve a big problem. Daigo narrowed his eyes. It seems that Tetsuya knows much more than he thought. It means that the Kanto Alliance is optimistic about him. They have hidden part of the information to their own company, but Daigo is used to it. After all, there are different regions and conflicts of interest. Let his own intelligence department replan it later. It's not too late to know now. By the way, speaking of Alola, the stone just now is related to that place. Daigo suddenly mentioned what Tetsuya had asked him before. The exchange meeting was not suitable for mentioning the region that had not yet been announced, especially when it involved important matters in that region. Now there is still a long time and process before Alola is integrated into the alliance. Oh. Tetsuya was very curious. That's a long story. Dago took a sip of water. You know that the Alola region is mainly composed of 4 large islands rich in resources. Tetsuya nodded. Melamal Island, Akala Island, Hulula Island and Pony Island. He still had a channel to learn this information. But there is one piece of information that has not been made public yet. Dago paused, and what he was going to say next would be very different from what people know now. There is a mythical beast on each of these 4 large islands, which is called the guardian god by the people there. The key is, he couldn't help but strengthen his tone. These 4 guardian gods will meet with humans and choose their own island king/island queen to govern the island. This is the biggest difference between the 4 guardian gods of Alola and the 6 regional beasts known so far. It is simply impossible to expect the photographer, the green caterpillar, or the flying beast to find humans as their agents. Since the incidents of the bell tower and the clock tower, the photographer has almost never appeared in front of humans. At most, it is the Hoa guards. As for the green caterpillar, unless you launch a space satellite to anger it, you can't observe it at other times. The group of meteor people is just wishful thinking. Not to mention the flying beast. It basically fights with another one when it appears, and then is driven back by the green caterpillar. This has almost become a routine. We think that it is probably because the residents there have never been in contact with the outside world, so they have a heartfelt worship and respect for the guardian gods of the island. Their activities called Island Tour have also deepened this feeling. This is why the 4 guardian gods are willing to appear in front of them. Dago sighed unconsciously. The development of human civilization is good, but it also comes at a great cost. According to the information he discovered in archaeology, most of the legendary beasts were very active in the world a long time ago. Although they are not everywhere, they are not completely gone. At this time, Tetsuya was stunned. He admitted that he was a little surprised by what Dago said. What is the concept of 4 legendary beasts that can be seen? Tetsuya suddenly envied the people in the Alola region. But what does that have to do with the stone? He asked. Because the silver grey stone contains the power of the 4 guardian gods. Dago looked at him and said. Tetsuya's pupils shrank slightly. The power of the legendary beast! Exclamation mark. But neither the instruments nor the Pokémon can detect or sense it. He was a little unconvinced. Yes, because it needs a trainer to stimulate it. Dago nodded and agreed with Tetsuya's statement. This sounds familiar. Tetsuya subconsciously said, Mega Revolution? Similar, but different. Dago shook his head and revealed the mystery. This stone is called Radiant Stone, which is a necessary material for making Z bracelets in the Alola region to activate Z moves. Only 4 guardians can give it. Z bracelets and Z moves. Tetsuya heard 2 new terms. Especially the latter one. It sounds very suitable for trainers. Let's talk about that later. Let's talk about Radiant Stone first. Dago waved his hand, indicating that the other 2 were not important. Only the stone was important. Tetsuya could only listen obediently. The color of the spots on the Radiant Stone, given by each guardian, should not be the same. What I know now is that the color of the Radiant Stone spots given by Tapu Chirp should be white, and the color of the Radiant Stone spots given by Tapu Fini is yellowish. As for the red one just now, I'm not sure which of the other 2 guardians it is. Dago explained briefly. Tapu Fini. Tetsuya seemed to be thinking about something. Is it this guardian beast that left behind the stone called Radiant Stone in Kanto? But that's not right. He frowned. The one that appeared on the mural was clearly an electric type Pokémon. According to Dago, Tapu Fini should be a water type. The second update is still being written. Don't wait. 4 islands are correct, and the artificial islands will not be mentioned for the time being, as they have been foreshadowed before. Chapter 360, 1000 Faces That Didn't Give Up. However, Tetsuya did not mention this to Dago. After all, the 2 of them just met today. Even if he wanted to ask, he should ask Professor Yamanashi or Professor Oak. Dago was still talking. As for the so-called Z moves, you can think of them as a powerful and improved version of ordinary moves. In addition to the Z bracelet, it also requires something called Z crystal to release. Z crystal only exists in special mineral veins in the Alola region. There are many types of Z crystals, corresponding to each attribute in some specific Pokémon. In order to launch Z moves, the trainer must wear the Z bracelet embedded with Z crystals on his wrist, and by allowing the Pokémon to carry the same Z crystals as it can resonate. The trainer's strength and stamina will also be consumed in this process. The Alliance is considering the use of Z bracelets for Mega Evolution. However, whether it is a former or the latter, it is impossible to put it into use in a short time. At least it is a project that will start with a 10-year plan. After all, he is still a trainer. Although he is obsessed with stones, Daigo is still very concerned about matters related to Pokémon battles. Tetsuya nodded. With that said, he could roughly understand. It was nothing more than changing the Mega Evolution's enhancement of the Pokémon itself into the enhancement of the skills. The Z bracelet and Z crystal were roughly equivalent to the keystone and the Mega Evolution stone. However, in this way, it was particularly friendly to ordinary Pokémon and trainers. After all, there were only a few Pokémon that could Mega Evolve. As for Z moves, from what Daigo said, it seemed that most skills could be transformed. But as Daigo said, this ability would not be used in ordinary Pokémon battles at least in the next few years. There were many reasons. The most important reason was that the data was not enough, including consumption, duration, power, effects of various skills, etc. These were indispensable for Z moves to be officially allowed to be used. There were also a series of necessary conditions, big or small, for the production of the Z bracelet. Who made a Lola discovered by the leak so short? These things were still in the process of exploration. Even so, the Radiant Stone was still very valuable. Putting aside the power of the legendary beast, it was the raw material of the Z bracelet that used the Z moves. Looks like it should be kept well. It will be useful sooner or later. Daigo looked at Tetsuya, who was deep in thought, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His information was all correct, but he missed a key point that was not too big or too small. He was looking forward to the scene of Tetsuya releasing the Z move in the future, which must be very interesting. After all, it took him a long time to accept the fact at that time. Fortunately, there was no time to use this move for a while. The two communicated for a while. It's getting late. I'll go back and rest first. Tetsuya looked at the time and stood up to say goodbye and leave. Okay, don't forget to send me the list. Daigo didn't stay for long. It was indeed getting late now. He kindly reminded Tetsuya, fearing that the other party had forgotten about the transaction. Yes. Tetsuya responded with a mouthful of words. How could he forget such an important thing? This is related to the happy life in the next 6 months. Back to the Pokémon Center. Due to the exchange meeting, the Pokémon Center in Leaf Town and the Miss Joy inside are still working overtime tonight. At this time, the Pokémon Center was still brightly lit. Of course, you can't exchange Pokémon here. At most you can trade props. Otherwise, Miss Joy will let you know what love education is. In the busy hall, a bloated fat man sat on the sofa and panted, looking as if he was tired from participating in the event. However, his narrowed eyes inadvertently stared at Zaya. Is this guy still related to Daigo? Kyanmian was a little afraid to take action. He had followed Zaya for a day, and just now at the battle venue, he clearly saw the target and the champion of Hone, Daigo, walking together. The two of them were even so close that the latter invited the former to his home. Kyanmian saw this with his own eyes. As a member of the Hone Magna team, he knew the horror of Daigo better than most people. This is a real monster. But Kyanmian was reluctant to give up. This guy's too cautious. He said he was very hurt. Obviously, he was just a guy who had just become an adult, but the opponent's actions were very steady. The Quintero chase and battle in the afternoon were originally a good opportunity to take action, because Kyanmian knew that the target only brought an ordinary waltz. However, the target was always in the center of the crowd. If he wanted to take action, he would definitely know how many people were watching. Kyanmian didn't want to be beaten up, so he had to wait and see. As for knowing that the other party's identity was not simple, no, he had offended many such people. Kyanmian only cared about whether his action could succeed. Anyway, he heard that the Hokage over there had been found guilty and locked up, and he had nothing to do for a while. Thinking of this, Kyanmian expressed disdain. Short-lived ghosts are short-lived ghosts, without any vigilance, and they could still be found guilty. It really embarrassed the dark organization. Fatty Kai and Mian thought so and slowly walked behind Zay into the room area. Zay didn't notice it at all. It's not that he didn't know there was someone behind him, but there were too many people like Fatty Kai and Mian mixed in. Even if his perception was strong, he couldn't feel anything. Bang! Fatty Kai and Mian looked at the closed door and laughed coldly. He just didn't believe that this guy could stay alert forever. As long as he relaxes, he will have a chance to succeed. But before that, he should have a good rest. Kai and Mian, lying on the bed, was full of resentment. If it weren't for that idiot, he wouldn't be so tired. The next morning, Zaya, who set out early, was walking on the road in a good mood. Why? That was naturally because after he sent the list of requirements to Dago last night, the other party paid the money faster than he could imagine. To be precise, it was cultivation materials. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a big company. Everything that Zaya needs was prepared overnight. According to Dago, when he arrives in Manjin City, he can just go to the German counter of the department store to get it. This is really worry-free. Zaya thinks that Dago is a good friend. He hummed an unknown tune and walked into the forest. This is the shortest route to the next town. Is this guy crazy? Kai and Mian, who was hanging behind, changed his face again and again. He even doubted whether the other party had discovered him. How about waiting in front? Seeing Zay disappear in the forest ahead, Kai and Mian still didn't dare to follow him in, but chose to take a detour. A wooden sign was placed very inconspicuously on the side of the road. Circle Bear Forest. Extremely dangerous. Do not enter. Rest first. Continue tomorrow. Starting with 3 more. Chapter 361. Big Bear, Second Bear, Third Bear, and many circle bears. In the lush forest. Who is that guy behind? Team Rocket or Team Magma? Tetsuya leaned against a thick tree trunk and squinted his eyes in thought. The only ones who have direct conflicts with him are these two dark organizations. Most likely it is Team Magma. The main thing is Sakaki, who is very powerful in all aspects, regardless of whether he is good or bad. Logically, if Sakaki pays attention to him, he will choose to recruit him instead of killing him at the first time. Even if he has caused some damage to the actions of Team Rocket. It's not that Tetsuya overestimates his potential. It's just that Sakaki's belief is like this. As long as it helps Team Rocket to achieve its goal of seizing world domination, Sakaki will try to do it. This is also his most charismatic personality. Of course, it's not a good thing. At least when the two sides are enemies. Anyway, Tetsuya feels that, although there are many bad things in the current alliance, he is living a pretty good life, isn't he? So, there is no need for him to join Team Rocket and follow Sakaki's footsteps. It can only be said that history has diverged at a certain time. If he hadn't obtained Pidgeot that year, he might have joined Team Rocket. Team Rocket is really good at discovering low-level talents. But that guy who followed me really underestimated me. Zaya wanted to laugh when he thought of the performance of the guy behind him. Before leaving Leaf Town, he did not find anyone following him. After all, Leaf Town is now at its busiest time of the year. It is normal for someone to leave in the same direction as him. But the problem is, can you not follow him so blatantly? Because Zaya's habit has always been to take remote paths. He basically doesn't see other trainers on his usual journey. But this morning, there was a different guy following him closely. Zaya couldn't find it. He is not an old man with blurred eyes. But that guy is good at changing his appearance. Zaya thought. He found that every time the other party appeared in his field of vision, his appearance was completely different from the last time. If it was someone else, he would at most be puzzled, but would not doubt it at all. But he is different. As the uncle of RC's junior brothers in Yan, their lineage never uses eyes to look at people. To put it in a strange way, it is I think you are you. Get off. Flame Chicken suddenly appeared beside him. Are you leaving? Zhe asked leisurely. Flame Chicken nodded. It seems that his strength is not very good, and he is not very courageous. He dare not follow in. He smacked his lips with regret. If the other party follows in, Zhe has many ways to let him feel the enthusiasm of the Circle Bear. Forget it, let's go in, he said to Flame Chicken with a smile. Zhe didn't want to take a detour and spend an extra hour or two. The line segment between 2 points is the shortest. This is the truth. He and Flame Chicken gradually disappeared in the dense bushes. Circle Bear Forest, one of the forbidden places for humans in the Johto area. There are countless circle bears living here. This kind of brown bear-like spirit with a yellow circle on its abdomen is an extremely terrifying existence. In addition to having great strength, they also have an extraordinary sense of smell. This ability can help them track enemies effectively. Otherwise, how can we say that the evolution of Pokémon is a magical process? Even for such Pokémon, their initial form is actually a bear cub like a teddy bear. The contrast between the two is enough to make people unable to close their mouths for a long time. However, although this is a forbidden place for humans, except for a few times, there are still many fearless trainers who come here to explore. No other reason, because there are bear cubs here. The honey brewed by this Pokémon is made by mixing tree fruits and pollen collected by giant bees. It tastes extremely sweet and is very popular. Moreover, the honey brewed by each bear cub has a different taste, which makes people like it even more. It is not an easy thing to just snatch food from the bear cub. It is a small matter for itself. The little guy is not very outstanding except for his cuteness. But its parents and grandparents, uncles, and aunts will not be polite to you. There are 4 or 5 circle bears surrounding you and rubbing their hands. It is useless to run. The sense of smell of the circle bear plays a great role at this time. Unless you run out of the circle bear forest directly after snatching, otherwise they will chase you until the end of time. Like other elf cubs, most bear cubs live in the depths of the forest, so it is not easy to do this. Moreover, it is said that it is just said. Since the bear cub always licks the honey on its palm, its spore will also be sweet after the sweet honey seeps into its palm. But eating elves is illegal after all, so it cannot be taken seriously. Well, I remember that the birth time of the bear cub seems to be in January or February every year. Zay, who was walking in the forest, fell into deep thought. Why is the bear cub forest so quiet now? Listening to the strange calls from time to time, Zay always felt that he had forgotten something. He thought about it, and his face gradually became a little strange. No way. Roar. Before he could confirm, an angry roar came from a dark cave in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a bear cub with red eyes appeared in front of him and Flame Chicken. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'm very sorry. Look, can I leave? They asked weakly. Roar. Kujira roared again. Well, ZHE also shrugged. It seems that he is not very good. Then, I can only try to convince you. He sighed. How could I forget another time point? Forget it. It's not a big problem. Blazing Chicken, kick down, and then double kick. He gave the order. The red-eyed Kujira's forearm gradually enveloped white light. This is the arm hammer, a very powerful fighting skill. However, if you can't hit the Pokémon, no matter how powerful it will be useless, as the speed of the movement of the speed. Moreover, the single general attribute of the circling bear makes it extremely resistant to fighting skills. With this move alone, Flamel directly beat the elite level circling bear and made it lose its fighting ability. Immediately afterwards, Flamel jumped up. 2 sharp whip kicks directly hit the second circling bear. It couldn't help but lie on its back. The hair on the shoulders of this circling bear was obviously longer than the first one. It was a female. I'm sorry to bother you, but there's nothing I can do. ZHE also scratched his hair. Flamel, give it the last chop. He waved his hand without mercy. At this time, the second circling bear that appeared from the cave finally regained its center of gravity. It looked up and saw that the bastard elf who disturbed its good thing and knocked out its male bear appeared in front of it again. The circling bear immediately wanted to swing his fist to let it see its strength. A dull sound was heard. Flamel's claws with dazzling white light directly chopped on the circling bear's shoulder. The big hand that the circular bear was about to strike out suddenly stopped. It knelt on its knees, its eyes turned into circles, and fell beside the first circular bear. What trouble? Although the trouble in front of it was solved, Zay was still very worried. You say, how could he forget that May, June, and July are the estrus period of the circular bear? It seems that this is not the first time he has disturbed the good things of the elves. And with the occurrence of the battle, the surrounding environment has become a little solemn. The strange sounds in the vicinity disappeared, replaced by the same angry roar as the circular bear just now. They knew that he had completely disturbed the natives here. As for what to do, of course, that is, flame chicken, take me and run. He jumped on the back of the flame chicken without saying a word. The series of actions seemed particularly skillful. The flame chicken took a deep breath, then kicked the ground with its legs, and turned into a residual shadow, and disappeared on the spot. Are you kidding? Is they going to fight the circular bear here? Even if his partner is stronger, the ursine who was disturbed obviously will not follow the principle of one-on-one duel. At that time, it will not be like 1 against 2 just now. 1 against more than 10 is normal. He doesn't want to leave his life here. Of course, ZHE can also choose to let Pidgeot fly away. But after noticing the sudden ground shaking around him, he gave up this idea. In this kind of forest, if there is no open space, it takes too long for Pidgeot to take off. What is very inconsistent with the huge size of the ursine is that this kind of elf has a very skilled tree climbing ability. I'm afraid that Pidgeot will be caught up by the tree climbing ursine before he flies high. At that time, he will be the unlucky one. Therefore, in comparison, walking on the ground is a better choice. Bang bang bang, the violent ground shaking sounded constantly in ZHE's ears. He looked back. The next second, he was not feeling well. There were at least 7 or 8 ursines following behind the flame chicken. Without exception, their eyes were red. Probably because the angry state is also considered a negative state. These bears have become extremely fast under the influence of their own characteristic speedy legs. Turn. Tetsua's words were distorted due to the high speed. But Flame Chicken understood. It was seen drifting through the corner with Tetsua behind it. I'm writing. Don't wait. I suggest you read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 362. If you pay, you will get. You. The strong centrifugal force made Zay's face turn pale. The main reason was that Flame Chicken changed direction too quickly and too suddenly, and he was not prepared. But at the same time, since he was not prepared, the angry bears behind him would not be prepared. Bang, 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 the sound of hitting the tree sounded one after another. Zay tilted his head and looked back again. It was okay, there were only 2 more than before. The corners of his mouth were full of bitter smiles. There was no way, the power of the bears was too great. All the tree trunks that blocked their way were broken in half by them. This is also the way that the bears usually like to find tree fruits. It seems that only those overly thick tree trunks can withstand the destruction of their anger. Zay looked forward. Continue. This time, his words became much clearer. Flame Chicken even had the energy to nod to show that he understood. In the next 5 minutes, Zay thoroughly experienced the feeling of a Formula 1 racer. It's just that this car is more flexible. And the result is good. At this time, there were only 4 Snorlax left behind him and Blaziken. But 3 of them were of the Quaseeking level. Should we fight? Zay frowned. He and his friends could indeed deal with them, but the time wasted and the noise caused by the battle would be enough to cause the next wave of attacks. That would be endless. He couldn't let Blaziken carry him all the way out of the forest. With pursuers behind him, it would take at least half an hour to find a suitable route out of the forest. Regardless of whether Blaziken was tired or not, Zay couldn't stand such a tossing, no matter how good his physical fitness was. He didn't have any protection now. As for hoping that other wild Pokémon would stop the Snorlax from attacking their territory, forget it. In this forest, the Snorlax was the biggest overlord, and even the forest rogue Beedrill had to avoid its edge. Zay's mind was working quickly. Now it seemed that there was only one way. He gritted his teeth and reached for his backpack with his left hand. A transparent jar filled with yellow liquid appeared in his hand. This was the sweet stuff that Tetsua had collected in the Heracross forest. Although it was indeed specially prepared to deal with the current situation, he still felt a little distressed. If I had known, I would not have taken this road. It was all the fault of the guy who was following me. Tetsua's eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. After catching that guy, he must make him pay. Before that, you guys should eat and drink well first. Tetsua threw the jar to the ground beside him. It was a bit contradictory, but the sweet and greasy fragrance immediately poured into the noses of humans and elves. The sound of the soles of the feet rubbing against the ground sounded. The 4 circle bears that had just passed the jar stopped chasing Tetsua with their noses raised. Their eyes were all fixed on the yellow liquid. Slurped it so I could even see one of them drooling. Although it was sucked back by it in an instant. Roar, the circle bears roared one after another and rushed out. Only this time, their target was no longer Tetsuya and Blaziken, but Shianshin. Oh my goodness. Tetsuya was so shocked that he even spoke in the dialect of his previous life. These bears were so fierce when they fought against their own people. Their thick bear paws slapped each other's bodies frantically, making dull sounds. The affected trees fell down in large numbers. Tetsuya and Blaziken's eyelids twitched. This is the advantage of size. Although the bears are definitely not the opponent of Blaziken in a one-on-one battle, if we only talk about the damage to the environment, the bears are definitely a good hand in the demolition team. He never expected that Shianshin would be so attractive to the bears. In fact, Tetsuya thought too much. It was also thanks to time. Shianshin has an extra attraction to the bears in the estrus and the birthing period. The latter is because it can be used to replenish energy and give birth to offspring. The former, partly to replenish physical strength and more to attract the opposite sex. The male bear with sweet is like a bachelor, able to attract more female bears. Of course, there are limits to the fight between the same kind. At least this group of bears did not completely kill crazy skills, but simply relied on physical strength to compete for the winner. This is undoubtedly much better than some elves. With the cover of the trees, Zay and Blaziken, who were gradually moving away, completely lost the sight of the bears. This also means that they don't have to be chased anymore. Both the man and the elf breathed a sigh of relief. Zay, who was put down by Blaziken, looked at the only 11 bottles of sweet in his backpack with great distress. Fortunately, he had prepared and specially packaged them. Otherwise, the lost a day would be more than a little bit. The most urgent thing is to leave this forest quickly. Zay and Blaziken hurriedly found a direction and started running quickly. He didn't want to try to be chased by the bears again. Such an experience once is enough. Zay, who found the right route and was not disturbed, soon came to the edge of the bear forest. Looking at the stream in front of him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he crossed the river, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of the symbols, because the outside was not their territory. Woo, a childish voice sounded in Zay's ears. Huh. Zay's eyes suddenly lit up when he was about to leave. This cry seemed to be from the baby bear. He looked at the flame chicken beside him. The flame chicken closed its eyes in understanding. The blue wave power spread all around. Down the flame chicken suddenly opened its eyes and rushed in one direction. A red light flashed. Pang Yangui consciously took over the job of protecting Zay. Zay patted its back/shoulder with relief. Pang Yangui hoped that his trainer would never know that it was it who suggested that the friends play a sandpit battle yesterday afternoon. It really just squatted in the corner for an afternoon. Soon, the flame chicken came back with a little guy. Woo, it made the sound that Zay just heard. That's right, it was the baby bear. The crescent-shaped pattern on the forehead is the best proof. Zay smiled kindly at it. I didn't expect that I would lose my sweetie, but find the baby bear in this outlying place. The baby bear held in the air by the flame chicken subconsciously felt that it was not good. It blinked its cute eyes and smiled ingratiatingly at Zay. It was just a poor guy who was temporarily driven out by its parents. Otherwise, let it go. The baby bear has heard more than once from its own people about the horror of humans. That is a demon that will sweep away all the honey. The monarch snake, who appeared outside at some point, came to the baby bear and licked its paw. Taka, its eyes lit up and it made an excited cry. This smell is so fragrant. The monarch snake looked at the baby bear with something wrong in its eyes. The baby bear trembled more and more. This Pokémon looks like Arbok, so fierce, it's not going to eat me. The flame chicken pushed the monarch snake away with its other paw in disgust. No, how can you eat this? The chicken and the snake were talking with their eyes wide open. The baby bear almost wanted to cry. Ahem. ZHE also interrupted the strange atmosphere. Come back first, King Serpent. He immediately took the King Serpent back into the Pokeball, ignoring its resentful look. Don't worry, little guy, we won't do anything to you. ZHE also smiled and comforted the baby bear, who was obviously in a bad mood. The baby bear didn't feel any comfort at all when he heard this. Yes, don't do anything to me, but do something to my honey. It understands it too well. He took back the pan giant monster, and, under the leadership of the flame chicken, ZHE soon came to the baby bear's temporary residence. It was very close to the stream. It seemed that the baby bear had found it on purpose, to make it easier to drink water. But it didn't expect that being close to the stream also meant being easily discovered by humans. It can only be said that it is still too young. Why does a child eat so many sweets? It's bad for your body and teeth. I'll put it away for you first. They said nonsense while taking out the jar and collecting the honey carefully brewed by baby bear. In this way, the sweetness he just used was not lost. He instantly felt that his luck today was quite good. Looking at the dwindling food stocks, baby bear finally couldn't help but shed tears of grievance. Flame chicken was a little embarrassed. It held baby bear in front of Zay. Zay coughed dryly in embarrassment. Well, let's be a human being. When the honey was about to run out, he finally stopped. Look, I didn't take it all for you. You have to keep working hard. Zay said to baby bear. Baby bear with misty eyes looked at his storage room and cried even more sadly. Zay stuffed the honey jar into his backpack and gave Flame Chicken another look. Flame Chicken felt so tired. Why did his life suddenly change so much today? It sighed, put the baby bear on the ground, picked up Zay and ran out. Zay and Blaziken crossed the stream in one step and disappeared from the baby bear's sight in the blink of an eye. The baby bear sobbed. It didn't know whether it should be happy that it saved its life or sad that it lost the honey. Wu raising its arm to wipe away the tears, the baby bear's eyes shone with a firm light. It decided that it would be the bully in the forest in the future. From now on, it will only be its share to rob others' things, not its share to be robbed by others. The baby bear felt that its appearance was still very advantageous. Didn't you see that the human just took back the hateful big snake because of its cuteness? It thought it had found a magic weapon to win. Even if it is not strong enough, it has many ways to protect itself. Chapter 363 Superpower Town. On the other side, ZHE who walked out of the forest had no idea that a baby bear had been led astray by him. He was still happy about his harvest. The honey of the baby bear can still be used to make a lot of things, especially elf desserts. When preparing snacks for the monarch snake and Togekiss in the future, adding a little bit of it can make a huge difference in the taste of the food. In addition, the juvenile ice Vulpix can also eat a little. The baby bear honey made from tree fruits is very mild and very suitable for young elves. ZHE usually doesn't sell such harvests. After all, he also needs it, and the supply is in short supply. Walking along the path, he soon saw a huge lake. It's really beautiful. ZHE stood on a high place and looked out, and couldn't help but sigh. Especially when he just escaped from the pursuit of the circle bear. The scenery in front of him undoubtedly played a great role in relaxing his mind. Under the shining sunlight at noon, the sparkling lake's surface was covered with golden ripples. The pure water quality made many elves such as Magikarp and Goldfish jump up and stir up waves. There are still anglers fishing by the lake. This is probably the most comfortable look. Loltless. Titsuaya called out softly. A red light flashed, and the sensible Loltless appeared on the trainer's shoulder. Larit made a puzzled sound. Is there something wrong with calling it out now? Titsuaya smiled and touched its head. The main thing is that the next town is a little special. The lake in front of him is called Tehu Lake, which belongs to the back mountain of the superpower town in the Johto region. Superpower Town, as the name suggests, every resident will be accompanied by one or more psychic Pokémon. Very strange, isn't it? Psychic Pokémon that are rarely seen in other places have become a must-have in the home here. But this is also a helpless solution, because there are many ghost-type elves living near Superpower Town. In the past, everyone living in Superpower Town had to worry about whether they would fall asleep and never wake up one day. Only psychic elves can give them a little comfort. Although the ghost-type Pokémon around here will not cause much harm to humans after such a long time, their nature in other aspects has not changed much. The main purpose of cultivating psychic Pokémon is to prevent the mischievous Pokémon such as Haunter from causing trouble. Of course, the special nature of psychic Pokémon has led to the fact that the residents here are basically trainers with good strength. In addition, with the accumulation of generations, many powerful trainers who are well known in the league have appeared in Psycho Town. Every year at the regional conference, there will be one or even several residents of Psycho Town competing for the top ranking. So this town is quite famous. And it also has many strange entry conditions. For example, foreign trainers must have at least one Pokémon that can use psychic skills to enter. This is for safety reasons. After all, the residents of Psycho Town cannot protect outsiders all the time. In order to prevent sudden attacks from ghost-type Pokémon, foreign trainers still have to have a certain ability to protect themselves. In other words, they must not be disrespectful to divination. This is just like the reason why Juniper Town cannot be disrespectful to Slowpoke. I don't know if it's because they have been in contact with psychic elves for a long time, but the residents here have become a little bit superstitious. They believe in divination very much. Most of the fortune tellers in the elf world have a close connection with this place. They are either residents or descendants here, or they have come here to study for a while. If you stand on the street of Psychic Town and shout "I hate divination," you will most likely be asked to leave. You can disbelieve, but you can't be disrespectful. They doesn't have too many ideas about divination. In the elf world, it's hard to say whether divination is effective. In addition, Psychic Town is also a place frequented by many ghost elf pursuers. But there are very few who can be subdued. Due to their lifespan, these ghost elves seem to have become good friends with the residents of Psychic Town. Rather than saying that they are fighting against psychic elves, it is better to say that they are enjoying the process, so naturally they don't want to leave. In addition, ghost elves are almost free to leave whenever they want, so it is still very difficult to subdue ghost elves here. But, with you little guy here, I don't have to think about it. ZHE also smiled and touched the smooth little head of Lalulus. Compared with the various ghost-type Pokémon, he still prefers psychic-type Pokémon. He walked to the other side of Tail Lake with Lalulus on his shoulder. There was the entrance to the Psycho Town. Well, the follower is not waiting for me here. After a careful feeling, ZHE was also very surprised. But after thinking about it, he could probably guess why he was not here. It's nothing more than because there are no psychic Pokémon or Pokémon with psychic skills. This further confirmed the identity of the opponent's Magma team. As a local snake, the members of the Rocket team could not have failed to do this homework. Only the members of the Magma team far away in home were not clear about the characteristics of the Psycho Town. But in this way, ZHE would not be able to deal with that guy. Waiting until the gold city is full and then trying to find someone out. The difficulty is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. ZHE also thought about it. Forget it. It's not a big deal. The other party will take the initiative to deliver it sooner or later. The current situation is that he thought he was in the dark, but in fact he had known about his existence for a long time. It was not difficult to deal with it without any intention. He nodded politely to the gatekeeper together with Lalulus, and ZHE entered the superpower town without any obstruction. Kathy, Kirinki, Sulip, Sulipa, Magic Wall Doll Slow Pokémon. Along the way, ZHE didn't know how many kinds of superpowered Pokémon he saw. It can only be said that it is indeed worthy of the name of Superpower Town. At this time, outside Superpower Town, a yellow-haired woman and a green-haired man were encouraging each other. There was a radar covered with old scars beside them. This is our first official mission. The green-haired man was very serious. So we must do our best. The yellow-haired woman responded. Who is there? Don't stay in the ghost forest for too long. In the distance, the voice of a middle-aged man came. Since you are asking for advice sincerely, the green-haired man stretched out his hand. Normally, common sense won't answer that. The yellow-haired woman shook her head. So we are especially kind to answer you. The two of them stepped forward together. Magic Wall Doll, telekinesis. Before they could continue, the middle-aged man interrupted them directly. Momo, an elf that looked like a human with suction cups on its fingers, laughed and called out. Then the purple light enveloped the two people and one elf in the forest. Larada shouted angrily. Keep working hard tomorrow. Chapter 364 Divination and Turmoil. Tell me, what are you here for? The middle-aged man looked at the two people and one elf in front of him leisurely. Beside him, the magic wall puppet, who kept smiling, was continuously outputting superpowers. We are Team Rocket. Team Rocket. The yellow-haired woman yelled at the other party madly. She felt very embarrassed to be caught so easily. The middle-aged man stroked his forehead and sighed. Are the newcomers in the organization so reckless recently? How did the academy teach them? The green-haired man found something wrong. The other party could not have failed to notice the huge Team Rocket logo on his and his partner's clothes. When Slowpoke becomes extremely intelligent, he weakly said the code for the meeting. It's time to drink a cup of bitter tea. Snap, the middle-aged man responded, while snapping his fingers. Ouch. The two people suspended in the air fell directly to the ground and cried out in pain. You are the contact person. Why did you attack us? Do you know that? The yellow-haired woman immediately stood up and angrily began to speak to the middle-aged man. Momo, the smile on the corner of the magic wall puppet's mouth gradually faded. This human woman really has no brains at all. I have to say that when the magic wall puppet put away her smile, it really looked a little scary. Probably because it looked too much like a human. Calm down, Amado. The green-haired man called his partner's name to stop her behavior. Unfortunately, it was a bit late. Magic wall puppet. Another light call. With the fluctuation of telekinesis, the yellow-haired woman Amado returned to the air. It seems that you are the only one in your group who can communicate. The middle-aged man looked at the green-haired man with pity and said, Amado is just a little impatient. Amado's partner, Zio Sanson. Oh no, Zio Sanlang said helplessly. He is used to it. Come with me. This is not a good place to talk. The middle-aged man looked around and turned to walk in one direction. Okay, what's your name? Zio Sanlang asked. Just call me Mr. Say. The middle-aged man said. Arriving at a small wooden house next to the forest, Mr. Say signaled the magic wall doll to put Amado down. This time, although it was still painful, Amado did not curse. She just stared at Mr. Say with her sharp eyes. Mr. Say ignored her at all, turned around and took out a Pokeball from the drawer. Next, he threw the Pokeball to Zio Sanlang. Zio Sanlang looked at him in confusion. This is a hypnotic taper. You don't think you can enter Superpower Town with just a Rattata, do you? Mr. Say showed a mocking smile. Without waiting for Amado to say anything, he continued, this guy will belong to you from now on, and it can be regarded as a reward for your first mission. At this point, Mr. Say shook his head. I hope it won't go to waste in your hands. I don't know how Instructor VIP let you pass the final assessment. He didn't quite understand why the superiors gave a precious psychic type Pokémon to a group of rookie partners who had just debuted. But there was no way. He was just an ordinary contact person. The only thing he could show off was a magic wall puppet that had been with him for a long time. In this regard, Mr. Say had no autonomy at all. He could only follow orders. Don't worry about this. We have our own advantages. Amado snorted coldly and took the Pokeball with the hypnotic taper from Zio Saburo. It's already trained. You can command directly, but the instructions should not be too complicated. Mr. Say said quite scary words with an indifferent look. And Amado and Zio Saburo were used to it. They are Team Rocket. Isn't this what they should do? Let's go, Zio-san. Let's find the target. Amado waved his hand and walked out with Zio Saburo. I'm sorry. I hope we can meet again next time, Amado. My name is Zio Sanlang, not Zio Sanson. Can you? Zio Sanlang first hurriedly bowed to Mr. Say, then turned around and followed Amado's footsteps, still complaining. Huh. Amado glanced at him. Zio Sanlang immediately shut his mouth. Bang! Zio Sanlang, who was walking with his head down like a little bottom, bumped into Amado. The two stopped at the outskirts of Super Energy Town. Aren't we going in? He asked subconsciously. No hurry. Amado's eyes showed a cunning look. Although it seems that Zio Sanlang is the one who can make the decision to the outside world. In fact, all the mission plans have been formulated by Amado since they formed a team. She is indeed a little irritable, but she is definitely not brainless. For the first official mission, it is better to be steady. Zio Sanlang rarely advised. No, a recruitment mission, and we don't know if it will succeed. How can it show our ability? Amado snorted coldly. I heard that the official mission of the irritable woman was to fight in the field. How could she be worse than that guy? We are not the losers like Musashi and Kosaburo. Only success is what we pursue, Amado said viciously. Kosaburo nodded helplessly. What else could he say? What are you going to do? he asked. Ghost type Pokémon and psychic type Pokémon are born to be incompatible, even if the ghost type Pokémon here are used to it. You say, if at this time, a psychic type Pokémon that grew up in Psychic Town attacks the ghost type Pokémon in the Ghost Forest, what will happen to them? Amado said thoughtfully, shaking the Pokeball of hypnotic taper in his hand. That would be very interesting. Kosaburo raised his eyebrows and met Amado's eyes. Did you bring the materials? Yes, they are all in the backpack. The two of them talked skillfully. Then let's get started. After the final confirmation, Amado gave the order. On the other side, Zay was lost in the Psycho Town. The structure of this place was a little too strange. Lalaloolus on his shoulder raised his little hand to point out the correct route to Zay. Everything in Psycho Town is specially set up for psychic Pokémon. Only elves with psychic powers can come and go freely in Psycho Town. Or ghost type Pokémon can also be used. After all, they can ignore the terrain and pass through walls directly. Soon, they stopped in front of a house full of psychedelic colors. From the outside, this house looks like the starry sky covering the wall. They opened the door without saying a word. Ring ring, a crisp cry sounded. A Pokémon like a wind chime was floating in the house. There were several red patterns on its body. Below is a rectangular ribbon-like structure, and on the head is a suction cup used to hang high. This is Wind Chime, a psychic Pokémon, mainly found living in the Hoenn region. Hello. Latetsuire and Lalaloolus raised their hands and said hello. Psychic Pokémon generally have high IQs, so when visiting, they still have to be polite. Ringwindball swung its body happily and made a beautiful sound. This Pokémon has 7 different sounds that can be used to communicate, and it can be said to be the Pokémon with the most dialects. At the same time, because of the mastery of sound, Pokémon like Windball are best at creating ultrasonic waves to impact the enemy. Although it is small, the average height, after counting the suction cups and streamers, is only 0.6 meters. Its energy attack ability is quite outstanding. In addition, Windball, which has several healing skills in its skill list, is also a very good assistant. It is worth mentioning that the situation of Pokémon like Windball giving birth to offspring is different from that of most Pokémon. When it carries a specific incense, namely cleansing incense, as a mother, it will give birth to a specific Pokémon, namely Bellring. When it carries the same type of incense as a father and combines with Ditto, the Pokémon eggs hatched are also Bellring. When no incense is carried, the eggs of Pokémon such as Windchime will hatch directly into Windchime instead of the juvenile Bellring. Similar Pokémon include the Merelu clan. The juvenile is Lulali, Guoran Weng, Little Guoran Weng, the Poison Rose clan, Mimosa, Tree Treasures, Pen Treasures, Magic Wall Doll, Monini, Jelly Egg clan, Little Fuegg, Snorlax, Little Snorlax, and Giant Winged Flying Fish, Little Ball Flying Fish. Whether they carry a specific type of incense will determine the type of Pokémon eggs they lay. The reason why it is called the juvenile stage is mainly because these young Pokémon need conditions to evolve to the normal state. A large part of them is the intimacy evolution. Therefore, the team of Dr. Yamanashi believes that these conditions are actually a supplement to their abilities. Before evolving to the normal form, the combat effectiveness of young Pokémon is quite limited, comparable to that of non-African Poké. European Emperor Poké is not included in this list because he is still powerful. A guest is here, please come in. Along with the sound of wind chimes, a trembling female voice like a candle in the wind came from the inner room. Excuse me, Zaya replied respectfully and then pushed open the wooden door. An old woman with wrinkles on her face was sitting cross-legged behind a wooden table. Please sit down. The old woman stretched out her thin hands like dead branches to greet Zaya. Zaya hurried to the wooden table and sat down cross-legged in a very unaccustomed way. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. Little Nazi is talking about you. The old woman was shuffling the elf version of the tarot cards with one hand while talking to Zaya. Yes, Grandma Yuan King, I came here this time to let this little guy learn how to exercise superpowers. Zaya patted Lalaloolus, who ran from his shoulder to his thigh. Lalaloolus blinked and looked at the extremely old human woman opposite. Somehow, it felt that the other party was quite dangerous. But its perception told it that the other party was very kind and friendly. The contradictory cognition made Lalulus frown involuntarily. He is a little guy with great potential, Grandma Yuan King said with a hint of meaning. They didn't know what Lalulus felt now. He thought it was just because Grandma Yuan King was very familiar with the superpower elves. After all, according to Nancy, Grandma Yuan King was the most powerful fortune teller in the world. If ordinary fortune tellers might be liars, then fortune tellers recognized by Nancy must be genuine. Don't worry, let's tell you a fortune first. Grandma Yuan King signaled Zay not to speak. She solemnly and sacredly shuffled the 4-color elf tarot cards in her hand. Zay didn't dare to speak. The whole room fell into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Grandma Yuan King placed the cards in her hand with the back facing up on the wooden table. Next, please choose one bouquet of flowers of different colors that you want to get, and one that you want to discard. Grandma Yuan King took out 5 bright and juicy flowers from under the wooden table as if performing magic. Ralts lowered its head in disbelief and looked down. It obviously didn't sense anything. Then let's choose blue and black. Almost without thinking, ZHE chose his answer. Although he didn't know why there were these strange colors, he chose them. Grandma Yuan King looked up at the young man in surprise. What's wrong, Grandma Yuan King? Do you have to think carefully before choosing? ZHE asked, scratching his head. No, the more decisive the better, the more decisive the better, Grandma Yuan King said with a smile. Next, draw 3 cards you want from this pile of cards. She pushed the cards that she had sorted for a long time in front of ZHE. Still decisive, ZHE directly chose the top 3 cards. Grandma Yuan King seemed to be used to his way of doing things and slowly turned over the 3 cards that were selected. Slowpoke, Alakazam and ZHE looked at the familiar figure on the last card and their pupils suddenly shrank. This last card turned out to be Mewtwo. This is incredible. Although Mewtwo is indeed born now, Banmu has hidden it very deeply, except for a few people who know that the current Tokiwa gym leader has an unknown Pokémon wearing armor. Most people don't even know that such a Pokémon exists. Not to mention the original appearance of Mewtwo hidden under the armor. A very strange Pokémon. Grandma Yuan King was lost in thought as she looked at the strange Pokémon. ZHE was stunned. Then his scalp tingled again. Fortunately, after so long, he was more or less prepared for some extraordinary things in the Pokémon world. Isn't this the card you prepared in advance? He asked casually. I prepared the cards, but you choose your own destiny. Grandma Yuan King looked up at him, revealing her only 2 remaining big white teeth. There is a Pokémon I don't know about, so it seems that this divination can't answer you. I'm so sorry to waste your time. While ZHE was stunned, Grandma Yuan King had already put away all the props, not leaving him even a chance to peek. ZHE smiled helplessly. He always felt that he was fooled. But forget it, he didn't come here to know the result of any divination this time. Well, he rubbed his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. This is a training method that is unique to Ralts and Curlia. Take it. This time, Grandma Yuan King was very agile and took out a yellowed notebook from her bosom and threw it to Zaya. Thank you for your patronage. 100,000 alliance coins. She showed her white teeth again. Bang, looking at the closed door, thinking about the 6 alliance coins that disappeared inexplicably from the bank card, and then touching the yellowed notebook. If it weren't for the introduction of this place by Nancy, Zaya would even think that he had met a liar. Ralt stayed on the shoulder of its trainer and breathed a sigh of relief. It looked into the distance suddenly. Jishi, a voice full of coldness and anger, suddenly echoed over the entire town. Then boom, a huge roar followed. What is this? Zaya looked into the distance. There was smoke and dust rolling there, and the buildings were collapsing. Elves attacking the city? Zaya's mind instantly thought of such an event. But that's not right. There are only ghost-type elves in the ghost forest around the superpower town. We can't expect water-type elves to attack. But these ghost-type elves haven't disturbed the normal life of humans for who knows how long, except occasionally running into dreams to play and make people feel listless the next day. It is even more impossible for humans to harass ghost-type elves. Listening to the sound just now, it should be Jenga. This destructive power is too strong. ZHE also felt the energy fluctuations in the distance and took a breath of cold air. Inside the house, Grandma Yuan King flipped the book in her hand calmly with the vibration. Ignorance and wisdom, creation and the unknown, fate is really interesting. Her old words echoed in the small space. As for the commotion outside, Grandma Yuan King didn't seem to care at all. Ha 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 ha, I'm the strongest after all. Outside the superpower town, feeling the movement in the distance, Yamado put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. It's a pity for this hypnotic taper. It looks useless. It will take at least a few years to recover. Saburo smacked his lips and said as he looked at the wounded hypnotic taper lying on the ground. This kind of waste is only worthy of being used for a while. Amado said coldly, didn't Dr. Sabo say he wanted a psychic Pokémon for experiments? It's just right to give this guy to him. Saburo nodded. Neither of them had the idea of treating the hypnotic taper. You're kidding. With the time, energy and financial resources, why don't they get a few better Pokémon? The eyes of the extremely weak hypnotic taper turned grey. Saburo directly took it back into the Pokéball. Next, let's see what our target will do. When there is chaos, it will be the best time for us to approach him. Amado didn't forget the real purpose of their visit after all. It was just a side job, to anger the ghost Pokémon in the ghost forest. And she didn't think a Jenga could cause much trouble. From the test of Mr. Say just now, Amado has already made some estimation of the strength of the residents in Superpower Town. Quick, move. The older people in Superpower Town skillfully directed the old and young women and children. Sister Cheyenne, something is wrong. A burly man walked up to a fat woman with a kind heart and said, Humph, there must be a little mouse coming in. Sister Cheyenne snorted coldly, it's okay, just tell everyone to hide first, it will be over soon. It should be gone in the early morning. Let's talk about it tomorrow and catch up on some sleep. After posting this chapter, I should have a badge for habitual explosion, which is really good, praise myself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Rejection and Manjin. Alakazam, use psychic power. Dream Taper, use hypnosis. Magic Wall Doll, light wall defense. The residents of Superpower Town all commanded their Pokémons to start counter-attacking Jenga. Although Jenga was at an absolute advantage in terms of strength, the difference in numbers caused it to be at a disadvantage in this unequal battle. Offense, support, defense, all aspects of coordination were done perfectly. That is, the psychic Pokémons can do this with their own strength. If it were Pokémons of other attributes, even if they had been running in for a long time, they would not be able to operate as delicately as a machine. Jenga soon showed signs of fatigue. Then, I'll leave it to you, Sonasi. A resident of Superpower Town looked at his Pokémon who had not joined the battle. Sonasi shouted with his mouth wide open. Invisible superpower fluctuations ran back and forth between it and the weak Jenga. It was telepathy. But Sonasi's face was not very good. Because telepathy requires entering the other party's mind. This means that when Gurren Wang and Jenga communicate, they will feel the same. Due to their dietary structure, the minds of wild ghost type Pokémon are full of crazy, dark and even violent thoughts and emotions. For the former, these negative emotions and thoughts are not good things, and they will only make it feel very uncomfortable. But facing an angry wild ghost type Pokémon, this is the only way to communicate. Sooner after a long time, Gurren Wang opened his little eyes tiredly. On the messy open ground, Jenga yelled angrily, and then turned away. A hypnotic taper that grew up in Superpower Town and a man and a woman wearing grey clothes with red human characters printed on them. After listening to Gurren Wang's feedback, its trainer didn't hesitate and directly told the mayor of Superpower Town the results of the communication with Jenga. Is it Team Rocket? Their hands are getting longer and longer. Mrs. Shine next to the mayor frowned and said, this kind of dress, in the two regions of Johto and Kanto, there is no need to think about it at all. But the grey clothes are ordinary official members. Who gave them the courage to come here? The residents were also discussing. No matter what they think, let's repair the damaged houses first and report to the Alliance. The mayor paused his crutches on the ground and said so. After everyone quieted down, everyone said they understood. I'll tell Xiaoyu and let him teach Team Rocket a lesson. On the other side, a middle-aged man suggested, I think it's okay. How the Alliance handles it is the Alliance's business, but if the people in our town don't give some response, I don't know what others will think. Don't think we are easy to bully. That's right. That's right. Any cat or dog dares to come here. Several residents agreed. The old man nodded slightly. Okay, then you tell Xiaoyu, but don't disturb him too much. In recent years, there have been rumors that the Alliance intends to establish an independent 4 Heavenly Kings, and Xiaoyu is working towards this goal. He warned. Don't worry about this, I know which one is more important. The man who proposed it at the beginning smiled happily. TSK, when Xiaoyu becomes one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, won't our psychic town be even more powerful? The friend of the middle-aged man next to him was teasing his 2 younger sons. Noshu Sanshu, you must learn from your big brother. Big brother is the best. Big brother will definitely become the strongest psychic trainer. The 2 little guys also expressed their admiration for their big brother. Everyone was communicating happily, not taking what just happened to heart. On the other side, the duo of Mado and Kajiro who entered the psychic town also saw Tetsuya's figure. Tetsuya turned his head subconsciously to look when he felt someone approaching secretly. 2 familiar figures were exposed to his eyes. Amado and Kajiro. Tetsuya was a little surprised. He still had a lot of impressions of the mortal enemy and loser of the Rocket Team trio in this animation. Besides, Kajiro had revealed some of them when he chatted with him. The 3 of them plus Lelulas were stuck on the road. Amado winked at Kosaburo. Why didn't this guy ask who we are? Kosaburo, I don't know, he doesn't talk. You guys. It was Tetsuya who broke the deadlock. Since you asked sincerely, common sense won't answer, so we are especially kind to answer you. The 2 hurriedly shouted their slogans. I know, Amado and Kosaburo from the Rocket Team, you are very brave to show up here. Tetsuya interrupted them without any hesitation. Kosaburo felt that their team's first mission was really bumpy. They didn't even have a chance to shout out a complete slogan. Are we already so famous? Hahaha. Amado's brain circuit was completely different from his. Tetsuya looked at her strangely. How to say it? She is worthy of being on the same channel as Musashi, and she can still think like this. In a short time, he had guessed the other party's intention. According to this pattern, it was nothing more than Sakaki wanting to recruit him. I don't know if you have it. No. In addition, for Kajiro's sake, I can let you go. Leave quickly and I won't take you to see Miss Junsha. Zaya interrupted Kosaburo's words again very rudely. At least that's what Kosaburo thought. We are here to invite you to join Team Rocket. But he still forced himself to finish his words. We can't let him declare this mission a failure without saying a complete sentence. Zaya looked at him and tilted his head. Amado was furious all of a sudden. You bastard, you are just a yellow-haired boy, but you are so arrogant, she said viciously. Just when Zaya thought that the other party was going to fight him without knowing what was good for him, Amado grabbed Kosaburo's collar and turned away. Interesting. Zaya sighed, touching his chin. This guy was a little too decisive. Are we just leaving like this? Kosaburo asked his partner weakly. Didn't he refuse? Why are you still asking? Amado said casually. No, this is our first official mission. It would be very unpleasant to say that we failed. Kosaburo was a little anxious. Yamato curled her lips in disdain. What are you afraid of? It's not just us who will fail in our first official mission. Seeing that Kosaburo still didn't understand, she sighed, but still explained. Didn't you hear that the guy is related to Kajiro? So, Kosaburo was a little confused. So, let's take a step back. If we continue to persuade them, the other party will either send us to see Junsha or choose to join. If they join, do you think Musashi and Kajiro, those 2 bastards, will be helped by the other party and be favored by the higher-ups? We don't need to help them, just for the success of mission. Yamato's eyes flashed with a different light. How could that red-haired irritable girl be ranked first in the assessment with her? She wanted to suppress the other party so that they would never succeed. Secondly, the fact that this mission was given to us means that the people above don't know that Kojiro is related to the target, which is a taboo for the organization. We can report to the higher-ups that he didn't join because he knew Kojiro. Kojiro suddenly understood. With that said, it seems that turning around and leaving is indeed the best option. Finally, who said that our mission was a complete failure? Yamato looked at the people who were building the building destroyed by Jenga in the distance, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Should I follow them and see? Looking at the figures of the two disappearing from his sight, ZHE was also somewhat tempted. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. There was no need. According to Kojiro, he and Kojiro had just graduated from the Rocket Academy. Both of their teams were the lowest level official members of the Rocket team. In this case, it would be useless to arrest them and send them to see Miss Junsha, because they don't have any criminal records to deal with. At most, they will be locked up for 2 or 3 days and then released. He didn't think he could get any secret information about the Rocket team from these two people. At this moment, Tetsuya had never thought that the riot in Superpower Town just now was caused by Amado and Kozaburo. It can only be said that these two guys are really talented in being bad guys. As for whether revealing his relationship with Kojiro would bring any trouble to the other party, then Tetsuya said that you underestimated the power of the Sasaki family. He didn't believe that the Sasaki family knew nothing about their eldest son joining the Rocket team. Otherwise, why did Sakaki specially assign Musashi and Miyawath as partners for Kojiro? Although Musashi has some useless teammates, she changed more than 10 partners during the training period. Her ability is definitely one of the best. Abandoning the partner is also because the other party is too dragging. Musashi is proficient in medical, broadcasting, cooking and even ninjutsu skills. In the future, on the road to following Zaozi, she will also become a good coordination trainer and performance trainer. Even in the league, such talents cannot be said to be everywhere, let alone the Rocket team. And Miyawath is even more powerful. As the only Pokémon in the world that can speak human language, its intelligence is obviously beyond the general limit. Add to that all the weird inventions, and Tetsuya feels that Miyawath might be more suitable to be the protagonist than Ash. He was beaten for stealing. He went to Hollywood to pursue his dream. He was rejected by the Miyawath he liked and developed himself towards human behavior patterns. Then he was rejected again. He joined Team Rocket and became the strongest. Isn't this a perfect template for a novel protagonist? Rather than worrying about whether Kojiro will be reported by Yamato and Kozaburo, he should worry about himself. Sakaki finally noticed him. Tetsuya was a little helpless. Pulalulus, who was holding the yellowed book and reading it, comforted his trainer. It could feel Tetsuya's inner depression. It's okay, we can deal with it as it comes, and it seems that he doesn't care much about me. Tetsuya patted the sensible Lalulus on the head. If Sakaki really wanted him to join Team Rocket, the people who came might not be Yamato and Kozaburo. Turning the page of the book that was suspended in the air by telekinesis again, Lalulus nodded his head seriously. I don't know if it understood what Tetsuya said. Let's go, we got the training method, and we have to reach the next city before night. Tetsuya took Lalulus out of the superpower town from another exit. In the distant Tokiwa gym, a familiar dark room. Really? Is that so? I see. Listening to the report from the secretary manner, Sakaki nodded slowly. How is the research on anger going? He asked. Everything is going well. The progress has been completed by about 50%, and the adverse side effects are also decreasing. Mana, who was dressed in the regular Rocket team uniform today, responded. Our Dragon King seems to have a keen sense of smell recently. Let's have someone lead him away. Then let Apollo go. He's better at this. The two of them asked and answered each other very quickly. Oh, by the way, let the group called Zio Sanchi or something go to help Dangbo. As Mana left, Sakaki suddenly explained. Yes. A trace of surprise flashed in Mana's eyes, and then he responded. From an ordinary official member to a team member who directly serves the professor, this is a big promotion. Although he didn't know the meaning of Sakaki's doing this, Manaji still carried out it resolutely. After all, that was the boss Sakaki. In the darkness, Sakaki looked at the photo on the table not far away. It was a photo of two women. So, are you still alive? Prosperous and shining with golden light, this is Manjin. Under the setting sun, Tetsuya stood on the mountains, looking at the huge city on the seaside below, and took a deep breath of fresh air. This is the dazzling pearl with Kanto Golden City. It is the largest city in the Johto region and the economic and technological center of the Johto region. In addition, there are Manjin Radio, Manjin Department Store, Manjin Game City and Manjin Gym, etc. that attract the attention of trainers. In other cities, buildings with dozens of floors may be enough to become landmarks. But in Manjin City, such buildings can be seen everywhere. Even the Pokémon Center here is more conspicuous than other places because it occupies a really large area and is really high. To the west of the city, a deep water port is constantly operating. Passenger ships and cargo ships come and go in an orderly manner, just like the people in this city. Before entering, ZHE felt a long-lost sense of oppression and tension. This is something that the world cannot bring him. However, he said he liked it very much. I smell the smell of money. Rest for a day and continue to work hard tomorrow. Chapter 366 Acquaintance. Luxurious skyscrapers stand in the city. Winding staircases and corridors span between the sky and the earth. Although the moon has replaced the sun and is hanging high in the sky, the lights in Manjin City are still bright. Although the Johto region does not like to use technology, in Manjin City, even the smallest entrance and exit will have a special machine for identity recognition. After all, this is the most important core city of Johto, and no matter how strict the defense is, it is not excessive. After taking out the illustration to verify his identity and harvesting a wave of attention, ZHE, who was looking for a place to run to the end, finally entered Manjin City. The first step is naturally to go to the Pokémon Center to find a place to stay. I'm sorry, the rooms here are full, and there are no more reserved for you, Miss Joy said to ZHE with an apology. Somewhat helpless. He has been traveling for almost a year and a half, and this is the first time he has encountered a full Pokémon Center. And it's not just full. It's not bragging, but his identity priority in the Pokémon Center is still very high. There was not even a room left for him, so you can imagine how many people stayed in Manjin City. What about other Pokémon Centers? ZHE asked without giving up. Because Manjin City is so big, there are several Pokémon Centers in various locations besides the city headquarters in the east. Well, other places seem to be full. Do you need help finding a hotel? Miss Joy operated on the computer and told ZHE a bad news. No, thank you. ZHE sighed slightly. It seems that he can only spend more money to enjoy it. This is not what he meant. But there is no way, right? ZHE, who could not hide his joy, ordered a doodly and took it to a luxurious Pokémon hotel. Thank you for your patronage. The total is 40W Alliance coins. About RMB 2W. The hotel staff at the front desk calculated and gave a quote. Swipe the card. ZHE also took out his Alliance bank card generously. He is rich and willful. Of course, it is mainly because he will not stay for long. Only a week. If he stays for a long time, he will still feel distressed. The Pokémon Center is half free, and even if he didn't stay long, ZHE didn't choose the most high-end room. The price was simply a rip-off in his opinion. What else could he do with that money? Okay, here's your room card. The elevator is at the right turn. The staff member looked calm. His salary was definitely not high compared to the trainers who frequented this hotel, but he had seen too many people. It's just a room for a week. The top-end suites on the top floor have been booked since the opening. What's the big deal? At most, ZHE's age surprised him. After all, looking at the identity information, this is a young man with no background. Trainers really make money. Looking at the other person's back, he couldn't help but sigh. It's too dangerous in the wild. It's better to work in the city. Besides, isn't your little Dalby also very cute? Find time to pet it for me. Its back is really comfortable. Another middle-aged uncle who worked with him said with a smile. Last time, Dalubi said that you hurt him. Next time I see you, I will bite you. After work, the two of them also started their daily bickering mode. Taking the elevator all the way to the 25th floor, Zay quickly arrived at his room. When he opened the door, he instantly understood what it meant to get what you pay for. Although the layout is not much different from the single room in the Pokémon Center, this room is more than one level ahead in terms of area and the grade of the internal furniture. There are even private rooms reserved for Pokémons with different attributes. No wonder they asked what attributes of Pokémons you carried when filling in your personal information at the beginning. Zay looked like he had never seen the world. Except for the VIP room of the Saint and us last time. This was the first time he really paid to stay in such a good place. Guys, come out for dinner. He casually dunked 7 luxury balls and threw them out. Without Zay saying anything, they all consciously found their own little world immediately. Pidgeot's forest room, Flamel's greenhouse room, and Porge's rock room. Zay followed them one by one, and was surprised to find that these rooms also used space technology. It was much larger than he imagined. Sure enough, good things make you feel that you have spent money and got a bargain. Looking at the elves' happy faces, he suddenly felt that he had wronged his friends before. It seems that finding a back garden has to be put on the agenda. After spending more than an hour to solve the dinner problem for each elf, they cheered up and took them to the training ground provided by the hotel. Although tired, the daily training tasks cannot be reduced. The training ground was a little quiet, with only occasional vibrations. As usual, the training ground of this high-end hotel that Zay specially found also used space technology. While ensuring the privacy of trainers and elves, it also allows them to give full play to their abilities. The only problem is that the training ground is not free, but trainers who can come to this hotel will not care about the extra training fees. Zay, who had just received the room number from the staff, was about to go in. A young and strong man with a shaved head and a small tuft of bangs walked straight out of the room and walked towards him. "Hey, Mr. Chisato, are you going home so early today?" Behind him, the hotel staff's greetings also helped Tetsuya further confirm the other party's identity. Chisato, the future leader of the Orange Gym and the Hone region, a man who was born for Pokémon. The Pokémon attribute he is good at is average. His daughter is Haruka and his son is Kaken. Because Chisato left a deep impression on people, and his children will travel with Zyossi in the future, Tetsuya's memory of him suddenly appeared in his mind. The strength of this gym leader is also exaggerated. When Zyossi travels to Hone in the future, Chisato, who was the leader of the Orange Gym at the time, has been praised as a trainer who is scheduled to be the next 4 Heavenly Kings. I just don't know how strong he is now. And compared to this question, Tetsuya is more curious about why Chisato appeared in Manjin City. This is actually because he doesn't know Chisato's family very well. In fact, Chisato and his family were originally residents of the Johto region, but later Chisato was invited to the Hone region to be a gym leader. Considering that it is convenient to perform duties, Chisato and his family moved to Hone. There is no way. If I don't go back, Mitsuko will let Kurumi expose my crimes. Chisato chatted with the staff with a smile. It seems that this is not his first time to come here to train. Oh, then I suddenly don't want you to go back. This way, I can listen to interesting things on the broadcast tomorrow morning. The staff joked. It was Chisato. If it were other trainers, he would never dare to speak in this tone. But after nearly a month of getting along, he found that Chisato was kinder than most trainers. Although he said this, the confirmation action in his hand never slowed down. Chisato leaned against the counter a little lazily. "Oh, by the way, do you know the trainer who just walked over?" he suddenly asked. "That guest? He just came today. I don't know him." The staff answered without raising his head. "Strange." Chisato muttered to himself. What's wrong?" The staff didn't quite hear what Kyanli said. "It's okay, hurry up, I have to go home to take care of the kids," Kyanli said with a smile. Okay, the money has been deducted, and I'll give you a 10% discount as usual." The staff quickly threw a receipt to him. "Really, you have to print out a receipt every time to show your wife at home? What do you know as a bachelor? If you have the ability, go find someone." Kyanli ran out of the training ground without looking back, not paying attention to the laughter and scolding from the staff behind him. "That young man, do you know me?" he thought in a strange way. Just now, Tetsuya's eyes were focused on him for more than 3 seconds. The sharp Kyanli noticed the other party's concealed surprise. Kyanli's reputation at this time was not as great as it would be in the future. Apart from Asagi, this powerful trainer who devoted himself to Pokémon may only be known by a very small number of people. His trainer level has been stuck at Quaseeking for a long time. Then again, I seem to have seen him somewhere, Kylie recalled with a frown. He still hadn't thought about it until he got home and opened the door. Dad, a small figure shouted and rushed towards him. Hey, Xiaosheng, you are in a good mood today. Kylie quickly put down what he was thinking and caught his son. Yes, because Dad came back very early today. Children's words are always so direct. Xiaosheng, who was only 5 years old, sighed without any thought. Where is your sister? Kylie asked. Sister is doing homework. Xiaosheng, who was carried on his shoulders, seemed even happier. Kylie nodded with satisfaction. His own daughter is really reassuring. Oh, yes, Dad, I watched the competition of the last Quartz conference today, and I found a super powerful big brother. The young Xiaosheng was eager to share his discovery with his father. Oh, really? Kylie took him to sit down with interest. In addition to the cultivation and training of elves, he didn't pay much attention to other things. Instead, a lot of information was told to him by his youngest son. Although Xiaosheng is still very young, his intelligence has already been revealed to some extent. When other children of this age are still fishing, Xiaosheng has already started to learn about Pokémon knowledge. Xiaozi and Xiaomeo playing by the river. Xiaosheng can't wait to control the remote control to call up the battle video. Looking at the trainer appearing on the TV, Kyanla's eyes narrowed subconsciously. Look. Xiaosheng pulled his father's sleeve. This big brother named Shinigami Shizuka is so amazing. Isn't he the champion of this Quartz conference? Of course, he is far behind you, Dad, he added. That's right. Kyanli straightened his chest. Your dad was the champion of the conference a long time ago. Xiaosheng's eyes showed admiration. Kyanli felt great. What's the name of the other trainer? He asked casually. It seems to be Tetsuya Tamaki. Xiaosheng said uncertainly. Hey, since we lost anyway, what's there to know? If I go up, I will definitely be better than him. He was a little disapproving. Kyanli patted his son's head with a serious expression. You can't say that. He is very strong. Yes, Xiaosheng dragged out a long tone and was a little impatient. Kyanli frowned. It seems that his son is a little too theoretical. It seems that he should be more careful in his education in the future. He thought silently. However, Kyanli didn't think about that he seemed to have never educated Xiaosheng. It was his wife Mitsuko who was responsible for it. If he really taught Xiaosheng, Mitsuko would probably write a lot of stories about it. Look, isn't the cannon of this giant rock monster faster than that of ordinary elves? Judging from the speed data, at normal speed, the two elves are likely to have an energy collision at this point. Kyanli tirelessly analyzed the battle situation in the video for his son. If this were to be spread out, I don't know how many people would envy Xiaosheng. But they can only regret that they don't have such a strong father. Xiaosheng looked at Kyanli with admiration. His father was indeed the best. He could tell that compared with his father's explanation. The explanation provided by the league in the video was simply funny. Many places were not what the commentator said. He just relied on knowing more than others. Okay, you two are almost done. It's time to eat. Mitsuko, who was cooking in an apron, knocked on the rice bowl in her hand. Hey, Mitsuko, are you cooking at home today? Kyanli, who was a little confused, asked a fatal question. Xiaosheng unconsciously moved several steps to the side. What? The sound of sobbing sounded. Kyanli, who was a beat slower, said that something was wrong. Am I no longer worthy of your attention? You didn't even see that I was at home. Is our trust in each other so fragile? Mitsuko looked at Kyanli with tears in her eyes, as if she would burst into tears in the next moment. No, didn't I think you went shopping with Xiaokian and Walnut today? Kyanli explained in a panic. You care so much about Xiaokian and Kurumi, as expected. Mitsuko cried. Xiaosheng and Xiaoyao sat at the dinner table expressionlessly, watching their parents show their love. Question: what is life like with a dramatic mother? Anyway, Xiaosheng said that he was a little full. On the other side, I don't know if Kyanli knows about his heir, but he is still working hard to train his friends. It seems that the secret book is really useful. He looked at the test data and said to Lalu Lassie. Lalu Lassie raised his little hand excitedly. It can feel that it has made good progress in a short period of time. As usual, don't wait, write more. Chapter 367 The Close Demanjinjim. They breathed a sigh of relief. Although that Grandma Yuan King was very unreliable, at least the quality of the things was solid enough. At this rate, Ralp's psychic ability will soon meet the requirements of evolving Cerulean. In short, not only the level is up to standard, but other aspects such as fine operation also meet Zay's imagination. It can only be said that the strong mental power makes the psychic Pokémon far more powerful than other Pokémon, but also brings a lot of burden to their bodies. Cassie in his childhood is the best example. In order to reduce this burden, in addition to physical exercise, the only way is to constantly hone your ability to control mental power. The former is not very realistic for psychic Pokémon who are generally not good at close combat, so the actual method can only be the latter. Even so, the burden cannot be completely eliminated. I'll find time to thank Nancy, Zay thought as he looked at Ralph who was working hard. If it weren't for Nancy's help, he would not have been able to get this psychic training method from Grandma Yuan King. This is not something he can do with zero. After all, he doesn't have such a thing as mental power, and he doesn't know how to meditate. But soon, ZHE put the matter behind him. He wouldn't be able to see Nancy for a short time anyway, so he would talk about it later. He began to urge each Pokémon to complete their daily exercises. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that ZHE and the Pokémon dragged their tired bodies back to the room. And that's not over yet. Although he was exhausted, as a trainer, he still had to give the Pokémon a massage after the training. Otherwise, if they felt unwell due to training, they wouldn't even have time to cry. When everything was done, ZHE, who was lying on the bed, had no strength to struggle. He soon fell asleep. Under the dazzling sunlight, ZHE opened his eyes in a daze. It's so bright. He sighed subconsciously. It turned out that he went to bed too suddenly last night and forgot to close the curtains. He rubbed his face. Since he was awake, ZHE didn't want to take another nap. Walking to the windowsill, looking at the busy Manjin City, he stretched leisurely. What is the fast pace of life in Manjin City? Isn't this okay? As usual, he went to the bathroom to take a shower and wash his face and brush his teeth. 15 minutes later, Zay had changed into a clean set of clothes. Lalalula sat on the sofa and greeted him. Good morning, Zay said with a piece of bread and a glass of milk. Work and rest, don't over-exercise your superpowers, he warned. This little guy is trying too hard. The superpower fluctuations left on it are undoubtedly telling other elves one thing: come, roll up together. The Pidgeot lying on the ground wanted to die. Why are these new little guys more capable than each other? ZHE patted its bird head in annoyance. He is still very tolerant of Pidgeot. After all, it has been with him the longest. But look at this fat. Zay can't bear to look at it. I know you've been breaking through the king's level recently, but you don't have to indulge yourself like that. Pidgeot understood the meaning of Tetsua's eyes. It turned its head away with a guilty conscience. Can it be blamed for this? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the trainer's food for being so delicious. It has only had 3 extra meals outside during this period. In the next week, your training volume will increase by 1/3, I said. Tetsua took a sip of milk and looked at Pidgeot fiercely. Pidgeot raised his head with disdain. Is this bird afraid? It's just one more third. Question mark? It found something wrong. Beep, wasn't it 1/10 before? Pidgeot asked hurriedly. Well, it's a special period, you have to work harder. Tetsuya smiled kindly. Dragonite, don't break the plug. Without waiting for Pidgeot to continue, he shouted without turning his head. Dragonite quickly put the plug in his palm behind his back. Monarch Snake, don't make so many flowers grow in my room. Flame Chicken, those flowers are inedible. Togekiss, don't blow the wind randomly. Achu, in short, this morning can only be described as a chaotic one. After finishing breakfast and the messy room, he walked out of the hotel. Through the ladder connecting the entire Manjin City, they soon arrived at the location of Manjinjim. This is a red dome building, which looks like an enlarged version of a tent. The 3 oversized letters gym are posted in the middle, which clearly explain the responsibilities of the gym. Due to the special status of Manjin City, Manjin Gym adopts the rare on-site registration method for challenges. This may also be related to the work of Manjin Gym Master Zio Kyan. His main job is an artist, his part-time job is a rancher, and his hobby is a gym master. With these 3 points, it is probably difficult to find another similar person. Another very important reason is that the personnel composition of Manjin Gym is similar to that of Rainbow Gym and Asaji Gym. The apprentices of the latter 2 are basically women like Yamato Nadeshiko, while the apprentices of the former are all cute girls. If the reservation is registered online, both male and female trainers will squeeze the Goldfinger Gym. But Tetsuya looked at the closed gym door in front of him. There was a sign hanging on it. On the sign were a few big words, closed. There was also a very cute facial expression below. What's going on? Goldfinger Gym, Tokiwa Gym and Gyun Gym are learning from each other. Tetsuya was a little depressed. It was true that he didn't want to leave Goldfinger City for a while, but at the same time, he didn't know how long Zio Kyan would be on vacation for a while. Even if the Johto Alliance and the Kanto Alliance had different regulations on closing the gym, Zio Kyan probably wouldn't even bother to take a look at the punishment. It seemed that, if it really didn't work out, he could only challenge another gym. Hey, I'll be there right away. Zio Teozi, don't rush me, we are leaving now, speak of the devil. Just as Tetsuya wanted to leave, a beautiful girl with red hair, wearing a red and white top and shorts came out of the Goldfinger Gym while talking on the phone. This is Zio Kyan. As one of the famous artists in the elf world, ZHE still knows her. Let's not talk about it. It seems that there is a challenger. I have to explain to him. After Zio Kyan saw ZHE, she quickly found an excuse to hang up the phone. I'm sorry, I have something to do at Manjin Radio today. I will open normally tomorrow, she said with a smile. It's okay, I'll come again tomorrow. ZHE replied quickly. Zio Kyan's temper was somewhat good beyond his expectations. Oh, you are. Good night. Chapter 368, Gold Radio. Looking at Akane, who was pointing at him and wanted to say something, but was extremely confused, Tetsuya blinked. Hello, Gym Leader Akane, I'm Tetsuya Tamaki from Kanto Tokiwa. He introduced himself with empathy. Oh, yes, you're the Tetsuya Tamaki. Akane hit her head with a sudden realization. Ouch, it hurts. Although they had only met for less than 5 minutes, Tetsuya could already tell that this gym leader Akane was probably a natural idiot with no brains. Do you want to go to the Manjin radio station with us? Just as Tetsuya was sighing, Akane suddenly invited him. Tetsuya's head was full of question marks. No, this seemed to be the first time they met. Why was it so natural? And at this time, as a gym leader, shouldn't he consider the challenge first? Why did she say a sentence and then never thought about it at all? He had so many complaints in his heart that he wanted to complain. But thinking about the rumors about Akane, it seemed understandable. This confused gym leader often makes some strange mistakes. For example, when introducing herself, she once said that she was a cheerful and talkative gym leader of the Goldman Gym. She produces 20 liters of milk every day, and the milk produced is very rich and delicious. Weird, right? Because the subject of her big milk tank is missing in the second half of the sentence. Although it was quickly forcibly modified back by the official league, it has also become a joke. I won't go. It seems a bit disturbing. ZHE replied while thinking. Why would he go to the Goldman radio station if he has nothing to do? It's better to take this opportunity to go to the Goldman department store to buy what he needs. Oh, is that so? Zio Kyan looked a little depressed. For some reason, ZHE suddenly felt guilty. I have to go to the Goldman department store to buy some things. I'm really sorry, Gym Leader Zio Kyan. He explained why he didn't go. Aha. Zio Kyan, who had just looked listless, immediately recovered. How about this? You and I go to Radio Mandarin, and I'll take you to the Golden department store to shop in the afternoon. We are the VIP of Golden department store, and you can get discounts when you buy things. And she smiled slyly. After whetting ZH's appetite, Zio-kan said slowly, and after shopping, we can also have a gym battle just for you. I have long wanted to see the world famous Radio Mandarin in Golden City. ZHE changed his mind without saying a word. He just felt that he seemed to have been fooled by Zio-kan. Zio-kan nodded with satisfaction. Then just follow me. I'm the living map of Golden City. She pointed to the distance with one hand, looking very imposing. Less than 200 meters. After walking out of the Golden Gym, ZHE felt something was wrong. If you want to go to Radio Mandarin, shouldn't you go here? He pointed to a passage next to it. Zio-kan put her hands on her hips and said proudly, of course, most people would do this, but we took a shortcut. ZHE was a little unconvinced. He had memorized the map of the entire Manjin city in his mind. According to Zio-kan's way of walking, not only could they not take a shortcut, but they would be farther and farther away from the radio station. Don't worry, I go to the radio station to find Walnut almost every day. How could I make a mistake? But Zio-kan's confident look made ZHE a little unconfident. Could it be that this shortcut is really known only to the residents of Manjin City? 15 minutes later, ZHE patted his forehead speechlessly. Sure enough, he shouldn't have any expectations for a natural fool, especially seeing that this natural fool seemed to have a bit of a directionally challenged attribute. Then he looked up at the towering building in front of him. People were coming and going at the gate, and the name of Manjin department store was also marked on it. Otherwise, he would just go in first. Trust me again, this time it must be right. But looking at Zio-kan with tears in her eyes, ZHE could only continue his promise. Another half an hour passed. Forget it, just follow me. Looking at the road, that was getting more and more remote, Zay sighed helplessly. It was because Manjin City was Zio-kan's hometown and base camp, otherwise he would have doubted how she grew up. Would she really not be abducted? Zio-kan smiled awkwardly. She was too embarrassed to let Zay trust her again. The main reason was that Hu Tao had just called her several times to urge her. If she led the way herself, she would miss the showtime. She would have chosen to travel by Duduli, but when she met Zay, she thought of using her local advantage. She never expected that. Zio-kan's ears gradually turned red. After changing someone to lead the way, the progress of the two people was obviously much faster. An hour after meeting Zio-kan at the gate of Manjin Gym, Zay and the other party finally arrived at Manjin radio station, which was only a few streets away from the gym. When he saw it, he subconsciously raised his eyebrows. What appeared in front of him was not a modern building, but a huge and ancient wooden tower. This wooden tower exudes a decaying smell, which is out of tune with the surrounding environment. If it weren't for the equipment similar to a satellite dish on it, ZHE would even think that this is a temple. Zio-kan, who was standing next to him, had long been used to it. She stuck out her tongue with relief. Walnut wouldn't tell her today. Master Zio-kan, this is. Seeing the gym master of his own city walking with a stranger, the guard at the door asked very diligently. This is one of the guests of Walnut's show today. I invited him. Zio-kan said casually. Then please come in. The guard immediately opened the door after hearing it. ZHE didn't want to complain anymore. Besides, when did he become a guest? How come he didn't know? Zio-kan pushed him from behind. Let's go. Although he didn't understand it, since he was here, ZHE could only obey the other party's arrangements. The gym master can't sell himself out. There are 5 floors here. The first floor is the front desk, the second floor is the sales department, the third floor is the general affairs department, the fourth floor is the production room, and the fifth floor is the director's office. As for the studio and broadcasting room, they are distributed on every floor of the radio station. Dozens of programs of Manjin Radio are produced here. Today we will take you to the first broadcasting room on the 4th floor, which is a special show for Walnut. Coming to a place she is familiar with, Zio-kan finally has a little momentum. At least there is nothing wrong with the content of her explanation. And every employee who passed by greeted her enthusiastically. It can be seen that Zio-kan is quite popular. After all, she is a beautiful girl. The ground under his feet shook slightly. ZHE was also stunned. It's okay, it's an old problem, you'll get used to it. In the elevator, Zio-kan patted ZHE's shoulder generously. Isn't it just a little bit dilapidated? It's not a big problem, ZHE suddenly realized. But it is a landmark building after all. Doesn't it need to be repaired? There's nothing we can do. We just don't have the time. But we've already talked to the city government about it. A new radio station will start construction soon. When it's finished, we can move in. Zio-kan still felt a little reluctant. The Manjin Tower actually holds a lot of her childhood memories. When the new radio station is completed, this place will have to be abandoned. If she hadn't tried her best to keep it, it would have been demolished into ruins the day after the move instead of simply being abandoned. Feeling Zio-kan's sudden depression, ZHE nodded silently. There's nothing that can be done about it. Buildings also have their service life. The long history of Manjin radio station can even be traced back to 150 years ago. It's not easy for the wooden structure to last so long. After some explanation, neither of them took this small shock to heart. What everyone, including them, didn't know was that the moment ZHE stepped into Manjin radio station, a feather that occasionally flashed rainbow light in a wooden mezzanine on the roof of Manjin radio station trembled slightly. Don't wait, I downloaded a new game today and had a lot of fun. Writing. Chapter 369 Professor Oak's Pokémon Lecture. The two soon came to the first broadcasting room on the 4th floor. At this time, on the workbench, a red-haired intellectual woman wearing glasses and a green sweater had already started working. This is Walnut, the A-star host of the Manjin radio. Even in the Kanto region, her name is well known. Of course, this is largely due to Professor Oak. Because Professor Oak's Pokémon lectures are hosted by Walnut, every morning from 8 o'clock to 8:30, Professor Oak, who is far away in Kanto, will remotely connect with Walnut to start a more detailed popular science on Pokémon. At first, Professor Oak wanted to decline the invitation to host the radio program, but Walnut's enthusiasm made him decide to start this program. And this program has naturally become the most listened to program on Manjin radio every day. Therefore, it is a very natural thing for the young Walnut to become the host of the first studio of the 4th floor radio. Seeing Zio-kan appear outside the broadcasting room, Walnut smiled and communicated with Professor Oak in the voice, while glaring at Zio-kan fiercely. If he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, ZHE would not believe that someone could make two completely different expressions. Zio-kan touched her head and smiled shyly, clasping her hands together, as if begging for mercy. In the completely soundproof broadcasting room, Hu Tao said something into the microphone, then took off her headphones and rushed out angrily. Zio-kan. Her tone seemed to be a bit like wanting to eat someone. You are 40 minutes late. It is only 10 minutes away from your Manjin gym. And you told me an hour ago that you were leaving. Hu Tao was convinced. Why does this friend of hers always come up with something? Today, she finally got Professor Oak to extend the original half-hour program to 1 hour. The elf doctor, especially the regional doctor, is quite busy. There are not many such opportunities in a year. She had thought that the communication between the gym leader and the elf doctor would definitely spark sparks, and the content would definitely be richer. More importantly, the ratings of the program would definitely be off the charts. After all, Zio-kan is still a well-known artist. For this reason, she promised Zio-kan a series of unequal treaties. Who would have thought that this guy would actually stand her up? The show will end in 20 minutes. What can we do with this little time? Well, there was a little accident. Zio-kan also knew that she did something wrong, and she replied weakly. Little accident? Walnut fiercely emphasized the pronunciation of the word small. Zio-kan looked around with an erratic look. Tetsuya suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Zio-kan pointed at him and shouted, "It's him, he is the accident." Walnut focused her eyes on this handsome young man. "Hello, you are trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, nice to meet you." Her tone became very gentle and polite. As a radio host, it is her job to know famous trainers and the like, and it is also a necessary reserve. Although Tetsuya is not very famous in Johto at the moment, it is enough for Walnut to pay attention to him. Little Walnut, shut up. Zio-kan was about to argue, but Walnut directly silenced her. "I'm sorry, Zio-kan was a little willful and caused you trouble," she said. Combined with what Akane said on the phone just now, the smart Kurumi could imagine how she treated Tetsuya. It's okay. Akane is a very special gym leader. Tetsuya quickly replied. He was indeed a little dissatisfied with Akane's behavior just now. No matter who is blamed, he will not be happy. He is not a fan of Akane. But since Kurumi said so, he couldn't say much. It seems that the other party knows his friend's character very well. But since you are here, I wonder if you are interested in participating in today's program. Kurumi made an invitation with a smile. It must be said that Akane's idea is still correct. That is, Tetsuya can indeed be a guest of today's program. In this short period of time, Kurumi has completely conceived the tone of the program hosted by Akane, Tetsuya and Professor Oak, a famous gym leader, a rising civilian trainer, and a well-known Pokémon doctor. The three together are simply a blessing for the listening rate. Of course. Tetsuya thought about it and quickly agreed. Fame is also very important to him. For example, in the cooperation with Kakayo and Inoki, fame can play a big role. Participating in Kurumi's program is beneficial to him. In addition, Tetsuya also has a bit of bad taste in it. I wonder what Professor Oak's reaction will be when he suddenly hears his voice. It must be very interesting. That's great. Kurumi couldn't hide her excitement. Please come in. She made a gesture of invitation. The two of them sat down quickly. Zyukian also tiptoed behind and sat in her seat. Okay, after a short music, we will start to learn new Pokémon knowledge. But this time, Kurumi brought two new friends to the audience. Please introduce yourself. Kurumi, who returned to work, was completely different from when she faced Zyukian just now. Strong work ability is also an important reason for her promotion. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm the owner of the Manjin Gym, the most invincible and lovely Zyukian. I'm very happy to meet you again. Zyukian introduced herself first in a familiar way. Outside the window, the assistant's constantly upward gestures told Kurumi that just this one sentence alone had increased the program's audience rating. As expected of Akane, Kurumi sighed. Her friend was really charismatic. If it weren't for some personality issues, this guy would be impeccable. She didn't know that some fans liked Akane's personality, and if it was a different one, they might not like it. Hello everyone, I'm Tetsuya Tamaki from Kanto Tokiwa. Tetsuya was a little reluctant to let go for the first time, but his youthful voice immediately built an image of a sunny young man in the minds of the listeners. Tetsuya boy. Dr. Oak, who had just finished his tea, came to the computer leisurely, but heard the name and voice of a familiar person. He asked in surprise, when did you arrive in Manjin City? I just arrived yesterday. Good morning, Dr. Oak. Tetsuya smiled and greeted. This is the novelty he wants. Some viewers may not know much about trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, but he is a civilian genius in the Kanto region. He won the top 16 of the unlimited competition of the Quartz Conference during his first year of travel last year, and was defeated by last year's champion. Many powerful trainers and even the 4 Heavenly Kings have praised him. Walnut temporarily constructed a more specific image of Tetsuya, based on her memory, and it seems that our Professor Oak seems to be very familiar with Tetsuya. She turned the topic to the protagonist of today without making a sound. In Professor Oak's Pokémon lecture, the protagonist is of course Professor Oak, and the others are only supporting roles, no matter how famous they are. Of course, Tetsuya has also achieved quite outstanding results in learning, and even researching Pokémon knowledge. Professor Oak would naturally not be stingy in praising Tetsuya. What's more, what he said was true. Oh, what kind of Pokémon knowledge is it? Although Walnut knew, she still pretended to be very curious and asked. It's about the new evolution of EV. We all know that the original EV can only evolve into 3 types of attributes: water, fire, and electricity. However, under Tetsuya's research, we discovered that there are also grass-type leaf Pokémon and ice-type ice Pokémon. These 2 Pokémon are good at. Professor Oak spoke eloquently about popular science. He spoke about the originally boring knowledge with relish. The other 3 people occasionally interjected to express their own opinions and insights, and the whole program was not awkward at all. As a trainer, I wonder if Tetsuya has captured any new Pokémon recently. Would you like to tell us about it? After one topic was over, Walnut brought up the second one. Of course. Tetsuya nodded. He gradually became more proficient. Getting new Pokémon as partners is one of the meanings of a trainer's journey. I also captured a psychic type Ralts recently. Wow, this is a very rare Pokémon. Walnut exclaimed in admiration. It's not that I envy him, because she originally had a psychic hypnotic taper as a partner. But later, due to work reasons, she exchanged with a fan, and her partner became Meowth. Lalulus, that's really not easy. Professor Oak sighed. Really? Walnut asked curiously. Yes, as we all know, the spiritual power of psychic elves is extremely sharp, so they can sense the emotions of our human beings. When we meet psychic elves, we must pay attention to communicate with them with our sincere hearts, so that we have a chance to make them our partners. It's a familiar routine again, but such a simple routine is quite fascinating under the guidance of Walnut and the vivid explanation of Professor Oak. ZHE also remembered that he had been listening to this thing when he was a child. That is to say, Tokiwa is relatively close to the city, so it can receive the signal. The staff of Manjin radio station was so happy to see the rising real-time listening rate. He felt that his year-end bonus this year would definitely be much higher. Looking at the messages in the background, the staff was thoughtful. This boy named Tetsuya seems to be very popular. He did a simple statistics and found that 80% of the messages expressed their love for Tetsuya. As expected, he sighed that the handsome and capable boy is popular with men, women, young and old. Well, I wonder if we can let him be a guest on the show. The radio station's senior management is also paying attention to this program. One of them proposed an idea. Since the audience likes it so much, why don't we let Kurumi and this young man named Tetsuya do an additional show? It's difficult. The other party should be the type who is obsessed with the trainer profession, but I think we can do a special show of 1 or 2 episodes to increase the ratings. Yes, the cost will be lower this way, and it's hard to say whether there will be any fatigue over time. They figured out the general idea in a few words. The remuneration cannot be less. Build a good relationship with the other party. It would be great if he can come to our radio show as a guest after he becomes one of the 4 heavenly kings in the future. That's right. Chapter 370 Collapsed Wooden Tower. In the broadcasting room, the 4 people were chatting enthusiastically. The only thing that made Kurumi dissatisfied was the time. These short 20 minutes were not enough for her to perform, but there was nothing she could do. As 9 o'clock approached, Professor Oak quickly disconnected as promised. Although he also wanted to chat for a while, there was still research waiting for him. Okay, then thank you all for listening. Today's program ends here. See you tomorrow. Kurumi ended today's program with the words she repeated countless times. I just said I was exhausted. Zio-kan waved her red face cutely. Due to the long history, the facilities in the broadcasting room of Manjin radio station are not as good as people imagine. The closed broadcasting room can easily make people feel hot, especially at the intersection of spring and summer. Kurumi drank water by herself. She said that she would not talk to her good friend in the short term. At this time, a young girl came to her side and said something to her. It seemed that she should be Kurumi's assistant or a radio station staff. The two of them looked at Tetsuya from time to time. Okay, I got it. Let me tell you. Remember to improve the interview outline about Miss Kamisley this afternoon. Kurumi nodded and told the young girl. Okay, I'll go down first. The girl named Aoiyin left quickly after hearing Kurumi's words. Today's ratings are a great success. Kurumi said to the other 2 people excitedly. That's right, we have a celebrity. Zio-kan looked very proud. ZHE said nothing. He didn't think it was his credit. He was just dragged here by Zio-kan. He was still thinking about the name that Kurumi and Aoiyin mentioned just now. Kurumi said, this can't all be attributed to you. According to the data and the backstage messages, many viewers came for ZHE. Her words successfully attracted the attention of ZHE and Zio-kan. They both felt incredible. Sister Kurumi, are you kidding? ZHE said a little confused. Although it was only a short half an hour, the 2 quickly became familiar with each other. This is all thanks to Kurumi's ability to get along with people. No. Kurumi shook her index finger. It seems that you Tetsuya underestimated your fame. Tetsuya scratched his head. It's not that he underestimated it, but mainly because he has been in the Johto area for so long, and there are really not many people who recognize him. In this case, it is difficult for him to believe that his fame has gone beyond Kanto. Kirumi smiled slyly. It's just that most of your fans seem to be girls. As she said, she carefully observed Tetsuya's face and figure. If he is willing to become a Pokémon artist, he will definitely be the next world superstar. Kirumi's face turned red, and she couldn't look at it anymore. So, the radio station has a favor to ask Tetsuya for help. She clasped her hands together and looked at Tetsuya. Tetsuya subconsciously took a step back. Experience told him that this situation is often not a good thing. Kirumi was a little amused. She said quickly, actually, because the data is very good, the radio station hopes that you can do a few special programs with me. Of course, it's paid. Is that so? They breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to do something else. Just as he thought, before participating in this program, he also needs fame. Don't you see that many gym leaders and even the 4 heavenly kings and champions do similar things at the beginning? This can provide them with considerable financial support. And now he has remembered who the Miss Kamisley he just heard is. If she changed her name, Zay, who is not very familiar with the Pokémon world, would definitely guess it at the first time. Zyadja, the future leader of the Unova Raven Gym. As a world-renowned model, although Kamisley is her real name, Zyadja is the stage name that is more deeply rooted in people's hearts. That pair of long legs is perfect. Of course, like most models, Zyadja also has a small airport. For many fans, it has to be said that this is a pity. Zay, what do you think of this proposal? Kirumi's question brought Zay back to his thoughts. He smiled and said, of course I have no objection, and we are still cooperating with you, Sister Kirumi, but the time and content are. The time is up to you. We will broadcast it after recording. If you are free, we will record an episode. As for the content, what do you think of the insect catching competition in the nature park in a few days? We can make a program about it. Kirumi thought about it and quickly gave an answer. They raised his eyebrows. This condition is too good. The time is up to you, and the content is what you originally wanted to participate in. In addition, there is money to be taken. The radio station also thinks that it can cooperate with you for a long time, so the conditions are quite good. Kirumi obviously saw Zay's thoughts and explained it briefly. Zay smiled and nodded. I have no objection. Just do it according to what you said, Sister Kirumi. Okay, let's exchange contact information, and I will talk to you in detail later. Hearing that Zay agreed, Kirumi was also very happy. After all, this is also her program. Judging from today's performance, the audience rating must not be too bad. The two chatted happily, while Zyokan, who was standing aside, blinked in confusion. She suddenly felt that her presence here was a bit redundant. Boom, it was another familiar vibration. Zyokan, who was distracted, lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. Ouch, she screamed subconsciously. Walnut looked over and was about to laugh at her. Be careful. ZHE also turned his head and suddenly narrowed his eyes and came to Zyokan's side in an instant. Partaking advantage of the momentum of moving forward, he suddenly raised his leg and kicked a thick piece of wood away. Zyokan only realized it belatedly and hugged her head. ZHE was helpless. This doesn't look like a strong trainer at all. So far, the physical fitness of the trainers he has met is basically not bad. After all, going forward, the rule of wild fighting is still very popular in the league, which is more or less a legacy of the times. Are you okay? He asked. It's okay. Zyokan sat on the ground and raised her head, her face a little red. Bang, in the corner, another thick piece of wood fell from the top. It doesn't seem right. Zay's face gradually became serious. Was it like this before? He asked Kirumi. Kirumi, whose face turned pale after being frightened by the scene just now, hurriedly shook her head. No, it just shakes for a while, and there has never been any wood falling. Zay narrowed his eyes. Flame chicken, come out for a while. Down, you protect them here. I'll go and take a look, Zay instructed. Flame Chicken nodded calmly and walked between Kurumi and Zyokian. It was just it. The other Pokémons could not play a suitable protective role in the narrow space. Maybe it will be better after Lilulus evolves, but now, its superpowers are still a little weak. Coming to the corner, he picked up the piece of wood and squeezed it. Unexpectedly, the wood that looked extremely hard on the outside broke directly. Zay grinned. My goodness, the tofu shoddy construction in the Pokémon world? Of course, this is just a joke. After all, the Manjin radio station has been around for more than 150 years, so it is normal for the wood to decay. It can only be said that the previous treatment methods were not in place, which led to the problem. Crackle. Just as he was observing, several more pieces of wood fell from the ceiling. I think, why don't we evacuate first? Walnut hesitated and spoke. Zyokian nodded desperately on the side. Yes, if you have a way, Sister Walnut, you can also contact other people at the radio station. ZHE also agreed with her idea. It is hard not to worry about the appearance of the Manjin radio station. I'll contact them right away. Walnut, who regained her composure, immediately picked up her watch and started talking to her colleagues. ZHE also raised his leg and walked towards them. Squeak. The sound from under his feet made him feel a little bad. Ah! Zyokian exclaimed. The wooden board, where ZHE was located, directly shattered. Fortunately, the unique sound made him prepared. ZHE, who had encountered such a thing before, immediately jumped to the side. Hurrah! The next second, the touch of his feet told him one thing, that is, his luck today was not very good. In the stunned eyes of Kurumi and Zyokian, Zay fell straight down. He cursed inwardly at the sudden weightlessness and then stretched out his hands with all his strength to grab the edge of the broken floor. Get down! Flame Chicken hurried over and tried to pull Zay up. Don't! Zay shouted immediately after hearing the movement above, but it was a little too late. Flame Chicken had only taken a few steps when cracks began to appear on the floor one after another. A chain reaction followed. Boom! The dull sound echoed in the center of Manjin City. Everyone looked at the location where the loud noise came from in astonishment. In this day and age, there are still people who dare to cause trouble in Manjin City. The person in charge, Miss Joy, also ran out to see the situation. Not far away, smoke and dust filled the sky. Not good. Her face changed. Living in Manjin City, since she was a child, she knew that it was the direction of Manjin radio station. This is a big deal. Medical Team 1, maintain order at the Pokémon Center. Team 2 and Team 3, set off. She gave the order decisively. On the other side, Miss Junsha from the Manjin police station also ran out of the police station at an extraordinary speed. Many trainers also rushed here with a bystander mentality. But all this was of no help to Tetsuya and the other two who were in freefall. Lalvrus. Tetsuya shouted hurriedly. A red light flashed, and Lalvrus appeared on his shoulder. No more. This chapter is finished, and 53,000 have been updated in 9 days, which is okay. Chapter 371 on infrastructure and preparation. The sudden external force made Tetsuya fall faster. Paul Ralts clearly knew the urgency of the current situation. The little hand grabbed the trainer's collar, and the blue-purple supernatural power fluctuations flashed continuously in the air. Just like his performance in the Kentaro chase in Leaf Town, Tetsuya took a few steps in the air in a slightly awkward manner. Although there seemed to be an endless stream of wood blocks falling from above, he did not suffer any collisions due to the exquisite cooperation of one person and one Pokémon. Flame Chicken relied on its agile body to jump around in the air, stepping on one piece of wood after another. With the help of Wava Guide, it can fully sense which wood can still be landed and which wood is completely rotten inside. After all, Wava Guide is the fluctuation of all things, whether it is a living creature or an inanimate object. Their conditions will be displayed by the Wava Guide. Just now in the broadcasting room, it was because it was too eager to save Tetsuya that it forgot to use the Wava Guide for observation. Otherwise, Flame Chicken could have walked over and pulled Tetsuya up. However, even if it is pulled up, the current situation is estimated to not change much. The decay and collapse of the entire Radio Manjin was not caused by the movement of Blaziken. On the other side, Zyokian and Hu Tao's situation is not too bad. The two pink Pokémons carried their clothes and hurriedly dodged the falling wood blocks in the air. They are Pixie and Jigglypuff. As Pokémon with a pair of small wings, although Pixie walks on the ground most of the time, it can indeed fly. After all, Zyokyan is also a formal gym leader, and it is not a problem for her Pokémon to fly with a person. As for Jigglypuff, it is thanks to its body structure. Jigglypuff's body is very flexible, and it can expand infinitely by constantly inhaling. After training, it can play a role similar to flying. This is one of the reasons why it belongs to the balloon Pokémon. By the way, this kind of Pokémon is a good choice for sleeping companions. In addition to being good at singing, soft and comfortable fur is also very important. Many people like to hug Jigglypuff or Jigglypuff to sleep. Of course, it is generally not recommended to hold the latter, because you can't be sure whether your face will be as clean as usual the next morning. As for the former, it is the problem of the moonstone. In comparison, it is not so important that fat Kedding becomes larger than a person due to excessive breathing. Anyway, it feels good to hold a life-size pillow, right? Most people don't have this opportunity yet, but it is really difficult for two elves who are not good at flying to avoid falling wood blocks, while each carrying one person. The two embarrassed people were hit by wood blocks from time to time. Fortunately, it was just embarrassed, and there was not much damage. Wooden structure buildings are more or less an advantage in this regard. Their only problem is that this advantage can only be reflected when they collapse, which is a bit useless. In this process, the two women inevitably revealed a few strands of spring light. It was the end of May, who would wear a thick layer to record in the broadcasting studio, but in a panic, let alone others, they themselves didn't care about their appearance. It seemed like a long time in the air, but it seemed like only a few seconds, and the three of them soon fell on the hard ground. Pang Yangui, Zay shouted as he landed. A red light flashed. Boom boom, several huge rocks appeared out of thin air above the heads of the three people. Dangoro. At this time, Pang Yanguo's shout was a step slower. Come closer to me. Looking at the people who fell to the ground, Zay shouted hurriedly. What are these people looking at? You can't let Pang Yanguo keep holding them up. They knew clearly that these small pieces of wood were just the beginning. When the whole radio station collapsed, the impact force would not be resisted by Pang Yanguo controlling the rocks floating in the air. Oh, hearing his shout, everyone hurriedly trotted towards him. A rough glance showed that in addition to him, Zyokyan and Hu Tao, there were three people who fell to the ground. An old man, a middle-aged man, and a young woman named Aoyan who had just met. Okay, remember to hold your breath. They saw that the distance was about right, and shouted to remind everyone again. In this environment, if you don't shout louder, you won't be able to hear it. Then, he didn't hesitate. Giant rock monster, rock blockade. The rock appeared again, but this time it was not simply suspended in the air. The huge rock fell to the ground and formed a circle, covering everyone and the elves. Smoke and dust were everywhere. At this time, everyone knew why Zay asked them to hold their breath. If they didn't hold their breath, their respiratory tract would not be able to bear it before they were crushed to death. Fall. This was not over yet. Zay commanded the giant rock monster to lower the rock that was originally suspended above his head. At this point, a simple stone house was built. With the dust-proof gas mask on his hands, Zay threw the Pokeball again. Monarch Snake, the next step is up to you. The full-strength green grass field. In the dark space, green light suddenly shone. Countless small flowers and plants began to grow wildly along the cracks between the rocks, followed by thick vines, and finally a few scattered saplings. Seeing that the monarch serpent was still trying to stimulate the growth of plants, Tetsuya hurriedly called for a stop. Okay, no need. The monarch serpent breathed a sigh of relief and stopped using the green grass field. It thought that Tetsuya's full effort was the kind of effort that risked his life. In such a short time, it is still very difficult for the monarch serpent to stimulate the growth of a tree or even a huge tree. After all, it only has the strength of a quasi king. But in other words, even for a king, it is not easy to stimulate a huge tree from nothing. Perhaps only the elves above the quasi champion can do this. Blazing chicken, you come back first. Dragonite, light up here. Seeing that the entire stone house was a little dim, Tetsuya took back the Blaziken without saying a word and released Dragonite. The blue sphere at the tail emitted a bright light. although whether it is Blaziken, giant rock monster, or the monarch serpent using the green grass field, they can emit a little light, but compared to Dragonite, they are still not capable of this. The people who were shocked by the series of operations of Tetsuya and the elves barely came back to their senses with the help of the light. Director, Deputy Director, Walnut shouted hurriedly. ZHE also looked over. It seems that the old man and the middle-aged man are the positive and negative directors that Walnut mentioned. This is also reasonable. After all, judging from the current few people, the people on the 3 floors below should have evacuated as soon as they found something wrong. If they hadn't been delayed for a while on the 4th floor and had an accident, the 3 of them could have evacuated with the physical fitness of the people in the Pokémon world. The director and deputy director on the 5th floor were in a more awkward situation. Due to various reasons such as the structure, they could not evacuate as soon as possible like the staff on the lower floors. Radio, our full gold radio. However, looking at the director with tears in his eyes, ZHE also felt that he didn't seem to want to evacuate. My god, you are so amazing. I don't know if it's because she is careless or innocent. Zio-kan is not sad or afraid. Instead, she touches the plants in the stone house and begins to cite the achievements of ZHE and his elves. ZHE also said that, although he has traveled through time, the ability to do infrastructure is engraved in his soul. There was no need to think about this stuff. Oh, by the way, Pang Yangui, build a few thick stone pillars with a high density. He pointed to the surroundings and said, then support here, here, and here diagonally. Pang Yangui shook his head to indicate that he had received it. But stone pillars are not so easy to condense, especially with the requirement of a higher density. The rocks brought out by the skillet just released temporarily were irregular. If it weren't for the monarch snake filling them with plants, there would actually be many large holes in the whole stone house. Pang Yangui began to nestle in the corner and worked hard to condense stone pillars. ZHE also nodded with satisfaction. This time, there should be no problem. Seeing that he seemed to have completed the protection, the middle-aged man who was the deputy director and comforted the director also came over. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the director and I would probably die here. His words were full of gratitude. Zay of course quickly declined. He chatted with the deputy director for a few words and found that they were not without plans to evacuate. In fact, I have long discovered that the structure of the radio station is a bit unstable. Otherwise I would not have asked Zio-kan to build a new radio station for us. The middle-aged man, the deputy director named Aching, sighed. I just didn't expect it to collapse so suddenly. I was originally in the director's office and was talking to the director about the next program. Halfway through the conversation, the ceiling broke apart. I wanted to take the director out through the escape passage at that time, but the director stubbornly believed that the radio station would not collapse so easily, insisting that it was just a small problem. That's why we missed the opportunity and couldn't escape. This. ZHE also said that he could understand, but he absolutely couldn't accept it. This director is a real pig teammate. But think about it, if this kind of thing happened in the place where he has lived and worked all his life, especially when he was the person in charge, he would probably make the same choice. Then why didn't the deputy director run away himself? ZHE was also a little confused. Because Grandpa Lin is Uncle Aching's father. Zio-kan explained this doubt for him. Okay, ZHE has no problem now. As a son, he can't just abandon his father and run away. Looking at the old director who still couldn't accept all this not far away, ZHE shook his head helplessly. Perhaps it was because of this love that the director was able to bring the Golden Man radio, which was already in its heyday, to a high level. You know, more than 20 years ago, before the current director took office, Golden Man Radio was already the most famous radio station in Johto. It's no exaggeration to say that at that time, 9 out of 10 of the programs that people in Johto listened to in the morning were programs from Golden Man Radio. But this is not enough. After all, no matter how great the influence of a radio station in a region is, it is limited. After the old director took office, he adopted a series of operations to turn Golden Man Radio into a global radio station. Not only in Johto, but also in Kanto, Hone, Sinop, and even in the more distant Unova. Many people now like to listen to the programs of Golden Man Radio. A program like Professor Oak's Pokémon lecture just now also relies on his strong support. It should be fine now. According to the speed of the municipal administration of Manjin City, we can get out in 2 or 3 hours at most. Zio-Kine was very calm. Pokémons play a big role in such a situation as digging up the ruins of a collapsed building. Rock-type Pokémons, ground-type Pokémons, and fighting-type Pokémons can all exert extremely powerful abilities. Not to mention that Zay's protective measures are so well done. The air in here. Deputy Director Aking spoke hesitantly. He is not a trainer, and even though he has a high status, he should have remained silent at this time. But looking at the not so big enclosed stone house, and counting the number of people, he had to worry about the problem of breathing. It's okay, the monarch snake will control the plants to release air. They said that he had been prepared. Besides, I have 3 bottles of compressed oxygen in my space backpack. If it doesn't work, it will be enough for 6 people to support for 3 or 4 hours. I believe that the rescue speed of Manjin City should not be that slow. Aking relaxed at once. Of course it won't be that slow. Even if the time Zio-Kine just said was a little too fast, the actual difference would not be too big. Manjin radio station is in the center of Manjin City. It is estimated that the rescue team was on the way as soon as the collapse occurred. At this time, the people outside should have started to clean up. However, why are there 3 compressed oxygen tanks in your space backpack? Curious Zio-Kine asked what Aking was thinking. It's better to be prepared. Zay shrugged his shoulders and didn't take it seriously. As a bounty hunter who has been in the wild for many years, is it surprising that there are oxygen tanks in his space backpack? Whether it is diving or exploring, oxygen tanks are very useful. Not to mention oxygen tanks, his space backpack with the largest specifications on the market is filled with all kinds of unexpected and bizarre items that can be used occasionally. It is just to prevent unexpected situations. Besides, even if there are no oxygen tanks, the electric dragon has a way to make oxygen. It's just a little dangerous. The stone house soon fell into silence. Only Walnut and Aking were left to comfort the unstable director. The director did say a few words to Zay to express his gratitude, but almost without delay, the mood that had just recovered collapsed again. Zay thought it would be better if he didn't thank him. The collapse of the Manjin radio station outside seemed to have ended long ago, because there had been no violent noises for a long time. Thanks to the safe house, built by Panyangui and Monarch Snake, the group and the elves did not suffer any subsequent harm. The wounds on the station director and deputy station director were also simply treated by the Monarch Snake's green grass field. Judging from their physical fitness and the technology of the outside world, they will recover quickly after going out. More than 3 hours passed quietly. Zaya even completed the exercise plan for the next 3 months for Lilulus. But the outside rescue has not arrived yet. Looking at Zio-Kine playing with Pikachu on the side, Zaya felt that she was really generous. What's wrong? Feeling Zaya's gaze, Zio-Kine turned her head and asked in confusion. Nothing. Zaya responded to her speechlessly. The 3 people on the side also chuckled. They had long been accustomed to Zio-Kine's personality, but this lifesaver seemed to not know much. Bang, the sound from above suddenly made them quiet down. Bang bang, there were several dull sounds again. Pull over. Tetsua's steady voice sounded. The 5 people involuntarily did as he said. He looked at the giant rock monster. Dangoro. With the giant rock monster's cry, the rock above his head was opened. Dust fell. Here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Rainbow Feather. After a while, the 6 people were rescued from the safe house. Standing in front of the ruins of the Manjin radio station, the old director, who had finally calmed down after more than 3 hours, was about to collapse again. Lalulus, hypnosis. Zay hurriedly gave the order. Lalulus, who was emitting superpower fluctuations, appeared in front of the old director in an instant. The old director looked subconsciously. A pair of red vortex-shaped eyes immediately enveloped his body and mind. Zay quickly stepped forward to catch the old director, who was about to fall to the ground. "Sorry, I have to make up my mind in an emergency," he said to the deputy director, acting with great apology. According to the regulations of the Alliance, the skills of the elves cannot be used against humans at will. After all, no matter how resistant they are, no matter how strong their physical fitness is, it depends on who they are compared with, not to mention the superpower skills involving the brain and spirit. In other words, the nature of hypnosis is relatively special, so it can be used on humans without worry. "It's okay, it's okay." Aking took his father from Zay. He waved to the distance. The rescuers hurried over with a stretcher to send the old director out. "I understand. If my father continues like this, his body will not be able to bear it. I should thank you instead." After doing all this, Aking sighed and expressed his gratitude to Zay. His father is already an old man in his early 70s, and he is the one who takes care of most of the affairs of the radio station on weekdays. The ups and downs of his mood at this moment may cause the old director to have an accident. This is something no one wants to see. In contrast, Zay's behavior can be said to have saved the old director's life. You can't let the strange force knock the old director unconscious. It's worse than hypnosis. "I hope you don't mind." Zay sighed. His behavior was still a bit unwise. Fortunately, he knew that the two directors were not unreasonable people during the time he was trapped, so he dared to do this. If it was someone who didn't know what was good for him, that just now would be enough for the two to argue for a long time. It looks like the programs of Radio Mansion will be suspended for a while these days. ZHE also sighed slightly. Even though creatures like elves can shorten the construction speed infinitely, it still takes time. The only good news is that, since everyone in Mansion City had expected it, they don't need to spend too much time on the blueprint of the new radio station. They just need to build it according to the blueprint. Roughly estimated, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to record the program. "That's not necessary," Aking said. "Just record at the backup radio station. It's just a little crowded." ZHE was silent for a while. He thought it was simple. Gym leader Zio-Kyan is still very attentive and serious. He quickly changed the subject. Looking at Zio-Kyan, who was greeting all kinds of people not far away, Walnut also smiled. After all, she is a gym leader. It's impossible that she is not good at this. As she was talking, Zio-Kyan fell into a big pit. The rescuers quickly pulled her up. "Ahem, we are still young. It is normal to be a little careless." Aking coughed and broke the silence between the three. It was really embarrassing to have such a gym leader. Not far away, Zio-Kyan was covered in dust and thanked the rescuers with a silly smile on her face. This is probably another reason why she is so popular. Super affinity. Time slowly came to the afternoon. As the power of the sun weakened, the cleanup of the ruins of the Mansion radio station was gradually completed. The old will not go away until the new comes. "It's good that everyone is fine," Aking said. Although he wanted to act indifferent, he found that he couldn't do it at all. As a more emotional girl, Walnut's eyes had already turned red. "Let's seal it off first." Miss Junsha, wearing an engineering hat, signed the report and pulled up the last cordon. "Director Aking, the things have been sorted out. I'm sorry, only about 20% of the instruments are not a big problem, and the rest are basically unusable." She came to Aking's side and reported the specific situation. "Okay, thank you very much for your help, Miss Junsha." Aking tried to be energetic and began to confirm various matters with Miss Junsha. The radio station staff who were not seriously injured all silently surrounded the Mansion radio station. Even though there was no longer a wooden tower there, it was replaced by a somewhat messy open space. The people who came to watch the excitement also tactfully gave up their seats. Under the setting sun, many residents of Mansion City came here to express their sadness for the disappearance of the old Mansion radio station. After all, with such a long history, it is not an exaggeration to say that Mansion radio station is a landmark building in Mansion City. In the air, there was also a special TV station broadcasting the news live through an airship. The colorful rainbow light shone in the sky at this moment. The people who were originally immersed in sadness suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" On the airship, the host of the TV station immediately asked the photographer to move the camera to the source of the light. It was a light feather. It's the rainbow feather. There was no need to think too much. Someone below immediately shouted its name. "This is Chengdu. It's the Ho-Oh. It's the Ho-Oh." Almost everyone started shouting. Many white-haired, wrinkled old men even knelt on the ground and muttered to themselves. Since the burning tower incident 300 years ago, the Ho-Oh has never appeared in the sight of humans. The people of Johto believed that it was those who used the power of the Ho-Oh to do evil that caused this result. So, does the appearance of the rainbow feathers this time represent the Ho-Oh's renewed recognition of humans? No one knows, but everyone hopes so. It didn't take long for more and more people to know the news. The ratings of the TV station, where the airship was located, exploded instantly. Looking at the rainbow feather suspended in the air, everyone held their breath. Rumor has it that the rainbow feathers are produced with the flight of the Ho-Oh. Could it be that the next moment, the Ho-Oh will return to the sight of humans? In a small town, looking at the feathers emitting colorful light on the TV, a short man with a thick beard that covered half of his face jumped up from the sofa. "It's this light. It's this light. It's so dazzling." He wanted to get closer to the TV, but hesitated. Guided by the rainbow feather, those who see the Phoenix King will become rainbow warriors. He kept repeating the legend about the Phoenix King in his book. If there were any researchers here, they would definitely recognize who this person is. Fanny, the author of the best-selling book The Phoenix King Is My Life. Even though there are countless people pursuing the Phoenix King, this person is undoubtedly an extremely outstanding one among them. "No, I have to go to Manjin immediately to see it." He carried his luggage and walked out of the house without saying a word. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take a reluctant look at the rainbow feather. But what Fanny didn't expect was that it was because of his eagerness that he missed the next scene. In Manjin City, under the gaze of everyone, the rainbow feather slowly fell. Little by little, it approached a young man. The young man stretched out his palm in disbelief. The rainbow feather fell quietly on his hand and then lost its light. People were in an uproar. At the Oak Research Institute, Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi, who were watching the live broadcast, widened their eyes, then looked at each other, both somewhat puzzled. At the Nabijim, Ziogang and Jiro, along with their father Takaneng, opened their mouths wide. The three of them seemed to be made from the same mold. At the Golden Gym, Nancy, who had her eyes closed, suddenly laughed. In the training ground of the Iron Jungle, Yizang turned off the live broadcast without saying a word. Masashi, Zybo, RC, Kona, Shiba, Watari, Sharona, Dago. All the powerful trainers who knew this young man were a little stunned. Because the person who caught the rainbow feather was Tetsuya. At this time, Tetsuya was secretly bitter in his heart. No way, this could also come to him? He didn't understand. Now it's good. It's impossible to keep a low profile, and he doesn't have to worry about his reputation not being big enough. With such a simple catch, all his information and life will probably be remembered by most people. Forget it. Narrowing his eyes, Tetsuya secretly became fierce in his heart. If the Dark Organization has the guts, they can come and cause trouble for him. It's just a fight. He has been able to do it since he was a child. As for giving up the rainbow feather, are you kidding? How could that be possible? Although the memory of his previous life made him feel that Ziosi and Ho-Oh were somewhat bound together, since he had the opportunity to see Ho-Oh, of course he couldn't let it go. That was Ho-Oh, one of the most powerful Pokémon in the Pokémon world. For this only person, resurrection was an easy thing to do, not to mention other things. Photographer was just a joke. Could anyone really think that the Shining Toucans was cheap? How about, let's go to your gym and hide there first. Feeling the increasingly hot gazes nearby, ZHE swallowed unconsciously, then pulled Ziokian over and whispered. Ziokian looked at him with a little horror. She wasn't really stupid. If he took it back, wouldn't his own gym be demolished by these people? I can lend you the rainbow feather to touch. ZHE also threw out his ultimate move directly. For the people of Johto, what could be more tempting than the Ho-Oh? Even if it's just to touch the feathers. Let's go. Ziokian, who was originally unwilling, immediately changed her mind. Zaya took a deep breath. Flame chicken, please. Sure, a red light flashed. Walnut and Aking only felt a heat around them. Zaya and Zyokian, who were standing beside them, disappeared. Touch the rainbow feathers? They were still shocked and heard these words. The two of them looked at each other and nodded tacitly. Ms. Junsha, I don't know where my father is. I want to see him. AI Yan, let's go back and check the manuscript for tomorrow. Walnut and Aking almost couldn't wait to leave the scene. Not only these two people, but everyone around them didn't care about the collapsed Manjin radio. They were all looking for Zaya's traces. Many smart people saw Zyokian, who disappeared with Zaya. This Manjinjim owner is not an unknown person. Manjinjim. Many people have a target. Their eyes penetrated through the heavy buildings and locked on the red and white gym a few blocks away. At this time, Zay and Zyokian, who had already returned to the Manjinjim, were undoubtedly relieved. In a short period of time, not many people should find this place. However, you are really brave to use the power of private elves in the city. Zyokian's eyes were full of admiration. They smiled helplessly. Is he happy? The ticket paid for this thing is not a small amount. But in the situation just now, you can't get out without elves. I have a way to help you solve it. Zyokian's eyes were shining. At this time, she looked especially like a gym owner. Zaya looked at Zyokian curiously. How about you become an honorary resident of our Manjin city? Zyokian opened her mouth and made a big move. Look, the rainbow feather was discovered after the collapse of the Manjin radio station. Although it is in your hands now, it is also closely related to our Manjin city. You got the rainbow feather, so you should have some pity on our Manjin city. Moreover, after becoming an honorary resident, it will not be a big deal for you to use the power of private elves in the city without permission. Before Zay could reply, Zyokian started to talk non-stop. Although he knew it was related to the rainbow feather, Zay still felt it was a bit exaggerated. Honorary resident, this thing is not so easy to get. Just like the conditions of the Rising Dragon ceremony in Yanmo City, the identity and title of honorary resident are quite difficult to obtain. It is not an exaggeration to say that, if you become an honorary resident of a city, you can walk sideways in this city. This requires a person to have a huge and indelible contribution to the city. Zay thought about it. In the past 300 years, the only time the rainbow feather appeared on behalf of the Phoenix King, it seemed to be indeed up to this level. Even beyond. He thought about it carefully and said, okay, no problem. Zyokian, who was still trying to persuade him, had never expected that he would agree so decisively. She exclaimed in disbelief. Why, Zyokian, you don't have the authority? Zhe asked jokingly. Of course not. Zyokian shook her head frantically. She simply didn't expect it. Honorary citizen is not a burden to me, and I can also enjoy the benefits, so why not? Zhe shrugged and was very relaxed. Since the rainbow feather is in his hands, he must give full play to the greatest advantage. Not only is it a chance to meet with the King of Phoenix, but also various benefits in the human world. Anyway, this is what he deserves, isn't it? There is an old saying that goes, if you can't resist, then enjoy it. On the way back to the Manjinjim, Zhe had already thought of various operations regarding the rainbow feather. Ding 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 ding, his watch kept vibrating. Messages came in an endless stream. Chapter 373, Referee Kyan Lee vs. Zyokian. Okay, I'll do some research for you when I get back. I don't feel anything, and it doesn't seem to contain any strange power. It's not hot, but warm, similar to the feathers of Pidgeot. Go play. Want to touch it? 100 million per time. No credit. Tetsuya picked out some important people from countless messages to reply. Even so, it was half an hour after he finished typing. It's over? Zyokian, who disappeared and reappeared from nowhere, suddenly asked Tetsuya. Yes, but everyone is curious. Tetsuya touched his head and sighed. Even when he was killed in the collapse of the Manjin radio station not long ago, he had never been so nervous and tired. After all, it is the rainbow feather of the Phoenix King, and everyone must want to know the details. Zyokian said carelessly. People like her have another advantage. That is, one thing can't shock her for long. especially after touching the rainbow feather. Zio-kan almost immediately returned to her usual self. Oh, by the way, I helped you drive away the people outside. By the way, the municipal government also agreed to my proposal. Come here tomorrow to sign, and then you will be our honorary citizen of Manjin. Zio-kan put her hands on her hips and looked up at the sky, looking very proud. In the past half hour, she has made a lot of efforts. ZHE also smiled and thanked her. Thank you very much, I will definitely be there tomorrow. The people on his watch were so excited, not to mention the group of people outside. Just thinking about it, you can know how hard Zio-kan just worked. Even the identity of the gym leader is probably not very useful at this time. However, there is no way to go to Manjin department store that I promised you this morning. If you really show up there, don't think about walking out again. Zio-kan sighed. She is a person who keeps her word. It is still a bit sad that she failed to fulfill her promise. ZHE also nodded. Indeed, but there are still things we can do. Zio-kan looked at him blankly. Then, as if she thought of something, she grabbed her clothes in fear and took a few steps back. Hey. ZHE was also speechless. What kind of person does this take him for? Moreover, he glanced at Zio-kan with disdain. That's it? I mean, we have plenty of time for gym battles. Isn't that what you promised me this morning? Looking at Zio-kan, who was still retreating, ZHE explained with a headache. Zio-kan suddenly stood up straight. She thought it was something else. Gym battles, this is her job. Then, come with us, I'll get a referee. She turned and walked towards the depths of the Manjin gym. After a long passage, light suddenly appeared. An extra large circular arena appeared in front of him. So big. ZHE uttered 2 words unconsciously. The last time he saw such a large battlefield was during the Quartz Plateau finals. Big? It's okay. Zio-kan was very disapproving. In her opinion, this place is still a bit too small. But who made the alliance stipulate that the gym battlefield can't be bigger, so they can only build a decent one? ZHE once again shed tears of envy. Master Zio-kan. A full-bodied voice came from the opposite passage. Ah, the referee is here. Let's go. Zio-kan pulled ZHE into the arena. This person is called a referee, but he is actually a senior. His trainer strength is very strong, especially in the training of general type Pokémon. Zio-kan introduced the referee, who had never met before. The image of a calm middle-aged man was quickly established in ZHE's mind. But the moment he saw the other party, he was still dumbfounded. Hello. The referee was also slightly hesitant. This is Senior Kyan Lee. This is the trainer ZHE who caused a sensation. Zio-kan introduced the 2 people to each other. This should be our second meeting. Hello, ZHE. Kyan Lee quickly sorted out his mood and greeted ZHE. He didn't expect that Zio-kan, a junior, asked him to come here to be a referee, and the opponent he was fighting against was actually a familiar person. He just learned about ZHE's general situation yesterday. Hello, Senior Kyan Lee. I'm really sorry to bother you by asking you to be the referee at this time. Zaya was very polite. It's okay. I just came out to digest my food, and Zio-kan also said she would give me a surprise. Kyan Lee was very friendly. Zio-kan tilted her head and made a puzzled sound. So Zaya and Senior Kyan Lee know each other? Not really. I met once before at the training ground of the hotel. Kyan Lee explained. Oh, so it's a hotel. Zio-kan nodded. Zaya's mouth twitched. He didn't hear it wrong just now, right? Zio-kan did say the 5 words "a hotel," right? The hotel he stayed in was very high-end. Why didn't you say you were staying in a hotel earlier? I would have let you stay there for free. Zio-kan's chest was banging loudly. She knew the pros and cons very well. One is free of charge, and the other is to touch the rainbow feather. Of course, the latter is more valuable. It's getting late. Let's fight quickly. Kyan Lee hurriedly stopped Zio-kan's behavior. What if others think this is a mockery of this junior? Tetsuya was about to agree with a joking word, but Kyan Lee strangled him in the next moment. He sighed silently. Forget it. It's okay. The challenger is Tamaki Tetsuya from Kanto Tokiwa, fighting against Zio-kan, the full gold gym leader. Both sides will use the gym badges as a bet to start this battle. The limit is 3 Pokémons, and the battle will be considered a failure if all the Pokémons of either side cannot be used. During the battle, the challenger can change Pokémons, but the gym leader cannot change them at will. Then, the game begins. Since it was a semi-private battle, Kai and Liz rules were a bit brief. But for the 3 of them, this was obviously not a problem. Then, go, Pixie, let him see how powerful we are. Zyokan threw a Pokeball from her pocket with full energy. The pink Pixie slowly landed. Tetsuya observed that this was the Quasi-King Pixie who had just landed with Walnut when it collapsed. He quickly selected his opponent. Then, I'll leave this battle to you, Togekiss. Chaco Togekiss, suspended in midair, looked at Picossi on the ground, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This was a civil war between Pokis of the same attribute. Togekiss, use S-slash. As usual, the challenger attacks first. Tetsuya directly commanded Togekiss to use his most conventional, best and most shameless tactic, infinite shrinking S-slash. Picossi, use shrunk, then dodge. Zyokan's reaction speed was also very fast. Although she was a little unreliable at ordinary times, she still had good ability in combat. The white air ripple slashed past the position where Picossi was at the beginning, but it hit nothing. What a flexible way to shrink. Tetsuya's eyes lit up. After Zyokan's Picossi used the shrunk skill, almost instantly, the height of the body changed from about 1.5 meters to 0.8 meters, and the width was also reduced by half. With this body size, even if the wings are not as strong as those of flying Pokis, it can make Picossi's speed extremely fast. Pixie, who is not famous for its speed, now even left several after images on the field. In this case, it became particularly difficult for Togekiss's S-slash to hit it. Interesting. They suddenly became cautious. It must be said that after a day of Zyokan's performance, he still had a wrong understanding of her. After all, it is hard to think that such a person is doing a good job. But with Pixie's move, they knew that he was wrong. Becoming smaller seems simple, but it is difficult to practice well. Sudden changes in shape can easily make the Pokémon unable to control its body. But Zyokan's Pixie did not have this problem. However, some of the Pokémon's skills are sure to hit. They's eyes flashed. Pokis, use wave missiles. Chaco Togekiss, who continued to swing S-lashes, heard the trainer's command and immediately began to condense wave guides. It was also very angry that it couldn't hit the opponent. In Togekiss's view, the opponent's flying was simply messing around. But it was just a small size and high speed, so it was really impossible to aim. A blue wave missile took shape in front of Togekiss's head. The little guy shook his head and a blue ball of light flew out. Now, let's see how you can dodge it. Togekiss was very happy. Pikachu, use instant amnesia. Zyokan's command was just heard at this moment. Pikachu, flying in the air, stopped in place, its pupils slightly white. Then, the wave missile hit it directly. Looking at the almost intact Pikachu, Togekiss was very unbelievable. How about it? Our Pikachu's energy defense is very powerful. Zyokan said with a little boasting. ZHE also smiled slightly. He certainly knew that the wave missile would not cause any harm to Pikachu. Apart from anything else, even without instant amnesia, Pikachu, who is a single fairy attribute, has a very good resistance to fighting attribute skills. However, now trainers think that Pikachu is of ordinary attribute and is restrained by fighting skills. That's why Zyokan is so proud. Because in her opinion, it is rare to use instant amnesia to take on a powerful attribute restraining skill without taking much damage. Kyan Lee, who was watching, found something wrong, but there was also an indescribable weirdness. As a trainer specializing in general type, he clearly knew the high damage caused by fighting type skills to general type Pokémon, not to mention wave missiles. Even with instant amnesia, Pixie, whose abilities are evenly developed, should not be able to block it so easily. But he has never trained Pixie, so he is not very clear. Maybe, as Zyokan said, this is her Pixie's ability. Pokémons are creatures, no matter how magical they are, it can be understood. Pogkiss, use triple attack. The opportunity for battle was fleeting. While the 3 of them were considering their own, ZHE took this opportunity to launch the next attack without hesitation. Instant amnesia is good, but the after swing is too long. Because it takes a long time for Pokémon to recover from amnesia. This period of time is enough for the opponent to launch the next attack. However, the Pokémon's energy defense was greatly improved at this time, so there were not many attacks that could cause serious damage. Then again, sometimes skills don't have to be used to cause damage. Yahoo! It seems that my luck is full today. Looking at Pixie, who was hit by the triple attack, and whose body flashed yellow arcs, and whose face was a little stiff, Zaya happily waved a punch. This means that the triple attack triggered the paralysis state. For Pixie, who used shrinking to avoid the paralysis state, is simply fatal. Pixie, use finger swing. Zyokan also knew that it was not good, and hurriedly commanded Pixie to use the moves that their family was best at. Pockets, let's do it too. Zaya waved his hand. Isn't it just a competition of luck? Tokis has never been afraid of anyone. The Pokémons on both sides cutely shook their fingers at both ends of the battlefield. As the finger swing skill was used, two skills, one blue and one red, collided with each other. It was a water cannon and a jet of flame. Needless to say, when other aspects are similar, attribute restraint is fatal. The water cannon quickly overwhelmed the jet flame and hit Picos's body directly. Ah! Zyokan screamed angrily. This kind of thing is the most annoying thing for her. Zaya spread his hands. There is no way. The Emperor of Europe is so unreasonable. Pockets, strike while the iron is hot. Give it the last steel wing. Still taking advantage of knowing the existence of the fairy attribute, Zaya directly let Tokis use the steel skill that can cause great damage to Picosi. Bright silver light flashed in the air. Picosi, who had just climbed up, was immediately hit again. Picosi made a painful cry. Super high energy defense leads to weak physical defense. It makes sense. Kyan, who was watching the game, nodded unconsciously. It seems that Zyokan's Picosi is really special. Zaya didn't know that Kyan was led astray by his command. But this can't be blamed on him. Soon, under the continuous bombardment, Picosi, whose physical strength was mostly consumed and seriously injured, lost his ability to fight. My family is angry. Zyokan's face was dark. She was still struggling with why she lost to the opponent in the finger swing, and her skills were water cannon and jet flame. After taking back Picosi to comfort her, she threw a Pokeball from her waist. Milky Tank, let the opponent taste the taste of failure. Emotitsuya and Kyan's faces changed, and then they could only smile bitterly. Otherwise, why do you say that you should not guess a woman's mind, even if it is just a natural fool? What appeared on the field was a pink cow with a black ball at the end of its tail. This is the only female Milky Tank, corresponding to the only male Kintaro. The problem is not this. The key is that Zyokan was able to become a gym leader because of Milky Tank. Chapter 374, Novice Nightmare. As we all know, the Gold Moo Ranch is the largest and most famous Miltank ranch in the entire Pokémon world. Although there are many other ranches that raise Miltank as a source of milk, the milk produced by Moo Ranch is undoubtedly the best quality. Of course, the price is also the highest. The quality of the milk produced by Miltank is closely related to its potential and strength. In other words, it is basically certain that Miltank in Moo Ranch can not only produce a large amount of nutritious milk, but also has combat effectiveness that cannot be underestimated. However, unlike its male counterpart, Kintaro, Miltank has a gentle personality and does not like to fight. So most of the time people can't see its power. But don't underestimate their combat capabilities because of this. The combination of turning into a circle and rolling, combined with the exclusive move of drinking milk, which is not exclusive, has a strong continuous attack ability. Needless to say, the former, the milk drinking skill that can directly restore nearly half of the physical strength, can also greatly enhance the combat durability of Miltank. Except for the Mount Lamb series in Kalos, no other Pokémon can learn this special move. What is more difficult to imagine is that male Mount Lambs and Mount Goats can also learn the move of drinking milk. Since ZHE has not seen it yet, he is not sure how this is done. It is probably also by the materialization of energy, just like the feather dance. Otherwise, where does the male Pokémon drink their own milk? Of course, they drink goat milk instead of cow milk. But compared with the milk of Milken, the milk of the Mount Lamb series is not very famous. Because of this, they have no choice but to lose the right to name the skill. And it was under such circumstances that Xiao-Kan relied on Milken to ascend to the position of a full gold gym leader. Unlike ordinary gym leaders and even trainers, Xiao-Kan's trump Pokémon is a whole team of Milken. Yes, a whole team of 6. This is also thanks to her family's Moo Ranch. With that size and history, it is normal to find 6 king level Miltanks, and even this is considered rare. The previous generation of the Gold Gym Master, Xiao-Kan's grandfather Howard, had 8 king level Miltanks as the main force. At that time, many people were overwhelmed by the sight of Miltanks. The money required for breeding was even more like a child's play in front of Xiao-Kan. As for tacit understanding, you have to know that she has lived with Miltank on the ranch since she was a child, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a spiritual connection. If it weren't for the fact that there were so few semi-champion and champion potential Miltanks, ZHE even thought that they could form a team. And these Miltanks are all extremely good at rolling, turning into a circle, and drinking milk. As the saying goes, one trick is enough to conquer the world. Although Xiao-Kan's routine is as simple as it can be, there are not many people who can compete with this Miltank head-on. In the gym challenge, the third Pokémon of the challenge of the Gold Gym is usually Miltank. On the one hand, this is for publicity and to reflect the characteristics of the gym. On the other hand, it is also to help Moo Ranch share some pressure. It is true that Miltank generally does not like to fight, but there are always warmongers who are exceptions. These warmongers staying in the ranch can be described as a rat shit spoiling the whole pot of porridge. The whole ranch will be disturbed. The Battle of the Gold Gym undoubtedly provides them with a good platform to display their skills. In addition, occasional victory can also make Miltank happy physically and mentally. It is said that the milk produced will taste much better. These huge numbers of Miltanks with different strengths have a unified name: the nightmare of novice trainers. There is no way the combination of those 3 skills is really known by whoever uses it. Among the gyms that people least want to challenge in various places, the Gold Gym, which is not outstanding in strength, is honored to be on the list, and the next one is the Kanto Deadleaf Gym. From this, you can imagine the resentment of the trainers towards Miltank. Tetsuya looked at the sturdy and muscular Miltank in front of him, and felt that this guy must not be the one who produces milk. Fortunately, Xiao-Kan was restrained. She did not use her trump card, which was just a warmonger in quasi-king level. Milky, use rounding and rolling. Xiao-Kan launched an aggressive attack. This was her right. After all, she was the first to lose her first Pokémon. Mao. The muscular bull Milky stomped hard on the ground, leaving a deep mark, and then jumped directly into the air. Its body, limbs and head shrank into a ball in the air and turned rapidly. A pink and black high-speed rotating meatball ran wantonly on the field. The field was raised with gusts of dust. ZHE also frowned. It's not that there is no way, but that Togekiss is not very good at dealing with such a combination of moves. The best way to stop rounding and rolling is naturally to interrupt it at the beginning of the charge, or to force it to hold down during the process with strength. But Togekiss is not good at this. It is still more suitable for guerrilla warfare, rather than direct power confrontation. It's impossible to let it use its 2 short legs to resist such a big ball. It's not realistic. Be careful to dodge. Zay, who couldn't think of a good way for a while, could only let Pokémon take a defensive posture. It's also his fault that Xiao-Kan sent out the big tank so soon. After a short silence, the momentum of the big tank, which had rolled several times, became much stronger. Now, charge, big tank. Xiao-Kan shouted passionately. The fast-rolling big tank flew directly into the air against a raised place on the field. Chaco Pockets turned around and dodged this attack. Bang, an arc passed by. The dull sound of landing showed that the big tank was not in a good condition this time. But Xiao-Kan didn't think it was a big deal. Big tank, use milk. Zay had no choice but to pat his head. He knew it. The big tank, which had just slowed down due to landing, flashed white light and its speed suddenly increased. God knows how the opponent managed to drink milk in this situation. It's simply exaggerated. Milky, go. Super roll. Xiao-Kan shouted excitedly. Kylie was also very confused. Why was the command method of this junior of the general gym a bit stubborn? He knew that every trainer had his own fighting style, but there were right and wrong styles. Superstitious rolling could only make Milky a weakling. When facing a truly powerful trainer, this trick would not be so useful. Zio-Kan didn't care at all. Milky that soared into the sky from time to time forced Togekiss to fly and dodge. In her opinion, this was a manifestation of her advantage. In the stalemate, Togekiss' breathing gradually became rapid. This rhythm of stopping and starting instantly was very physically exhausting, especially when the attention was focused. ZHE finally knew what Togekiss was missing. It was still missing a high-powered burst skill that could make the final decision. As a tactical combination, the infinite shrinking S- was indeed tricky and even a bit unsolvable. When it encountered a similarly tricky and unsolvable tactic, this trick was not so useful. After all, rolling is a continuous skill. A short-term shrinkage can't stop Miltank. It seems that the study of the Divine Bird should be put on the agenda. ZHE also slacked off. The Divine Bird, full name Divine Bird Smash, is a flying physical ultimate move with a standard power of 140. In addition to the attribute consistency bonus, it is also very easy to hit the opponent's vital points. Theoretically, with the maximum attribute bonus and the vital points are extremely fatal, the Divine Bird can cause about 400 power damage. This means that, once the Divine Bird is used, it is easy to turn the tables. Coincidentally, in addition to Togekiss, it is time for Pidgeot to master this flying ultimate move. After so much training before, Pidgeot has mastered Brave Bad well enough, and it is not difficult to master the Divine Bird. It can also teach Togekiss by the way. Well, very good. ZHE also nodded involuntarily to confirm his thoughts. Ah, you actually slacked off. Zio-Kan keenly caught Zay's distraction and became even more unhappy. Now she is clearly in the upper hand. How dare you do this? Zaya smiled. Don't be anxious. Then, his face straightened. It's time to end the battle, Pockis. Kyanla's eyes lit up. He was very curious about how Zaya would deal with this situation. Pockis, use triple beam. But Zaya's command made both of them stunned. What's the point of this? The speed of triple attack is not fast, and even if it hits, the damage is not high. It's paralyzed again, right? Don't underestimate the speed of our Miltank. Zio-Kan quickly understood it. She twitched her nose and was very confident. Miltank, be careful to dodge. However, Kyanli didn't think it was that simple. Looking at the dust flying on the field, he always felt that Zaya had other plans. After watching carefully for a while, Kyanli suddenly realized that this was the case. He looked at Zaya with more interest. Miltank flexibly shuttled on the ground, and from time to time he jumped into the air to attack Pockis. In the process, Togekiss inevitably suffered a lot of damage. There were more and more scars on its body. You are going to lose, Zio-Kan said. She was secretly shocked when she said this. Even if he won this game, the strength of the opponent Togekiss was unquestionable. Don't forget that, before fighting with Miltank, Togekiss also defeated the Quasi-King Picossi. It can be said that Togekiss achieved a very good result in a 1-on-2 battle. Not necessarily. Zaya smiled mysteriously. It's time to let Zio-Kan see the role of the trainer. What? Zio-Kan was stunned. Right now, use the self-sacrifice collision. Looking at Miltank rushing into the sky again, this time, Zaya chose a completely different way to deal with it. Chaco Togekiss rarely shouted. In the blink of an eye, its body was covered with a rich white light. This move can easily produce a huge reaction force on itself, so Zaya doesn't like to use it very much. But as a last-ditch move, it is obviously a very good choice. It's useless. Miltank's spinning. Zio-Kan stopped talking halfway. How could it be? She was full of surprise as she watched the scene in the air. Miltank had returned to its normal form and was no longer rolling. Its eyes were confused at first, then panicked, and finally desperate. Confused because it didn't know why it didn't roll. Panicked because it was in the air and couldn't fly. Desperate because boom, Togekiss directly knocked Miltank out and smashed it against the wall of the arena. Beautiful attack. Kyanli, as the referee, cheered involuntarily. Then he felt something was wrong. Kyanli Sr.? Zio-Kan looked at him in disbelief. You are the referee I invited. Kyanli got this information keenly. But, there is nothing we can do. Who made Tetsuya and Togekiss cooperate so perfectly during this period of time? As a trainer, it is hard not to cheer. Miltank has lost its combat ability. Togekiss wins. He observed the two Pokémon and decisively raised the flag in his hand. Although Togekiss' state, after using the self-sacrifice collision, was almost gone, it was still much better than the big tank, that had lost its combat ability directly. I don't understand. Xiaoqian took back the big tank, and was full of doubts. Indeed, she admitted that she made a mistake, and did not let the big tank drink milk according to the original rhythm and time. But, the big tank should have at least nearly 2/3 of its physical strength just now. The most important thing is, why did it suddenly break away from the rolling? The source of the problem lies in the triple attack, Kyanli said excitedly. Anyway, it was not a formal competition. Seeing that he wanted to explain it to Xiaoqian, ZHE also leaned on the railing of the command platform without caring. It happened that he wanted to hear Kyanli's opinion. The triple attack of Togekiss is not simply to cause damage, or put the big tank into a negative state, but to destroy the venue. Kyanli's first sentence pointed out the essence. ZHE couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, none of these people are simple. In the short time of the battle, Kyanli saw his way of dealing with it. The venue? Xiaoqian was a little confused. Look, aren't there a lot of pits on the ground? Kyanli pointed at the venue and explained patiently, these pits are caused by the triple attack. It effectively prevents your big tank's rolling skill from continuing. The method is very simple, that is to ask, a rolling object rolls faster on a smooth ground, or on a ground full of potholes. The answer is naturally the former. The triple attack did not directly cause much damage, but it indirectly reduced the rolling speed of the big tank. This is the first factor leading to the result. Not only that, you also have to consider the damage of this kind of ground to the rolling big tank. It may not feel anything. After all, it needs to be fully committed when rolling, but as a trainer, you forgot to observe. In fact, in this process, the physical strength of the big tank has long dropped below half. Kyanli raised the second finger. Third point, didn't you notice that the points where the big tank flew up with the force were also destroyed? Xiaoqian was stunned. She looked over quickly. Only then did I realize that the section before the takeoff positions of the several protruding platforms was, without exception, a pothole. Needless to say, this was also caused by the triple attack. Chapter 375 Standard Badge, Second Acquaintance. All these factors combined, when Xiaoqian didn't notice, the rolling of the big tank had already reached the point where it could no longer be sustained. Although it seemed that there was no change, it was only caused by the difference in human vision. Not to mention that ZHE also asked Togekiss to slow down the speed of dodging at the same time. This resulted in the battle scene being as stable as before. The problem lies in this same as before. Obviously, as time goes by, the battle situation should shift to Xiaoqian and the big tank. Togekiss' physical strength is definitely not as good as the big tank, that has been recovering. But the fact is not so. Therefore, when the big tank later took off, by rolling on those destroyed paths, its fate was already doomed. Kyanli sighed with emotion. However, this method is still a bit difficult for Togekiss. ZHE also nodded in agreement. In Togekiss' skill list, there is only one triple attack that can cause damage to the venue remotely without affecting dodging, and can also play a confusing role. Originally Shadow Ball could have been used, but the opponent happened to be Akane, who specialized in general. This was a bit embarrassing. You can't really treat Akane as a fool and use Shadow Ball to deal with Miltank. In fact, they didn't think of this method at the beginning, and it was just a last-ditch effort when he used it later. After all, he couldn't be sure whether Miltank would find out that something was wrong. Now it seems that even Akane's Miltank can't pay attention to his physical condition while rolling quickly and continuously. The use of the skill of drinking milk in the process must have been completed after practicing day and night. Akane sniffed. You who play tactics are dirty. Zay and Kyanli coughed, but they didn't, so don't talk nonsense. It's called tactics, but it's actually related to Togekiss' mastery of skills. The triple attack hits the position so accurately, he must have practiced a lot in normal times. Kyanli tried to save face. How can the trainer's tactics be called dirty? It should be called the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon. Otherwise, how can the Pokémon in battle understand the trainer's thoughts? Xiaoqian rolled her eyes. But Xiaoqian, are you really not going to change your command style? It's too simple. Qianli persuaded earnestly. This is also an important reason why Howard invited Qianli to coach Xiaoqian. What is inconsistent with the strength of the main Pokémon, Miltank, is that Xiaoqian's command ability is not at all like a king level trainer. This is actually a rare phenomenon. Because normally, trainers will grow up with Pokémon. Usually, this problem occurs in the descendants of those rich families who are ambitious but incompetent. From this point of view, Xiaoqian does meet the requirements. But she is different from those guys. Because the tacit understanding and bond between Xiaoqian and Miltank are indeed very deep. She also knows as little about Pokémon as ordinary people. But she seems particularly strange when commanding in battle. Xiaoqian's strategy in battle usually relies on Miltank's almost unstoppable rolling and Picos's unpredictable finger waving to fight. But as Qianli said, this mode is really too simple. The battle with Tetsuya just now is the best example. Once the opponent finds a way to crack, Xiaoqian can't find a way to deal with it in the first time. Ahahaha, I think it's okay, mainly because Togekiss can fly. Miltank has no advantage anyway. Xiaoqian touched her head and said with a smile. Qianli had a headache. Sometimes he really didn't know whether Xiaoqian was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Looking at her, she didn't think there was anything wrong with her command at all. Thinking of Xiaoqian's grandfather who was relieved to hand Xiaoqian to him for guidance, Qianli regretted it. Knowing that Senior Howard was unreliable, why did he still believe him? He sighed helplessly. Forget it. Who made me ask for help from others? Does the challenger need to change the Pokémon? Qianli smiled apologetically at Tetsuya and then continued his duties. Tetsuya said it was okay and then said it needs to be changed. He couldn't really let Togekiss solve the battle alone, which would be a bit too embarrassing for Xiaoqian. Moreover, Togekiss couldn't do this in his current state. Xiaoqian on the opposite side was very happy. At Qianli's signal, she released her last Pokémon of this battle, another Pokémon that ZHE had seen in the afternoon, a Qua-seeking level Pokémon. Then, my second Pokémon is decided to be you. Go ahead, Blaziken. With the idea of a quick victory, Zaya released his trump card Pokémon. Although Pokémon's actual attribute is a general plus fairy, fighting skills cannot cause much damage to it. However, Xiaoqian and Qianli did not know this. When the two Pokémon appeared on the field at the same time, Qianli had already assumed that the battle was over. How about inviting Zay to your home tonight? He was already thinking about the future. Pokémon, use singing. Xiaoqian still looked passionate. She seemed to think that she had a great chance of winning. Zay commanded, use key concentration. The melodious singing echoed in the arena. For Pokémon, this move was simply a move engraved in the depths of his soul. But soon, it was a little confused. Because Blaziken's eyes were still bright and energetic, without any sleepiness. So, can you use ki like this? Qianli's eyes lit up again. He felt that he had learned a lot from this battle. This effect of ki can be traced back to last year, when Zaya fought against Kageyama at the Red Lotus Gym. It is essentially a highly focused ki. In addition to allowing Blaziken to sense subtle movements, it can also help it resist the negative effects of skills such as singing to a certain extent. In addition to the waveguide and personality reasons, Blaziken has a super strong resistance to the influence of falling asleep. Xiaoqian was also surprised. But this time, I don't know if it's because she used Pokémon other than Miltank and Pixie. Her reaction was obviously much faster. Pancake, use charge. Blaziken, move at high speed and rush forward. Flame kick. Zaya was merciless. A fiery red figure crossed most of the field in less than half a second. At this time, the pink and tender Pancake had just taken a deep breath and became much bigger. Oh my god. The excited cry burst in its ears. Then came the severe pain in the body. Looking down, a leg burning with hot flames hit its own body. The next second, Fat Boy flew out backwards. When the Manjin radio collapsed, Fat Boy's body was first revealed. It is also because of this that, although it is sometimes very large, its body weight is pitifully light. It weighs only a dozen kilograms and is not in the same weight class as Blaziken. Maintain your posture and use the gyro ball. Xiaoqian's command arrived in time again. This time, Qianli was really surprised. Could it be that the battle would not stop because of outsiders thinking? Fat Boy flying in the air struggled to control its body to turn. Bright silver light gradually spread around. Zaya said word by word, flame vortex. No matter how much leverage it uses to rotate, it is inevitable that Fat Boy itself is not good at this combat mode. Then, group attack is the best solution. Blaziken raised its head, and a pillar of fire that soared into the sky formed at its mouth. The rolling heat wave made the three people sweat profusely in an instant. With a flick of his head, a wide range of flames vortexes almost occupied 1/3 of the venue. And the action of Pancake was not beyond Tetsuya's expectations. Facing this attack, Pancake and the gyro state couldn't even find a way out. Xiaoqian, who was already sweating because of the rising temperature, became even more anxious. Pancake, you sticking. Hearing this, Qianli shook his head unconsciously. This way of dealing with it is too stupid. Pancake, who was being burned all the time, heard this command as if he heard the sound of nature. That's right, as long as you get underground, you can't burn me. It spun and dived down. Soon, Pancake, who was originally looming in the flame vortex, disappeared. However, even without Tetsuya's command, Flame Chicken consciously manipulated the flame vortex to lower its height. It didn't enter the hole, but simply floated above it. Xiaoqian still didn't react. After a while, Flame Chicken abnormally withdrew the use of the flame vortex. Xiaoqian looked at Zhe with a confused face. Are you not going to fight anymore? Zhe explained. Pangart has lost its ability to fight. Huh. Xiaoqian was even more puzzled. Without saying much, Zhe asked Blaziken to go down and pick up Pangart. At this time, Pangart was extremely weak. The soft fur was full of sweat and messy, and many places were still burnt black. Pangart, Xiaoqian exclaimed, jumped down from the command platform, and ran to Blaziken's side to take her Pangart. It's okay, it's just that the physical strength is too much, the damage is not serious, Blaziken has controlled it. Take back the Pokeball first, the simple device inside is enough to make it sober, and then go to Miss Joy to recover. Hearing Zhe's explanation, she quickly took out the Pokeball and took Pangart back. Although digging holes can avoid many skills, for Pokémon like Pangart, it doesn't need to breathe like rock-type Pokémon, so when facing fire-type skills, this is not a wise choice. Zhe kindly explained. Fortunately, he was the one I met. If it was a battle in the wild, Jigglypuff would have died long ago, or at least would have been injured. Xiaoqian blushed and bowed. She also knew that Blaziken was showing mercy. Thank you, Blaziken. Exit. Blaziken waved his hand quickly and went straight back to the Pokeball. Zaya raised an eyebrow. This guy, is he still shy? He seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, but now is not the time to think about this. Xiaoqian took out a diamond-shaped badge from her pocket. It has 4 white edges and yellow in the middle. This is the standard badge of the Manjin. Then, congratulations on getting the standard badge. Xiaoqian made a gesture of throwing flowers in the air. Zaya and Qianli were stunned. Now, is there still such a ceremony for the gym leader to give the badge? Zaya took the badge and put it away, and the three of them walked out of the field talking and laughing. As for the messy battlefield, there will naturally be someone to take care of it. On the way, Qianli also made an invitation at the right time. He wanted Zhe to come to his house. You are much younger than me, and you should have a lot in common with my 2 children. Qianli said so. It was because it was Qianli who said it. If it was someone else, Zhe would feel that the other party was taking advantage of him. He agreed very readily. It was a good opportunity to meet Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng when they were young. I wonder what Xiaoyao, who is called the Hone Dancer, looked like when she was a child. Qianli Sr., you didn't invite me because you think I'm a little old? Looking at Qianli, who was hurriedly explaining to Xiaoqian, Zhe could only sigh that he was a married man and was really skilled. After a while, under the moonlight, 2 sneaky dark figures walked out of the back door of the Manjin Gym. Qianli Sr., do we really have to do this? Zhe was also helpless. Kyanli spread his hands. I'm sorry, but I don't want my house to be harassed every day. It was only after Zio-Kian reminded them that the two remembered this, inviting Tetsuya to visit at this time. If he is discovered, it will definitely cause a sensation. Kyanli patted his chest and said it was a small problem. He directly took out 2 night clothes from the space backpack he carried with him. I don't know why Kyanli would bring this thing when he was invited to be a referee, but it really works. The two people are now almost integrated with the night. Under Kyanli's leadership, Tetsuya walked through various winding paths in Manjin City and came to an ordinary house in the northeast of the city. We are here. Kyanli breathed a sigh of relief. This journey was very nervous, but fortunately nothing happened. It seems that Kyanli's home is very lively. Looking at the laughter coming from the house, Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. Kyanli scratched his head. Mizuko likes to make friends, so she often invites people to her home. I guess it's the same today. Do you mind? Of course not. Tetsuya denied it flatly. I'm also a person who likes to make friends. Kyanli laughed. That's great. Come with me. He took out the key and opened the door. Mitsuko, Iruka, Koshin, I'm back. Dad. It was a familiar figure again. Koshin rushed out and threw himself on Chisato. Oh, you are Orikachi. He pointed at Tetsuya behind Chisato and shouted in surprise. Tetsuya's face twitched violently. What is Orikachi? You are the guy who was beaten up by the champion of the tournament. What a pity. If it were me, I would definitely win. Koshin curled his lips in disdain. Koshin. Chisato slapped his son's head hard. How rude. Tetsuya smiled in response. Just a naughty kid. What a pity. He has a big mouth. Kyanli smiled at Zaya apologetically and then educated Zayasheng. This is a friend invited by dad. You should call Zaya brother. By the way, does your mother have friends coming to visit today? Zayasheng moved his mouth a few times, but did not speak. He answered the second question evasively. It's Sister Ryoko from the flower shop, and a big brother I don't know. That big brother knows a lot of knowledge, and he knows a lot of things. As he said that, Zayasheng also looked at Zaya. Kyanli patted his head again in annoyance. This little guy's getting more and more presumptuous. Sorry, I'm sorry, he said to Zaya. It's okay. Zaya didn't seem to care. By the way, is he still in school? I worked as a teacher at the Pokémon research school in Kanto for a while before. Maybe I can give you some suggestions. Oh. Kyanli was stunned and then overjoyed. That's great. He hurriedly took Zaya to the house. He didn't notice the stunned Zayasheng in his arms. Tetsuya snorted and laughed. How could a little kid like that possibly do anything wrong? Ah, husband, you're back. Mitsuko, dressed as a housewife, was chatting with 2 young people, a man and a woman, while waving at Chisato. Come on, I'll introduce 2 friends to you. That's right, I have a friend to introduce to you too. Chisato happily hugged Mitsuko tightly and then kissed her regardless of the other 5 people present. The 3 adults couldn't help but clench their fists. They were tricked into kill dogs, right? They looked at each other and nodded. Tetsuya's heart was surging. He recognized the knowledgeable older brother that Zayasheng mentioned. But why was he here? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.